oath, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
Now, do you consider an oath to be binding on your conscience?
I consider it, Commissioner.
But in the affidavit I've referred to, you told a lie, and you took an oath well knowing that part of the content of that affidavit was a lie, correct?
Correct, but I was on duty in executing my duties, Commissioner.
But it's correct that as you took the oath, you knew, even as you took the oath, that you were lying in that affidavit, correct?
Correct, to achieve the objective of the mission, Commissioner.
But it's correct that you took the oath knowing that you are lying.
It's true, Commissioner. That's correct.
I will ask you, do you consider an oath to be binding on your conscience?
I consider it, Commissioner.
Can you explain, though? Can you explain what you mean by that? There's the oath you took in respect of CJC 44, and as you took the oath, you knew you were lying. When you took that particular oath, did you consider it to be binding on your conscience? That earlier oath, not the one you took before us. Did you consider that to be binding
The one on
your
the affidavit.
Sorry, CJC 44, at page 43.
That's correct. Commissioner, will I be allowed to say something, please?
Can you just answer the question?
Yes.
Did you consider that oath to be binding on your conscience?
For the purpose of the mission I was undertaking, Commissioner, it was the only way to execute that mission.
And can you now answer the question directly? Okay, thank you, I hear you. Can you answer the question directly? Did you consider that oath to be binding on your conscience? Yes or no? You've given an explanation. Now I want a direct answer to my question.
You know, Commissioner, the questions you are putting, it's somehow putting me in a position to, it looks that now the questions are suppressing me. And when I say, may I say something to the Commission, I thought I could bring probably a particular understanding.
Mr. Mokhodzi, you do give a very lengthy explanation when you were questioned by Advocate Shaskalsin. You explained fully why you did what you did in respect of the oath in CJC 44. So you've given your full explanation. I am aware of it.
All right.
So in trying to explain again, it cannot be on the basis that you think I do not remember your full explanation.
Yeah.
Advocate Shaskalsin gave you the time to explain. He did not interfere, nor did we interfere. So we have heard your explanation. Do you get me?
I get you, but what I was about to say now, Commissioners, is to add to what I was saying, to give a probably, because it seems like this process misses, there is something missing in this process.
Are you going to add something different to what you already explained fully yesterday?
No, given the background to, I'm going to explain a context that will bring a proper understanding to this.
So that you do not leave this room with a view that you are being suppressed. I'm using your verb. So perhaps let me give you an opportunity to give yet another explanation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, when I came here to this commission, I never said I'm a high priest. I said I'm a state agent, and I have an instrument called the legend building, which allows me in circumstances in executing my duties to use what you call a false life. It's part of what I do. And the reason I requested to speak, Commissioner, it is because even the evidence leader, I was checking how it's like he's a prosecutor. He's not playing the role of evidence leader. Because I said, I am an agent. In circumstances when in executing my duties, I have to lie. Now he come to the people, to the public and say, I'm a professional liar, knowing that I told him, if I execute my duties, I do give a certain impression to reach or to get to the bottom of what the mission wants. Because even Madam Commissioner yesterday, she said, I'm bringing allegations, I'm talking about people, allegations that I make, I cannot provide proof. That is my job, commissioners. An agent is not a policeman who will obtain statements that can be presented here. I give intelligence information which must be converted into evidence which the commission wants. And how will that be converted, information be converted? It's when I bring people again who will corroborate what I'm saying to become the evidence that the commission wants. Example about yesterday, she said, are you accusing Brigadier Sebola? And I said, no. But I was going to say the handler is Colonel Koza, is working with Brigadier Johnson, and after the murder of that particular informant, Colonel Singh investigated the case. What does that mean? It means when he meets with the commission, he'll be able to show the commission the light as to up to where his investigation arrived. But the moment you say, you cannot say that, I'm not a policeman. I cannot even analyze what you call intelligence information. And I'm bringing raw information, but I'm not saying I cannot support or I cannot get anyone to come and corroborate. And last thing that I'm trying to say about Senior Counsel Charleson. Evidence leader, maybe I should read this. Please, Commissioner. Evidence leader present evidence in a formal process, such as in a disciplinary or commission of inquiry. Their role is to assist a committee or tribunal by organizing a leading evidence, which include preparing witness, interviewing them, presenting their evidence in a clear and structured way. Unlike a prosecutor, because now, even when he spoke about he gave us this thing to go and read, that me and the legal team should go through it. Now, he comes and talk about the Richards Bay terminal, and I was not prepared, of which I also have a story to tell, that the coal that comes from there goes straight to Israel. There was people protesting in Richards Bay.
Mr. Mokhodzi, can you please try to confine yourself to the question of the oath and giving an explanation? Now you appear to be attacking the role of the evidence leader. I'm not quite sure how that relates to how you value or do not value an oath, and why, as you admit, you told a lie in your affidavit, which is annexed here as Exhibit CJC 44. Can you please, I'm giving you all the leeway to explain yourself with regard to the lie that you admittedly told. But please don't veer off to a whole lot of other issues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Then it means, commissioners, we need to start at this particular point.
I want to suggest to you, Mr. Mokhodzi, and hopefully, and depending on the answer that you give, this is the last point I'm making at this stage. I want to suggest to you that an oath is meaningless to you, and I have no reason to believe that the one you took before us here means anything to you. Do you want to comment on that?
No comment, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mokgotsi.
Mr. Mokgotsi, maybe just to complete this topic. Yesterday, you discussed with Mr. Chaskalson the judgment, the Northwest judgment, and you remember the conversation about, on the topic of agency, that in your affidavit you had said one thing, and then in your replying affidavit you were making corrections, saying where you referred to August, in fact you meant to refer to September. You remember that conversation?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And all of that is covered in paragraphs 9, 10, 11, and 12, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, in those paragraphs of the judgment. Now, you paid the attorneys in August, in September, right? You remember that. If you go to page 2 of that bundle, just to remind you that you paid the attorneys on the 10th of August, 2023. You paid Tau Matsimela attorneys. And then again on the 19th of September, you made another payment. But the first payment is in August already, the 10th. This payment was for this litigation, this first payment. I think that was your evidence yesterday.
That's what I answered yesterday, Commissioner.
Yeah, you said you paid this towards this litigation because a decision had already been made that this matter should be litigated.
Yes, that's what I said. And I said the appointment letter was not yet out. Based on the information from the whistleblower, that's when we started to know. That's correct.
Okay. And you said you became aware of the appointment letter when? I think you say in paragraph 7 that, in paragraph 9, rather, of the judgment, they did nothing after, you were criticized for doing nothing after the letter on 11 August 23, and then in your correction you said the letter, you became aware of it in September.
That's when the letter came, tangibly, like being
So
available.
what were you paying the attorneys for?
I said there was information, and as I was speaking, if commissioners can remember yesterday,
Yes.
I said the Khotle and this Brown Mahut Foundation, they did the payment after we have requested assistance, and I further said because of the whistleblower who showed that the process, the internal process, without the appointment letter, who confirmed that so-and-so has been appointed. He did that during the month of August. And with that information, whether the lawyers were paid or not, there was no way you could bring an agent application until you get the proof that this so-and-so has been appointed. That's the reason.
Yes, but you see, the judgment says, your affidavit says you only approached the lawyers in September. It says, so in your affidavit,
That's
in the
correct.
replying,
That's correct.
you say, I approach the lawyers the legal representatives during September.
That's correct.
Once you've got the letter.
Yes, that's correct.
But we know from the payment that already in August you had approached them without the letter.
Yeah, that's correct. But there was no way you could give them full instructions without the appointment letter.
Yes, so it's not correct in your affidavit, in your replying affidavit, where you said to the court that I approached the legal representatives in September. Where I say August, it's a mistake, because that's what you said in your affidavit. You said to the court, where in the founding affidavit, I said I approached the lawyers in August. That's a mistake. I, in fact, approached them in September. You remember that's what happened,
I remember.
right? But the proof of payment, that schedule on page 2, shows that you actually approached the lawyers in August already.
But it means when the date that should be considered is when you have full instructions. Whether the money is with the lawyers in January and you get full instructions in June, that's the only time you can be able to go to court. Perhaps in the affidavit, there's only an omission that says, we're supposed to have said, we approached our legal team when we have full instructions in September. Perhaps that's what should have been said.
You did not tell the court. The point I'm checking with you is the issue of urgency was important, and you understood that, because otherwise you would not have been heard, right? If the matter was considered not to be urgent. What I'm putting to you is the court was misled when it was told that you only approached the lawyers in September, when in fact you approached the lawyers in August. We know that from these documents.
It's true, Commissioner, but
Yes.
what would the lawyer do in August if there were no full instructions, Commissioner? There was nothing they could do.
Yes. No, I'm not arguing there what would the lawyers do. I'm just clearing the fact of what the court was not told, or in fact what you said you were correcting, is where you had initially been honest with the court that the lawyers were approached in August, and when the issue of urgency was taken up, you then in your replying affidavit said, I'm correcting this, in fact it was in September. So on just the judgment, it looks like, in fact, in another affidavit, which was not about you being a contact or an informer, in an affidavit before court, in an urgent application, you actually misled the court into believing that you approached the lawyers for the first time in September, when in fact you did so in August. That's all I'm establishing with you.
Perhaps, Commissioner, it should be understood properly. The second payment, there is a second payment in September. It shows that the first payment would have been a deposit. And approaching an attorney without full instructions, it's not like, there's nothing the attorney will do until all instructions are being paid up and submitted all the evidences. Now, it may be an issue of how lawyers are writing, and the commission should take into cognizance. Commissioners, I do not even have matric myself. And when you have a lawyer who prepares documents for you, you read, and as a layman, a lawyer may still not contextualize things in a understanding of this level. But what we know is the deposit was paid, and that whether approached or not approached, perhaps in front of the court, to approach the court means you must have full instructions. But by then there were no full instructions.
On a separate topic, you also discussed yesterday with Mr. Chaskalson that Mr. Matala he provided assistance in this court application.
That's correct.
You remember that?
That's correct.
And we know this court application was in 2023, so you met him before September 2024. You started interacting with him, with Mr. Matala.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
What was the nature of that relationship, such that he comes and advises you on litigation? What was the nature of your relationship?
As business people, commissioners, and he did not come. Remember, we were talking over the phone. And as business people, you can discuss anything. It doesn't require a particular relationship to talk about anything. If we are known, maybe in Durban, being a successful businessman, and you happen to meet, I don't think there is anything wrong if I should call the businessman in Durban and say, hey, we are having this situation, the local businesses or companies are crying, can't you help us? And that time, he only gave us ideas.
So he called you out of the blue
I called him.
You called him.
That's correct, Commissioner.
You knew him from where when you called him? I'm asking because until your evidence yesterday, I was under the impression that the first time you had anything to do with him from your evidence was September 2024. And yesterday you conceded that in October already, 2023, you had some dealings with him. So I'm trying to understand the nature of your relationship with
There
him.
was no any dealings. It's a person that I knew, and that's it. I did not even know. I was not even that much close to him, but I could talk to him, and the issue here was to get assistance on assisting those local business people.
What kind of assistance were you looking for? He's not a lawyer, at least I think. Mr. Matlala is not a lawyer, and you are preparing a court application. What assistance did
I'm
you
not
call
a
him
lawyer.
for?
I'm not a lawyer, Commissioner. But business people came to me requesting me to help them to go to court. It is not about being an attorney or a lawyer. When someone needs or ask or any kind of, when you engage, a person can hear, oh, this person can help me.
So
It's
no, what I'm asking is you called Mr. Matlala. I think that's what you've just said now.
That's correct.
And I'm saying, well, he's not a lawyer, so help us understand. Why did you call him, and what were you expecting from a non-lawyer will say to you about an application to court?
Commissioners, I called him, talking to him, and if you tell him of a scenario of what is happening in Mahike in that time, he will just give you some ideas what to do. It's not that you approach him knowing that he has legal background or something. Mare, it is a norm in most of the cases for any businessman to talk to big business people. Like, he's a big businessman. There's nothing wrong to talk to him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Mkhodzi.
Good morning, Manise.
I've listened quietly and attentively to your testimony. There's a few things I need to clarify, and I need really short answers because I want to give Mr. Chaskalson his time back. So from 10 o'clock, I'm hoping that he will have his time back. Chair asked you about the oath and whether you consider it binding on your conscience. In the February 2025 affidavit, you give your residential address as Shawelo, Soweto. Have you ever lived in Shawelo, Soweto?
Correctly.
When?
2927 Ngumalo Street, Shawela.
In?
Ngumalo Street, Shawela.
When did you live there?
1990, in the 90s.
So
Even this year, we held a funeral at home. It's a home.
in February 2025, you did not live in Shawelo, Soweto?
In 2025.
Yes, February 2025.
That's correct. But
So-
it's also my second home in Johannesburg.
Okay,
That's correct.
I will leave it there.
Yeah.
In your affidavit, in your statement at paragraph 15, you say you were an Umkhonto weSizwe operative in 1993.
In the SDU.
Yes.
SDU was the organization in South Africa. I never went outside as a Umkhonto
Wait
weSizwe.
for my question. Were you ever an Umkhonto weSizwe operative?
Yes, in the SDU, that's correct. Umkhonto weSizwe had SDU, Self-Defense Unit.
Yes. Do you know that Umkhonto weSizwe was disbanded in 1993?
Yes, I'm aware.
Yes. So, as a 13-year-old, you would have been an Umkhonto weSizwe operative in the SDU in 1993, as a 13-year-old.
No, I was not 13 years old. I know you, Commissioner, you are bringing it on the basis of my birthday era. I was not actually born in 1979. I was born in 1977.
So that's another lie in your affidavit
No.
when you said you were born in August 1979. That's another lie.
No, Commissioner, it's not a lie. Commissioner, my ID number, my date of birth in the Home Affairs, even my mother knows. I was born in 1977. It is just an era of 1979 from the Home Affairs. And from the Home Affairs, Commissioner, we have tried in so many ways to rectify that. But the moment, you cannot say, I was born in 1979, and then when someone wants your ID number, then you put 1977.
Mr. Mokgotsi, it's your affidavit which you signed, and you say in that affidavit, I was born in August 1979.
That's correct, Commissioner. It is
So
me,
that,
sir.
that is incorrect. You were not born in August 1979.
And I was, it's not that it's incorrect. I'm saying due to the ID number, my ID number is incorrect from the Home Affairs. From the Home Affairs. And I grew up like that. And actually, I was born in September 1977, 22 September, not August. But the error that came from the Home Affairs, there was no way I could reverse and change it.
Okay, let's move on from that.
Thank you.
Do you have any form of policing training? Formal policing training?
No.
Do you have any form of intelligence gathering training? Any formal training?
Clandestine training, yes. Formal, you mean with qualifications?
Yes.
No.
You don't have qualifications?
No. The training was different.
Do you have any form of qualification that involves forensic investigations?
No.
No. But now you want this commission to believe that in 2020, you were hired to investigate irregularities within crime intelligence.
Commissioner, that is a fact. An irregular, the task was given to me, and for the commission, more clarity. It was not the first time. I just could not put. It's not in the statement. It was not the first time I was tasked to do any mission or a job for the crime intelligence.
What qualifies you to conduct that investigation?
My basic training. I have basic training.
Which is what, Mr. Mokgotsi? What is your basic training?
On counterintelligence, crime intelligence, and counterintelligence.
Where did you learn that?
We were more than a team of 10. Commissioners, when you get that training, even the pre-1994 arrangement, as you said, the ANC was disbanded in 1993, you will have a class. You will have a class. You will be sent to do certain things. You will have a class. You will be sent from one place to another place. You will be tasked, look at this car, look at these people from KZN, or look at whatever that was required. And after that, you will be tasked.
So that is counterintelligence training to look at cars?
No, Commissioner. I don't, Commissioners, I took this opportunity last time, together with my lawyers, because now the questions we are posing, as far as I've said I'm an agent, I cannot deliberate more than that. I cannot go deeper and deeper into that on my side. We took Senior Counsel Churchillson to meet with my handler at the hospital. He explained to him when I was registered and what happened after deregistration. And it's not only him. I also did job with a mission between 2006 and 2008, proper one, with the former Divisional Commissioner, General Bob Madlanga. As I was saying earlier here, to corroborate information into evidence. If one is allowed, I can bring those people.
Let me interrupt you, Ms. Mokgotsi. I said short answers. I don't want you to go to 2008. I want to give Mr. Chaskalson his time back. Lastly, you said to Chair, you want this commission to believe that you are a contact agent. That's what you said in your response to the Chair. Do you accept that as we are sitting here today, you have not provided this commission with any supporting documents that confirm, wait for the question, you have not supported this commission with any supporting documents that confirm your version that you are conducting investigations as a contact agent? We have nothing in front of us. You say you were in Kenya. We don't have your flight tickets. We don't have the communication between you and the person in Kenya. You say you called him on your cell phone. You say you followed Kat Matlala to Durban. We don't have your flight tickets. You did not take photos of this place you followed him to. So there's absolutely nothing before us that supports the version that you conducted any of these investigations that you are mentioning. Are you at least prepared to accept that before us as we are sitting here today, other than your statement and your say-so, there are no documents that support the version that you are a contact agent and you conducted these investigations? Yes or no?
The question is very unfair, Commissioner. To say I have nothing, as I just said to you, Commissioners, contact agent, you will never find any identity of a contact agent. You will never. In this whole room, I am a state agent. I'm a contact agent. You will never find a document written contact agent. And as I say, I took
Mr. Mokhosi,
senior counsel to the hospital.
Not a document that says contact agent. A document that shows that you conducted these investigations that you claim you were busy with.
No, Commissioners, senior counsel will have to answer on that. He met with my co-handler, and I believe they'll provide my file, because when you work, you report. You give your handler, and you report, you give him information, and all that information stays with your handler. There is no way that I can bring papers and give to you. And logically, unless you say, Commissioner, unless Commission has this belief that I just came here to come and impress people. I said, I did section 252A, it is with Ludi Snell. The Commission found it there. I recorded someone and this happened. Commission found it there. I said there is Boko Haram's thing within the crime intelligence. I didn't tell you where to go. I can tell you now that you must go to the analysis department. You will find that thing there. That's how a contact agent works. You cannot find anything written. But I thought because I saw here in this bundle, there is a letter from crime intelligence. I thought we will talk about it. I just don't want to go to it before we get there. I'll answer about that. I'll provide you answers. Okay, you will never get a paper, anything, unless you meet with my co-handler who will provide you with a file.
Mr. Mokhosi, if you're not going to answer the question I'm asking you, maybe let's leave that there. I want to give Mr. Chaskalson his time back.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In fairness to Mr. Mokhosi, I must confirm that we did interview in a hospital a man describing himself as Mr. Mokhosi's co-handler with the name that has been shown to you. And he did confirm that he had been running Mr. Mokhosi as an agent. We have certain questions we'd like to ask that man, but we're waiting for him to recover from his health condition.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chaskalson.
Mr. Mokhosi, I want to talk today about your signal communications with the Minister. And to begin with, I want to put to you the proposition that Signal is a more secure app than WhatsApp. Would you accept that?
It's not, repeat the question, Constable.
That Signal is a more secure app, secure against against interception than WhatsApp.
It's correct.
And it's an app that is generally used for clandestine communications.
I don't know about it.
Well, you are an agent, are you not?
I know of Telegram.
Telegram?
That's what you are saying, yes.
Do you use Telegram in your clandestine communications?
It is used, yes.
And I know it is used, but I'm asking, do you use it?
I sometimes use it, correct.
And do you have access to a Telegram account that you could share with the Commission?
Not at the moment.
Why is that?
It's a long time that I did not use it.
So you haven't used Telegram since when?
Depending on the mission, for that particular purpose, I'll use Telegram. If there is nothing related or needed for that top classification information, I will not use it.
When last did you use Telegram?
I can't remember.
Was it this year, last year?
I can't remember.
Mr. Mokgotsi, you must have a broad sense of when last you used Telegram. I mean, maybe at tea time you can open your phone and look at what your Telegram account says.
Yeah, maybe I can look for it, Commissioners. But what I'm saying, and all these phones are new, you need to know. And there are reasons. There are reasons why one will stop using a certain app. Like in the case of Telegram, there were very few people using it in the network. Everyone will use a WhatsApp or Signal.
So when you stopped using Telegram, what platform did you use for your clandestine messaging?
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp.
That's correct.
But you communicated with the minister on Signal. Was that his choice?
It's not his choice. I also downloaded the Signal because he was using Signal.
Sorry, I didn't hear your first half of that answer. You also?
Downloaded Signal. But
you downloaded Signal?
Yes. He's using Signal. He was using Signal also.
Yes. Did you download it for the purpose of communicating with the minister?
Not only that, then other few people also.
Do you remember when you downloaded Signal?
I can't remember.
When the minister, did you have Signal on your phone when you first started communicating with the minister?
I really cannot remember, Commissioners. You know, I'm saying most of the time I'm using the WhatsApp. And some of the apps, like you are referring to Signal, I don't know if, I believe I downloaded it somewhere last year, the Signal. And as you scroll the phone, you start seeing people who are also using Signal. Then that's when you start greeting a person to say, hey, are you on Signal? I'm also on Signal.
But presumably the minister is also on WhatsApp.
That's correct.
Why did you communicate with him on Signal?
We also communicated on WhatsApp. It was not only on Signal. Like I said, when you scroll the phone, you start seeing people who are using Signal.
Now, I understand that, but why did you choose to communicate with the minister on Signal? Why did you send Signal messages to the minister rather than WhatsApps?
You start seeing him using your Signal and you greet and say, hello, are you also on Signal? And you start talking. There's no specific reason that we must talk on Signal.
So you use WhatsApp and Signal interchangeably?
That's correct. When I'm just that I don't have Signal anymore also.
And if I understood you correctly, that when you went on to Signal, you realized that the minister was also on Signal, so you reached out to him on Signal.
That's correct.
Can we go to the first Signal text I want to discuss with you? It's at page 52. Page 52 of the Annexure bundle.
That's correct.
And we touched on it, I think, 2 days ago. You'll recall just below Monday, December 23, so it's 23 December 2024 that would have been, you sent the minister a message saying, we got a breakthrough. You recall that?
Oh, this is not, I'm looking at this at the wrong bundle, sorry.
Page 52.
5-2. Okay.
Annexures bundle. I was looking at the exhibits bundle also, Mr. Mokgotsi.
That's correct.
Now, in relation to this breakthrough, can we assume that it related to something that you and the Minister had been discussing at the time? Because it would be odd for you just to text the Minister of Police out of the blue to say, we've got a breakthrough. He must have known what you were talking about.
After our engagement, commissioners, about this chat, I went and checked. I really, in bringing all these chats and pieces together, I cannot really find a way to contextualize this message, because I forgot what we were talking about.
So you can't recall what you and the Minister were talking about in late December 2024?
I can't remember.
How many conversations did you have with the Minister in 2024?
23, Mr. Chairman.
2024, it's the 23rd of December 2024.
Communications I had with the Minister.
I mean, how regularly were you talking about with the Minister that you can't recall what you were talking about?
Yeah, we would talk not so many times, but with this one, because I remember we were talking over the phone, but we got a breakthrough. I can't remember what was this about.
What topics did you discuss with the Minister when you spoke to him in that period when you were speaking to him?
It will be, you mean the period we are here on
I'm
this?
talking about, if I understood your version, and I think it broadly tallies with that of the Minister and the Chief of Staff, you were in touch with him from I think it was September 2024, they say, and we've seen that that communication ran on, at least through Signal, into January 2025. What sort of topics were you addressing with the Minister?
It will be political topics, except the other message that I sent to him regarding what we discussed last time here about the Constitutional Court judgment. But the other time we'll only talk about political things.
You see, Ms. Poy has pointed out to me that when we asked you this question, when you were discussing this text 2 days ago, you said it was about Stilfontein. There was a breakthrough in Stilfontein.
In the one about the Stilfontein, we're talking about the arrest. When he asked, was the arrest effected? If you remember, I said, there I can still remember we were talking about the Stilfontein.
But this breakthrough wasn't about Stilfontein that you can remember.
I could have said if it was, because me and him, that time we were talking about a community meeting which was held at Stilfontein, and the community were looking for that suspect, and he was never arrested. So I can't remember this breakthrough, what was it about?
You see, yesterday the Chief of Staff of the Minister was in Parliament, and he was also just talking about Stilfontein. Everyone was talking about Stilfontein. Did you see the evidence of the Stilfontein from the Chief of Staff?
I can't hear the question, Commissioner.
The Chief of Staff was in Parliament, the Minister's Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde. He was testifying at Parliament yesterday. And when he was asked about this contact that you had, and in particular meetings you had with the Minister, everything was about Stilfontein.
Yes, I didn't hear him, but yes, the Minister was in Stilfontein, and I was also there.
You see, I want to put to you that you know that this breakthrough had nothing to do with Stilfontein. It had to do with something else.
Unless, commissioners, you know what is that, now I can't remember.
Well, let me take you through the chats. Let's start with this one. We've got a breakthrough. Can you see the time of that chat?
Yes, I can see it.
Monday, the 23rd of December, what time?
10:34.
I'd like you to take that page and the next page out of the file so that you can keep them on one side.
Yes, I can see them.
Got page 52 and 53 out of the file.
Yes, they're here.
I mean, I actually want you to take them out the file because I'm going to take you somewhere else in the file, and I want you to be able to look at both at the same time.
Tate.
Absolutely. Because this is a rare situation where we actually know what you were doing on the 23rd of December at 10:34. Can you go to page 45? And at the top of the page, you will see at exactly the same time, 23rd of December 2024, 10:34, you were on the phone. You, in fact, called Kat Matlala. You called him at 10:34:40, but the call may not have gone through because at 10:34:59, Kat Matlala called you back.
That's correct.
And then at 10:35, you texted him iPad guy, name. Does that help you remember what the breakthrough was?
No, it doesn't go together, this one. Because even when he said iPad guy, when I wanted the name of the iPad guy, he never gave me that name. And that's, even if he had given me, you would probably say that was the breakthrough. But he never gave me the name.
Sorry, Mr. Mokgotsi, I must ask you to answer these questions as an honest witness, not as an operative trying to pursue an operation at this point. You texted the minister at 10:34. And you texted the minister saying, we got a breakthrough.
That's correct.
At 10:34, you had just come off a call, 2 calls in fact, to Mr. Matlala.
That's correct.
And after you texted the minister at 10:34, less than a minute after, because 10:35 exactly, you text back to Mr. Matlala, iPad guy, name.
That's correct. But you see, in this situation, it happens to everyone. When you are chatting with someone and then you receive another call, when you answer that call, the particular person will start chatting to you. It has nothing to do with the breakthrough, unless if the iPad guy's name was given to me and I say, yes, we've got a breakthrough. It was not.
Mr. Mokgotsi, I have to put to you that your answer in this regard is false, but let's go through the texts.
Okay.
Let's go back to page 52 to see what happens later on the 24th of December, on the 23rd of December. The minister calls you back at 11:23. You often get called by the minister.
Commissioner?
Do you often get called by the minister?
Yeah, you do call me, but you'll find that if we have spoken that day and we continue what we're talking about, probably you'll then call me.
I see. He really seemed to want to get hold of you because he called you twice.
That's correct.
Called you again at 14:49.
That's correct.
And you still can't recall what he was calling about?
I thought, Commissioner, I can't recall. I thought you'd go to the 24th and he asked me about the arrest. You see, if...
Sorry, Mr. Mokgotsi, I must ask you to answer these questions as they... You can't recall.
Yes.
Let me help you again. Go back to page 45. The minister has called you at 14:49. You've had a conversation with him, apparently.
Who called me Madlanga?
No, no. Go to 52, or you can look behind you at 52, or look to your
Yes, I'm
left
in
at
52.
52. And you'll see that there's an incoming call from the minister at 14:49.
That's correct.
And then, 7 minutes later, if we go back to
Yes.
page 45,
Right.
we see that you've sent Mr. Matlala this message at 10:35 saying iPad guy name, and he hasn't come back to you.
That's
So
correct.
7 minutes after the minister calls you, you send him another message. My brother, any news from iPad?
Yes, I can see. Yeah, that's correct.
Why were you so anxious to get iPad news from Mr. Matlala? Was it that you didn't want to disappoint the minister?
No, the minister did not want the iPad guy. It is me who wanted the iPad guy. It is me who was pushing Kat to give me the iPad guy. And I'm still repeating, commissioners, unless if I send a message, we got a breakthrough, on the other side, we find that Kat has given me the iPad guy's name. Probably that would be the iPad, that would be the breakthrough. That's what will relate to the message of the breakthrough.
But then, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your answer. Are you saying that the breakthrough would be a breakthrough if Kat had told you who the iPad guy was?
I'm saying the message that you say, I remember, and it is linked to my communication with Kat and the minister, would have made sense that the portion where I say we got a breakthrough would have made sense, because you imply that I was looking for the iPad guy, simultaneously I was talking to the minister, with our communication differs in seconds. If there was a breakthrough, it means it would have been that iPad guy. So it is not, and I cannot remember this message.
Well, let me suggest you another breakthrough that there may have been. You may have been told that there are grounds to arrest members of the PKTT for allegedly assaulting Mr. Matlala when they arrested him on the 6th of December. And you may have reported that to the minister as a breakthrough.
Probably that would be a prophecy from somewhere.
That could be.
Maybe someone prophesizing. It's not that.
You did by this stage know that Mr. Matlala was alleging that he had been assaulted, he and his wife had been assaulted on the 6th of December.
Yes, I did. And even if those people could have been arrested, there was no need for me to tell the minister.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at the texts again. You've asked Mr. Matlala, still on the 23rd of December at 14:46, my brother, any news from iPad?
That's correct.
Don't get a reply from him, so you call him at 15:39 on that day.
That's correct.
Why would you be calling him? You also called him at 15:40, we see lower down.
Me and Kat were talking.
You've asked him twice for details of an iPad guy early in the day and he hasn't got back to you.
Yes, he did not come back to me.
Will you accept that the probabilities are that when you're calling him, you're looking for that iPad guy?
No, there won't be. It would have been the possibility, but if I don't remember, I don't remember. But I'm still saying I was looking for the iPad guy, and the possibility may be that, of course, I was looking for the iPad guy. But it's not easy to convey a message verbally to someone on those things. It's easy to say any iPad guy because I wanted the name. So I would want him probably to type it or to get something tangible.
So, and he hasn't yet told you who the iPad guy is?
He didn't tell me. You'll see in our chats, in some of the chats, he do acknowledges that the iPad guy could not help him and he was not brave enough. It's written in one of the messages. Yeah, there you go. On page 47, he said, on page 47, if you go there, I asked him, iPad guy can be a breakthrough. It's me saying that.
We'll come to that in due course.
And he answered, there's a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in. Then I said, will it work? It never worked.
Mr. Mokotsi, we'll get to, I promise you'll have an opportunity to explain that, chat, because the word that you use calls for some explanation. But we'll get there in due course. I want to take this chronologically.
All right.
Let's see what the next stage of these proceedings is. On the 24th of December, if we go back to page 53 and your WhatsApps to the Minister, you see on Tuesday, the 24th of December at 1919, it's the Minister who's initiating contact again, and he says, was the arrest effected?
This I remember.
And what do you say this was?
In the Stilfontein.
We're back with Stilfontein now.
That's correct.
Okay, I want to put it to you that that's false, and you know it's false.
It's not false, it's true. It's me who was talking to the Minister. There's no way you can know that.
Sorry, no one was talking to the Minister here. This was the Minister texting you.
Yes, I'm saying it is me who was chatting with him, and it's me who was in contact with him. There is no way a third person can say, I'm lying, it's not true, we were talking about something else. It's true what is that you see here.
Let's see how you respond to the Minister. Well, first of all, we see that you did actually respond. Can we just stay on 53? There was a response that you sent on Tuesday, December the 24th. We can see the top, that little blue line at the top represents a message that would have come from you, but we can't see what its content was because it's obscured by the sign that says signal message. So we know you responded, and that you responded on Tuesday, December the 24th. We just don't know what you said.
Yeah, I can see, but I believe you, commissioners, this is most downloadable from the iPhone 16. It's supposed to come out clear. I don't know why is it like this.
Sorry, Mr. Mokotsi, this is a screenshot that you yourself took of your communications with the Minister, then WhatsApped it to Mr. Mokotsi, Mr. Matlala.
No, I know I'm Mr. Matlala at the moment. Yeah, but I responded there, as you say, but I know we're talking about the Stilfontein.
You know you're talking about Stilfontein now.
I can't hear the question.
You know now that that was about Stilfontein.
About the arrest. That's correct.
Who was arrested in Stilfontein?
It was, like I said, they were looking for a suspect after a community meeting, and he asked me if there was the arrest was. Then I called him. I also called him, I remember, to say there was no any arrest.
Of course, if we had access to your signal chats, all of this would be resolved, but it seems that you no longer have access to your signal.
You know, during our interaction with your office, one of the investigators told me that I should do certain things to access and talk to whoever I did. I'm going to try to I know there's going to be cross-examinations and all those things. I'll try to get these things also.
You'll try to reconstruct your signal account.
Yes, and by the way, there is a process. I believe that Ket Matlala's phone and it is going to be those messages will be re-downloaded. Perhaps at some stage we will get all these messages.
No, but what we're looking at here is not something that any re-downloading of Ket Matlala's phone will ever help us with, because this is a screenshot of your signal communications that you sent to Mr. Matlala.
Okay. Commissioners, I'll go out there and see how do I get the signal. I'll try my best, because it will also help me.
It would help you to have your signal back.
No, in these proceedings, like these messages which one cannot answer, there won't be a time where someone say, I'm putting to you that you were talking about something. If the signal can work, that question will not, that statement will not come again.
A signal would help both of us, I suspect.
That's correct.
Before we leave this text, the Minister says, was the arrest effected? That's quite formal language. Is that how the Minister speaks?
I don't know the formal and informal. Commissioners, I did tell you, I do not have formally, I'm not matriculated, and I cannot literally say if this is formal and this is not formal.
Well, he isn't saying, were they arrested or did they make an arrest? He's saying, was the arrest effected?
On the keeping of the Stelfontein, whom the community was looking for.
Can you give us some details of this Stilfontein arrest that has now loomed so large? Who was the suspect? Was the suspect ever arrested?
I don't know anymore, but...
Sorry, you don't know anymore?
Yes, I've not been following that since...
So we can assume that in December 2024, the suspect wasn't arrested?
No, that time was not arrested.
Yeah.
I'm just saying ever since this July 6, all our lives have changed.
And I can understand that, but I'm very curious about these Stilfontein stories that we keep hearing about. Who was the suspect? What was the suspect alleged to have done?
The king of the Zamazamas who was arrested and escaped from custody. The community was willing, and they were trying to show some leads for where to find the person.
Right, but that person was never arrested.
To date, I cannot confirm, but that time he was not arrested.
So when you sent a text to the minister saying you had a breakthrough, it didn't relate to the arrest of the king of the Zamazamas because he's still at large.
That's what I was saying. If it was, I would have said yes, it was the Zamazamas because the person was arrested. So since there was no any arrest effected, I cannot link the two messages.
So the breakthrough wasn't about the Zamazamas?
No, I can't remember. It was not about.
There was some other breakthrough that you can't recall?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Let's follow that chronology a bit further. Now, we need to go back to page 46. And we see on page 46 two things, which is before the ministers texted you at 1919, you've called Mr. Matlala at 1405.
No, but I don't see where you say the minister called me. Is it the same?
No, remember the minister calls you, the minister texts you on Signal, before the minister texts you on Signal.
Yes, but that means it's the separate 2 pages that you said I should keep separate.
Yes, your communications with the minister are on pages 52 and 53.
That's correct, I have it.
So, on the 24th at 1405, you had an audio call with Mr. Matlala. The minister then asks about whether an arrest has been effected at 19 hours 19, that's page 53. And nothing comes back from Mr. Matlala. But you end up calling him at 11:03 on Christmas Eve.
Calling who, Commissioner?
Mr. Matlala. Was that because you were very anxious to find out about the iPad guy because you wanted to give the minister a Christmas present?
Commissioners, I don't know how will this be understood well that the two messages the two communications between myself and the minister and myself and Kat do not really apply to the messages of Minister Senzo. And
Well,
about the Christmas present, I don't know of a Christmas present.
I see. Let's see what happens on Christmas Day. If we go down to 8:42, that's just almost 8:45 on Christmas morning, you send Mr. Matlala a WhatsApp. Good day, bro. I believe it was a misdial, sorry. 1 iPad. So on Christmas Day, you are still badgering Mr. Matlala to give you details about iPad.
Yeah, that's correct.
We go down a little bit, in fact, over the page. All the way down to 9:18 on Christmas Day on page 47. You got that?
Time?
9:18. Sort of towards the bottom of page 47.
Yes, I see.
You got it?
Yes,
You send Mr. Matlala a message, and the message says, iPad can be a breakthrough.
That's correct.
Does that word breakthrough ring a bell?
To get there, I think that should be read together with page 46, where I say, good day, brah, Christmas 0842. I believe it was a misdial, sorry. Then 1, iPad, 2, court case date, 3, 25%, we may lose accommodation and flight packages. It must be read with that. So I knew that when he can get the iPad person, it will help him to deal with the police, those handled his wife and everything. But particularly for me, I wanted to know the iPad person.
Why did you want to know the iPad person?
Because he could do wonders. The way he told me he could deal with, it was his connection, and I wanted to know him, and he was telling me that guy can do wonders, can arrest.
And what would these wonders do to advance your operation?
Is to know this particular pit guy who is able to perform his duties so wonderfully, instructed by this private person.
I see. Let's follow the chats. You say iPad can be a breakthrough.
That's correct.
Was it just a coincidence that you used breakthrough in your text to the minister a couple of days earlier and breakthrough there?
Yeah, it's a coincidence.
Unfortunate coincidence.
Question, Commissioner?
An unfortunate coincidence.
Yeah, it's a coincidence.
I see. What happens later is you've texted at 9:18. Mr. Matlala says at 9:18, there's a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in. You text back at 10:32, will it work? And he says at 10:54, needs someone brave enough.
That's correct. It means that iPad guy couldn't do it, and he ended up not giving the name of the iPad guy, but the man was not brave enough.
I see. So we didn't have an iPad guy who was brave enough.
Yeah.
Let's go down the chat until we get to 27 December, the day that you forward him the minister's exchange. Page 52. You got it?
I got it. It's the one I have in my hand.
Indeed. On the 27th of December, you send Mr. Matlala your exchange with the minister about breakthroughs and whether arrests were affected. You follow that?
I can't follow.
What you have in your hand, pages 52 and 53, is a screenshot of your signal chat to the Minister that you sent to Mr. Matlala on the 27th of December at 12:01. You'll see the date when you sent it to Mr. Matlala if you go to the top of page 52.
That's correct.
So you have a screenshot of your signal account with the Minister. Take a screenshot, you forward it to Mr. Matlala on WhatsApp on the 27th of December at 12:01.
That's correct.
And what you're forwarding to him is this.
Thing of Stilfontein.
Well, you say it's a thing of Stilfontein. What it says is we got a breakthrough and was the arrest effected?
Yeah, but this.
And then 4 minutes after you, sorry, not 4 minutes, 12:05, 4 minutes after you've sent it to him, you send him a one-word message that says iPad.
That's correct.
Why did you send that? Why did you send that one-word message iPad to him straight after forwarding him the Minister's
No, I was going back to the discussion, our discussion about the iPad, but I can tell you why did this message go to him of the Stilfontein. Then the police who released, let's start my work again. The police who were charged for the escape of that Kingpin, which we were looking for. There was a case and they were charged. And one of these police is based here in Pretoria. And this, as I was talking, maybe this one, I can't remember, but we were talking, me and Kate, on the phone. And he told me, you know, I've got a guy. This guy can help us, because I was telling him about that guy, because the one of them who was charged staying in Pretoria, and he felt that that guy wanted to tell the truth.
Sorry, can I just clarify what you're saying now? That
Yes.
Mr. Matlala
Yes.
had told you that he knew this guy.
Who was one of the police officers who were charged for the escape of the Kingpin.
Of allowing the Kingpin to escape.
Yes, that one.
Is this the same story as that
the same
operation? Sorry, hang on a minute. The operation
Volume code.
with Colonel Maluleke that you did with the Nkabis that won you the trust of General Sibia, or is it a different situation?
No, this is a different situation. We are talking about, here's the person we wanted to have, the Kingpin who ran away. Now, this Kingpin who ran away, commissioners, we could not get him. Now, I reached to Matlala that, you know, we are looking for this and this and this person. The police allowed, or they ganged or whatever, but they teamed up to have this man escaped. And he said, indeed, there's one guy also from here who was working there. I think he may know how this whole thing happened.
You see, what's odd about this explanation is there's not the faintest hint of it in any of the WhatsApps that we see between yourself and Mr. Matlala, which traverse a very wide range of subjects, but never touch on Stilfontein at all.
Yeah, but we would also talk over the phone, because that was now when I was talking to him over the phone.
I see. So you're suggesting that it's just another unfortunate coincidence that when you send the minister's communication to you, to Mr. Matlala, you just happened, unfortunately, to follow it up with a one-line message saying iPad. That message was sent 4 minutes later.
Yeah, but iPad has always been our story, me and Matlala. And I told him that we are looking for this particular guy. And some of the information he provided about this police officer who was charged could not actually help us at the end of the day. We couldn't find that man. And this, like, for the Commission's knowledge, information, those police who were charged, they are still, I think their disciplinary hearings have just been concluded. I'm not sure, since July 6.
Let's follow the chats. 12:05, you say iPad.
That's correct.
You get a response about 20 minutes later from Mr. Matlala, who says, let me know when you get back.
That's correct.
12:31, you say, what does the guy need? And then you say, I'm heading to Cape Town for January the 8th at 12:32. And then Mr. Matlala writes back to you at 12:37. The case needs to have assault for him to effect arrest.
That's correct.
He uses that same phrase, effect arrest. Is that another coincidence?
That's correct. Well, that's an English word, eh? Which is
It is an English word. It's quite a formal way of describing the process of arresting someone.
Yeah, but this cat, I couldn't tell him what to write and how not to write. It's an
Yes,
English
but-
word.
So it's another one of these inexplicable, unfortunate coincidences that he just happens to use the same formal language as the minister does when he comes to describing the process of arrest.
No, probably not like the minister does. Maybe he just because he just copied maybe from what I sent him, or it's an English that came to him that time. It's just an English word.
I see, because he then goes on to use what sounds like his own English when he says he's saying he can't do arrest if there's no J88 to prove assault.
That's correct.
And my wife is not keen to open up an assault case. The guards who were assaulted at my house only coming back in January, they went home for Christmas.
That's correct. May I add something here, Commissioner? The formal way of writing, you see, if you can check how I write and how Cat writes, usually, the case needs to have, yes, he types his sentences in full. He like typing formally. That's how he types, unlike me. So his English is very, very formal.
Is he can't do arrest a formal description in the sentence that's typed in full?
I can't understand the question, Commissioner.
You're saying when he types in full, he likes to use formal English, but
That's
in
correct.
this paragraph where he types in full, first he says the case needs to have assault for him to effect arrest, mirroring exactly what the minister said. And then he says he's saying he can't do arrest if there's no J88. Is do arrest a formal, Mr. Matlala's usual formal style for typing out long sentences?
Yeah, but this is how it's written. I don't know if commissioners, was he expected to repeat effect arrest so that the English could be proper?
You were the one who said he writes formally when he writes in long sentences.
Yeah, and formally, commissioners, we cannot repeat the sentence, the words. Like here, he doesn't even say to open a case. If it's me, I would write 2 in a number. And I'll open up an assault case. I would have just said a criminal or a case. But I'm trying to show you that he even put a comma. That's very formal way of writing. Comma, the guards who were assaulted at my house, everything is formal, how he types.
You see, Mr. Matlala, what I'm going to put to you is that it is absolutely clear from these chats that what you and the minister were discussing on 23 and 24 December was the possible arrest of PKTT members by IPID in relation to the events during the 6 December operation at Mr. Matlala's house.
No, that was not the discussion. That was not the discussion. It cannot be that I can discuss the arrest of these PKTT members with the minister. And to be clear with you, I know who can arrest and who has that power to arrest the PKTT. I cannot even think that I can rely on Madlanga to get me iPad guy to arrest this guy. I wanted the iPad guy. So the notion that you are saying is totally not true.
Why did you want the iPad guy?
Because they said he can do wonders. And the wonders meaning he could. And I wanted to know who this person was. It was not the first time I hear about him. It was not the first time.
So what were you hoping to achieve through the iPad guy?
After I got him.
Who did you want the iPad guy to arrest?
No, I did not want that. I was not interested in how the iPad will arrest those people. I wanted to know the iPad guy.
Why did you want to know an iPad guy?
This is for my investigation, for my own operation.
For what purpose?
Purpose will never be understood, Commissioner. I wanted this particular guy.
This particular iPad guy?
That's correct.
The one who Mr. Madlanga had been speaking to at a certain stage?
That's correct.
What was so special about that guy?
Commissioners, you know, I know iPad people. I know a lot of them. I interacted with even the investigators. I know a lot of them. I did not need Madlanga to help me find an iPad person who can effect any arrest. I said I wanted the iPad guy for my own purpose, for whatever that I wanted him for. Not what you are implying that we were planning that the iPad should arrest the PKTT members.
But why then would iPad be a breakthrough in your own words?
I don't understand what, from the message that I said.
You send a message, iPad can be a breakthrough.
I remember when you talked to Madlanga, I wanted the iPad guy. He wanted him to assist him to arrest people who assaulted his wife. For me to support him, I must keep on saying, must get this iPad guy to get you these people.
And what was going to be so special about this one iPad guy, as opposed to all of the other iPad guys you know?
You see, I'm not at liberty to tell. I'll be opening another can as to what this particular iPad guy do, according to Madlanga.
All right, well, I put it to you that your version here is transparently false, but I'm not going to take it further.
Yeah,
Mr. Johnson, are you leaving this chat?
I'm leaving this chat, but I'm moving on to other signal chats which will cast further light on it.
I just need the witness to clarify. Mr. Mokhosi, whose arrest were you discussing with Mr. Madlanga in the last chat on page 53? Because it does refer to somebody's arrest, and it says the wife is not willing to open an assault case. The guards who were assaulted at my house are only coming back in January. So whose arrest are you discussing in this chat?
The people who went to his house.
The PKTT.
Those that went to his house and harassed him.
The PKTT.
If
Yes
it was,
or no?
Yes. If it was the PKTT, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Well, you will recall later on that when you send Mr. Madlanga news of the disbandment decision, you say the people who arrest you, that unit's been disbanded.
Yes, I remember.
So it was the PKTT people you were
correct.
looking to have arrested.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can we then go to the next text, which also seems to be a text to the Minister from you targeting the PKTT and its leadership? Can we go to page 57?
57.
57. And you'll see that on the 31st of December at 11:18, you forward to Mr. Matlala a screenshot of another message that you have sent to the Minister. And you'll recall that we discussed this message yesterday. It's a message that refers to a Constitutional Court judgment on 20 December 2024, the Makala judgment. And you say to the Minister, Minister, I'm going to get the case number and this judgment for you. Now we've got something proven by the court. This is the matter now which either Sibia or the Minister can charge Khumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. It took the Constitutional Court to release a man who was sentenced to life imprisonment through a forced Section 204 confession. Imagine, Comrade Senso, after 30 years of democracy having this kind of policing. The good thing now is that these are not allegations but a court judgment. We discussed this briefly again yesterday. And can you just run us through your reasoning as to why this would afford a basis for the charging of General Khumalo?
As we were discussing yesterday, I did say the head of the PKTT should account or take responsibility if this has been decided by the court.
Who told you about this case?
Commissioner?
Who told you about this case, this judgment?
I can't remember where I saw it, but I can't remember who sent me that charge. It was on the news, I think. This was on the news on the 24th.
Do you know that there's not a single mention of the PKTT or, in fact, General Khumalo in the judgment?
Yeah, I was informed here yesterday by Madam Commissioner. And I thought it was the PKTT.
You thought it was the PKTT?
Yes.
Why did you think the Minister would be interested in the idea of charging General Khumalo arising from this judgment, assuming you were right that it was the PKTT?
And I did not think he'll be interested. I was just showing him my view that time, of which I even found it that it is probably the National Commissioner or whoever who can charge them, not the Minister.
What's interesting about what you write to the Minister is well, there are at least two features of what you write to him that I would submit are interesting. The first is you say you're going to get the case number and this judgment for you. Now we got something proven by the court. Who's the we?
Me and people, whoever sent me that thing, and even when we speak actually, me and the person who sent me that thing will refer to ourselves as we, and even me when I speak to the Minister, I may end up saying we.
So we includes the Minister, I would have thought. If you write to someone or if you say to someone, we have this or we should do that, you're saying that person and yourself are the we.
No, not in this one.
So this was not...
If the message talks about democracy and after 30 years, we means the people of South Africa, means the public.
So this is like the royal we.
Yeah, no, yes.
You're speaking on behalf of the whole South African nation.
No, whoever who has this particular interest that someone is being acquitted after being sentenced to life, those that see this as an achievement.
But why would you write to the Minister about this?
The Minister, irrespective of for which department, even if this was in relation to minerals, I would write to the Minister of Minerals. If it was about sports, he will write to the Minister of Sports.
On his personal Signal account?
On any platform where you are able to find him.
Then you say, this is the matter now which either Sabia or the Minister can charge Khumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. So you're suggesting to the Minister that he should discipline General Khumalo?
As a public, yes, as a South African, I was not the first person to suggest. Where we want accountability, you will even say, Minister, fire these people, or Minister, do this.
But you're not an ordinary member of the public in relation to the Minister, Mr. Mokgotsi. You're someone who the Minister has been phoning on several occasions on WhatsApp, on Signal.
As a comrade, and it should not be misconceived that if someone is a comrade and you being a comrade, the moment he becomes a minister, is no more a comrade. You will still call him, he will still call you.
And in your testimony a few minutes ago, you said it may be the National Commissioner to do the disciplining. But in this message, you didn't mention the National Commissioner, you mentioned Sabia. Why did you mention Sabia?
I don't know why I mentioned Sabia, but I mentioned it.
Come now, Mr. Mokgotsi, you do know why you mentioned Sabia. Why would you have mentioned Sabia?
Commissioners, if you know why I mentioned him, please be at liberty to tell the Commission why.
I'm not saying I know, I'm saying that you know.
When you say I know, it means you know that I know.
Why on earth would you mention a Deputy National Commissioner in relation to the discipline of General Khumalo? What could General Sabia have anything... What relevance could General Sabia have to the disciplinary process?
No, I understand the question. Sorry for wasting Commission's time. The Deputy National Commissioner of Detection is, we like using the word the boss to both the Divisional Commissioner of Intelligence, General Khumalo. He is the immediate supervisor, he is the immediate person above him.
So you're saying that General Khumalo reports to General Sabia?
Definitely.
Well, I think you're wrong in that regard. Is that what you thought?
I'm not wrong.
You are wrong. It's not a debate that we need to have with you. It's a legal fact that we can debate at the end of this commission.
Okay, may I clarify this to the Commission? The Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence is accountable to the DNC, to the Deputy National Commissioner.
Who told you this? Is that what General Sabia told you in your meetings with him when he was handling your operation?
No, I know.
Is it what your handlers told you?
It's I can even say it's my handler, but I know that the Deputy National Commissioner is above the Divisional Commissioner. They are both Lieutenant Generals, but this one is a Divisional Commissioner. The Deputy National Commissioner is above the Divisional Commissioner.
It's not a debate that I want to have with you, but I do want to know where you get that view.
It's not a view. The only person who's above the Deputy National Commissioner is the National Commissioner. And underneath the Deputy National Commissioner is the Divisional Commissioner.
Well, let's leave that there. I just want to find out from you, was the Minister receptive to your suggestion that General Khumalo should be charged arising out of the Makala judgment?
It is quite clear even on the message, he did not even respond to me.
No, it's not clear on the message that he did not respond. We don't know what happened in your Signal communications with the Minister, because this is the only piece of the screenshot we see.
No, I know he did not respond.
So he didn't respond at all to this message?
He never responded.
But he did respond to other messages later?
Like I say, he did not respond to this particular message.
I see. We do know, however, and we'll get to it in due course, that he asked his his chief of staff to set up a meeting for you on the 3rd of February at a later stage?
At the legislature.
The chief of staff testified yesterday, having looked at the minister's diary, that the minister had tasked him to set up a meeting for you and the minister on the 3rd of February.
Or with some comrades, that's correct.
Right. We'll get to that meeting a little later. Chair, I think I've run over time here.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:25.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Brian Mhotsi wa idlala liki dogs sham. I wa idlala liki dogs ka di commissioners o re o ira ka mokgwa ratang ka teng. O re ebile o lebella o le lebella o ka re o lebella bana ba banyane. Ntho engwe le engwe e nyakang ho tswa mo molomong wa hae ya tswa. Mara e seng ka Sibiya le Moqobi, mo ha dumele moo. O nyaka Khumalo le Masemola le Mkhwanazi ba batlileng ka ditaba. Ka baka la e le agent, nako eo yotlhe e nannetseng ka ditaba tse kana-kana a sa di tise le tlo di utlwa moshimane oo.
Good morning, Igama Usihle. So just a comment on the cross-examination. Mokhotsi is busted. He is busted, and I'm interested to see the flow throughout the day, but he is busted. And I think something should happen from now on, in terms of the commission making certain decisions and findings and recommendations with regards to the evidence that has been presented thus far. Mokhotsi is a liar, is a pathological liar, and it is clear. It is clear to everyone, because he cannot put us there as South Africans and tell us that he's representing us, and then he changes his informant, and then he's a comrade of the minister, all of that. So, guys, he must be arrested.
Sanibonani. Hayi mina lama commission kimi uyithusa afana nama-jokes, cause abantu beza lapha bangekho prepared, bangazi ukuthi bayothini. Bayatsamsakha, angi-understand actually, cause lento is-straight ukuthi labantu ba-deserve ijele nje. Umchunu, uSibiya, uMkhotsi and other amalokhunjana asazuza. Hayi, bayadeserve ukuboshwa bakithi bonke abaphendula ngendlela yalaba abathathu. Badeserve ijele, please. Sicela nje kungamoshi imali yama-taxpayer lapho. Akuboshwa ababoshwayo. No-president wethu kufanele enze sure ukuthi le committee uyazi ukuthi uyisungulele ini. Kube clear for abantu base-South Africa, cause lana kudlalwa ngemali yabo.
Yes, Mr. Chatsworth.
Chair, I am going to move to a new topic now. If the commissioners have any questions on the topics of those two chats that we've traversed, I'll pause here.
Thank you. For me, just a few on one aspect, the Constitutional Court judgment. Mr. Mokhodzi, by saying that you were still going to get the judgment, when you wrote to the minister about it, you had obviously not read the judgment itself, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Since you had not read the judgment, you must have heard about what you say in your text to the minister about the judgment, correct?
That's correct.
What exactly had you heard?
PKTT members is a acquittal of the people who were forced into 204 statement by the PKTT members.
Who had told you this?
It was, like I said, it came from the social, not like news or online news thing, but whoever sent it to me said the PKTT members.
So there are two things here. What the person who communicated with you said, and also what was in the news. So I want to be sure about the mention of the PKTT.
Yeah.
Was it by the person who communicated with you, or was it by the media? Was it in the news?
Yeah, it was in the news, but like senior counsel was saying, so you thought it was the PKTT. I acceded, yes.
Yeah. So are you saying specifically that the news mentioned the PKTT?
The person who sent me the message on WhatsApp, they showing me the PKTT members.
Not the news, not the news.
Yes.
So the news made no mention of the PKTT.
Yeah, I cannot confirm it was the news. No, did not.
And who was the person who told you this?
It's one of the, is it on the group or, but there is this 3 groups. I can try and verify where this thing come from. Maybe after lunch, I should just go in and look for it quickly. I can try and get where and the source of that.
How was this communicated to you?
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp.
Yes.
Oh, so you still have this somewhere?
No, if you go to, if it was a news link, I will have to look for that particular phrase, like 204. Go to Google just to research quickly how was it phrased.
Without suggesting that news is always accurate, but I would be very surprised that this was in the news, because this case had nothing to do with the PKTT. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, the fact that the question was posed as to whether Mr. Mokhodzi, did you read the statement? Answering no means I cannot I should be directed given what the fact says as we speak.
I will tell you that the judgment concerned events that took place in the Western Cape that had nothing to do with the PKTT. Do you accept that?
I accept on the basis that probably I did not read the judgment. I accept that the judgment may have not said the PKTT, but I know that I don't know if commissioner is saying it has nothing to do with the PKTT because it's not in the KZN.
No.
No, if that's not the case.
I'm just stating the fact
The
that
fact.
that case had nothing to do with the PKTT.
Okay, I accede.
But I may add also that what we have heard thus far, unless you're going to suggest otherwise, is that the PKTT was involved in KZN and also in the Eastern Cape Fort Hare cases and in Tata case. And we've not heard anything else. Yes, a few members came to assist in Gauteng. That's all we have heard. But that's not the point I was making. I was just saying to you that case had nothing to do with the PKTT.
I agree.
It related to Western Cape events that had nothing to do with the PKTT.
I agree, Commissioner.
Why did you rush to tell the minister about the judgment when you had not yourself read the judgment?
Like I said, it happened so quickly, and even to date, I've not read the judgment. It happened that quickly, and I typed that message. I thought it was the PKTT.
All right. Just remind me again, what do you say about sourcing for us the information that relates to what was communicated to you? Are you saying you're going to get that for us?
No, I was saying it was before you say it's a fact, Commissioner. Now that you say it's a fact, there's nothing, there's no need for me to look for anything.
No, I'm interested in who told you about this.
No, I would not even find who told me. I was going to check how was it phrased, whether it is phrased in some of the media links. But if you say it's a fact,
let me ask you directly then. Who gave you that information? The information that this was about the PKTT. Who gave you that information?
I can't remember.
On something that you consider to be so crucial, Minister, we are going to be, you and General Sibia now have a basis for having General Khumalo arrested. Surely that must have been something quite important to you, was it not? The arrest of a general, especially at your instance, is not something that happens every day. Is that not so?
It is so. I believe, Commissioners, it seems like it is about General Khumalo. Here, I'm talking of people who were sent to life, were sentenced to life. They had to go. It's not easy to go from High Court to SCA and finally get a judgment in the Constitutional Court. It's not everyone. So I'm saying that how much they lost, the time in prison, all their resources. I even said, even after 30 years of democracy, I was just feeling for those people. Where I am wrong is to align or attach that to the PKTT.
Did you not consider this subject to be of importance?
It is important. It was important.
The subject that you communicated with the minister about, did you not consider it to be important?
I did.
So I would have thought that it should be quite easy to know who communicated to you the fact that this was about the PKTT.
You know, it could have, even the message that I sent that talks about the property from the CI and this, I cannot really tell you now who sent it to me, but it's very, very important.
Thank you. Advocate Baloyi.
Thank you.
Baloyi, sing Baloyi.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Still on that message or exchange with the minister, that page 52 that you were discussing now with the chairperson, you say there that the minister or Sibia or General Sibia can charge Khumalo. That's what you say. I didn't hear your explanation why you skipped the National Commissioner.
I was saying General Sibia was the immediate line manager to General Khumalo.
Yes. And then you say the minister, the executive authority that can do that. And my question is, the operational issues of discipline are not, at least in my understanding, are not ministerial functions. Why do you say the minister and skip the National Commissioner?
Yes, the letter, this message was directed to the minister, and as I said, I also realized, as we speak of the internal processes, that the minister cannot charge an individual.
No, but you understand, I think you earlier on told Mr. Chaskalson that you know the workings of the SAP, so you know that the minister cannot discipline. It must mean that you know that.
I said I didn't. I realized later that it is not the minister who can do that. It is. Remember, it is not that I am acquainted with or conversant with everything in SAPS.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And where in that message you say, now we got something. Now we got something. Before this, you were searching. It suggests that before this you had been searching and you were not succeeding, and now we got them. Am I wrong to read that the emphasis of now to mean that? That you're telling the minister, we've been looking, now we've got something to discipline them.
Yeah, you are not wrong to think it that way, but that's not what I
So
meant.
you say I'm not wrong.
No, to think, Commissioner is saying, Madam Commissioner is saying, do you agree that I'm not wrong to think this way? Indeed, you are not wrong to think that way.
Okay. So I'm correct that the communication here means you had been looking for something, and now you're telling the minister we've got them finally.
Not necessarily, Commissioner. Maybe the word, English is very troublesome. We just like it. Maybe I just said, now we have something. But I did not imply, as you were saying, if I mention something, there must have been some communication.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Why are you sending your communication with the minister to Mr. Matala about judgments and about Khumalo being disciplined? Why did you think, or why did you know, in fact, that it would be of interest to Mr. Matala that you are communicating this with the minister?
I was showing him that I'm still close to the minister, and the PKTT, which was it was news for him also, good news, that he hears it from me. That suggestion, because it talks about the PKTT.
Sorry, your answer is?
It would interest him. According to me, I just thought, because the PKTT, just like the letter that I said, the PKTT that came to your house, he will have interest in that to hear if I suggest that, because that was what I was thinking.
No, but you see, your text doesn't mention the PKTT, it mentions Khumalo.
Yeah.
So you knew he would be interested that Khumalo is to be disciplined, that you are talking to the minister about disciplining Khumalo. You knew that.
It's true. Khumalo, who is the head of the PKTT?
Why did you think Mr. Matlala has an interest in Khumalo being disciplined?
Not Khumalo only.
No, you're referring to Khumalo here.
Yes,
let's take it one step at a time. Your message here speaks only to Khumalo. You haven't said in this message anyone else is to be disciplined, right? You say Khumalo will be disciplined. The question is, why did you think Mr. Matlala has an interest in knowing that you're speaking to the minister about disciplining Khumalo?
Yeah, it's because Khumalo is the head of the PKTT. And like as I said yesterday, I thought, commissioners, if you can know what I think of that message now, it's totally different from what I thought then. Now I can see this message did not have any weight, it's meaningless. But that time I thought, because PKTT is headed by General Khumalo, so for this thing that people went to prison for nothing, you must also be accountable. That's what I thought.
No, but you see, you're wrong. The message is not meaningless then and now. It's not meaningless. It's very meaningful. You're telling the minister, here's a judgment. You, Sibiya, must discipline, right? It must discipline Khumalo. And you share that with Matala, who has an interest because PKTT people have come to his house. So it is a meaningful message. You can't downplay it now, Mr. Mkhotsi.
The content to think that to say Khumalo must be disciplined,
yes,
it's very wrong. That's what I'm saying. Because in the first place, like what you alluded to yesterday, if this was a criminal case and you ask me, did Kumalo arrest those people and force them to for? The answer would be no, and I will be at fault with that.
Okay. And then you've said to the chairperson, and I think it's not the first time, that you did not read this judgment that you are referring to. It was given to you and you just forwarded it to the minister. Or you told the minister. Yes. Let me correct that. You were told about the judgment and then you mentioned it to the minister, and then you say, Kumalo, you didn't read this judgment, right?
That's correct.
Now, you've admitted the judgment doesn't refer to PKTT and doesn't refer to Kumalo at all. Is this, you accept that this is yet another case of you saying things that are not supported by facts? So you communicate to the minister something that you didn't check and that is untrue. This judgment has nothing to do with the PKTT. You accept that?
Excellent.
Okay. Now, the WhatsApp exchange is in page 52, if you would just go there. And I have only one question maybe about it. You say, why did you share this with Madlanga? Why did Madlanga, because it's quite cryptic, by the way. So on its face, it doesn't tell anything. It just says, please update. That's page 52. Minister Nkunu said that to you. You say to him, you say something, it was during your tenure, you had said that at 3:07, you said you don't remember what that was. There are a number of telephone calls, and then you say we got a breakthrough on the 24th, and then the next page is the minister asking, was the arrest effected? Now, anyone reading this, unless you tell us what you were discussing with Mr. Madlanga so that this makes sense, anyone reading this exchanges between you and Mr. Madlanga, it doesn't make sense. It lacks content. Why do you share this with Mr. Madlanga when it has absolutely no content, unless on the phone call you have discussed with him and he knows exactly what these communications are about?
It is not that, it is just that now I don't remember. It's not that I'm saying this never happened, or that time it had a meaning. I so wish I could remember, but I don't remember.
And so you don't remember why you even shared with Mr. Madlanga?
No, Madlanga had to keep him abreast that I'm working with the minister. That is something else.
Okay.
I would always talk to him.
And here you are working with the minister about what? His contract is not yet cancelled, as I understand. It's December 27th. Why do you need to be persuading Mr. Madlanga that you are working with the minister about what?
Not to work with the minister, that I'm close to him. I'm showing him that I always talk to him.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, his contract is not cancelled yet at this point, so
Yes.
Why do you need to persuade him that you are working with the minister or you are close to the minister?
I don't know how to put it, commissioners. If you want to win somebody's trust, and then you work, how do I put it? Like any other message that I send him about the intelligence vehicles and what, is to show a person that I'm doing my job. This is what I'm doing, and I'm working with the minister. The unfortunate part is that the minister didn't know. Hence, you'll just show someone that you're working with the minister.
Okay. Now, lastly, it's the discussion about the IPID guy. I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I understood your evidence this morning to be that you were not interested in the arrest itself, but in the IPID guy. You wanted to know who is this IPID guy.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. Mainly, I wanted to know in particular who's this person.
What does mainly mean, that qualifier?
In the midst of all these things, that yes, he needed to get justice for his wife and his assault, But my focus was to get this iPad person.
So you were interested in an arrest as well being made?
Yeah, the arrest is not about interest. I mean, if someone is being arrested and his wife being beaten up in front of him, that just is, no one has the right to do that.
Okay.
I cannot deny that the arrest, I would even want to see it. I mean, yeah.
You actually encouraged it because you actually helped him to go and open a case in
Yes.
Soweto.
It's true, that's correct, Commissioner.
And according to you, who would have been arrested on that case? You know the facts. You know who went to his house.
No, I was,
Who according to you, would have been arrested?
would be the person who manhandled his wife and him.
And you wanted the name of the IPID guy that would help him with that.
No, because he mentioned him along those lines, I also wanted to know him as to who is this person.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner,
Sorry, yes.
I'm sitting here, asking myself questions as I'm responding one by one. And I'm responding to the same table that says to me, even the oath that I have taken, they don't believe it is binding my conscience. If someone is in my shoes, does it really help for me to be here? Or as we go on, it will start to bind in the mind of the commissioners? Is it still appropriate for me to be sitting here giving evidence on a known fact that the oath that I've taken doesn't help?
Mr. Mokhodzi, please do not make a mistake. What is put to you by way of questioning in no way means that decisions, conclusive findings have been made by this commission. I think you asked me a similar question yesterday. I forget, or I think you asked whether we believe that you are in fact a co-agent. Am I mistaken? I think that's the question you put.
That was the question.
And I said to you, Mr. Mokhodzi, we are going to make our findings at some stage down the line. So take it from me when I say at this stage we have not made any findings. But that does not mean that we will not test what you are saying or what is apparent to us from documents. We are going to test that. All of that will assist us in the end in making findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, Mr. Mkhosi, I thought I had finished about the IPID guy. I have one last question that I wanted to ask that I overlooked. At page 47, right at the bottom of those exchanges, you say to Mr. Matlala, this is still about the IPID guy, I think in the sequence of conversations.
47.
Yes. 47, yes. Right at the bottom? So the exchange before that is from Mr. Matlala. He says to you, there's a bit of a hurdle there, but I will fill you in. Now, we know from earlier evidence that you gave that this conversation is still about the iPad person. But then the very last comment is from you, or message is from you, where you say, will it work? What were you asking here? What would work? Remember, it's about the IPID person. He's just said to
Yes,
you.
but,
Yes.
he said I wanted to know if he said there's a bit of a hurdle. I just want to know, but will it work?
What will work ultimately?
Whatever that is doing with the iPad person.
Will the IPID person go
Succeed,
and
yes.
Okay, no, let me just make sure that you understand what I'm asking. When you ask him, will it work here? Were you asking him, will the IPID person make the arrest happen?
Definitely.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
It is still morning, Mr. Mokhodzi. I didn't want to say good afternoon. The charts that we have been looking at, especially the one on page, it starts on page 57, continues to page 58. So you see that the date of those charts is 31 December 2024.
That's correct.
Yes, and these are the chats between you and Mr. Matlala because they were obtained from Mr. Matlala's phone.
That's correct.
And we know that 31 December 2024 is the date when the minister drafted the disbandment letter.
That's correct.
We can accept that.
You accept it.
Did you know that the minister was at home on that day?
I did not know where the minister was.
You did not know. And you sending your communication with the minister to Mr. Matlala, correct?
That's correct.
Because on 31 December 2024, you want to show Mr. Matlala that you and the minister are discussing the PKTT, or at least people in the leadership of the PKTT, correct?
Not discussing that, I sent him a message.
Yes.
Remember, the minister did not respond.
Yes.
If it's me, it was a one-way communication.
No, I'm saying you are sending this to Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
And the purpose of you sending it to Mr. Matlala is to show Mr. Matlala that at least you are discussing the PKTT with the minister.
Yeah, that I sent him
Yes.
a message, yes.
And that you are portraying the PKTT, or at least its leadership, in a negative light. Is that correct? Because
not
you're not
portraying-
saying positive things about the PKTT or its
In
leadership.
that context, yes.
Yeah. So you are portraying the PKTT in a negative light.
To Matlala.
You are showing Matlala
That's
that
correct.
you are portraying to the minister the PKTT in a negative light.
No, I'm not showing that. It's not in that context. To show, this is where there's a court judgment.
Yes.
It's a fact. You don't portray, you are showing him, this is now what I think
Yes.
the PKTT have done, and this is what my suggestion is
Yes.
to the minister.
So you are suggesting to the minister that the PKTT is doing wrong things.
That there's a court judgment.
Yes.
Yes, not the PK. Here we are not referring mainly to the PKTT. I'm referring to the judgment, that here's the judgment, and I feel the leader of the PKTT should be accountable.
Yes.
Yes,
No, we're saying the same thing. You were referring to a judgment,
yes.
but what interested you in the judgment was the conduct of the PKTT,
That's correct.
which you thought was bad.
Inappropriately so, yes.
Yes. And this is around 11:18 in the morning, so it's 18 minutes after 11.
Yes.
Yes. And then what follows this text is a text on page 59 to Mr. Matlala, where you say to him, "Today is D-Day," on the other side. You see that?
I see that 100%.
And what I'm going to suggest to you is that the only thing of relevance or significance that happened that day is the disbandment of the PKTT by the minister.
Absolutely.
At least that is relevant to Mr. Matlala. I mean, I'm sure the whole country would have been celebrating the end of the year. But in these exchanges, the only thing of significance that happened that day is the disbandment of the PKTT.
That's correct. That's
Yes.
correct.
And this suggests, at least to me, that at 11:32 on the 31st of December 2024, you knew that PKTT was going to be disbanded that day, and that's the message you were sending to Mr. Matlala, that this is D-Day, this is the day when PKTT is going to be disbanded.
The suggestion, Commissioner, is misplaced, Commissioner. Here it was a D-Day. Remember I said it was, this is what I said. If you check the message, outstanding issues. But from the top, it starts by, "I'm now worried, my brother."
Yes.
He said, worried about. And I said, the outstanding issues, now this again. Then I said, okay, today is the D-Day. on the other side, I think you must also stand back. The D-Day was the pay for the payment of the January 8. And then to stand back, look, this is now what supports the stand back. He asked me, stand back, don't understand what you mean. Then I only spoke about your safety and business, because I did allude even yesterday. It was after I heard that they were going to Madlanga, I don't want to say attack, but they were going to do a similar thing which they did previously. That is why I even say, if you check the next one, I said, we must just fight what comes your way to help him. It was his way. It has nothing to do with the PKTT and all those stuff and all those things. Now, I don't know, Commissioner, if I should talk about the letter that you say it gave impression to the minister, and I've also showed to Kate.
No, I did not ask
Okay.
about that. I'm only focusing on this text.
Yeah, so
So, D-Day to you referred to payments for 8 January.
that's correct.
So why did it have to be D-Day on the 31st of December?
Because
2024.
it was what we agreed with the arrangement for the people who were going to Cape Town that we were going to pay. And the focus, as I've said, let's say there's no D-Day, and I say you must stand back, and he asked me from what, and I say for your safety and your business. If it was the PKTT, when he says stand back from what, I should have said something big is coming that is going to make you happy, or something to show that I was awaiting the disbandment. But we were talking specifically about his safety and his business.
Yes. And his safety and his business
That's
have
correct.
everything to do with PKTT and not the 8 January event of the ANC.
Yes, that's what I said, because the D-Day is separate.
Yes.
On other issues, is a D-Day on the other side.
Yes.
Yes, but now,
And then when he asks you why he must stand back, you say it relates to your safety and your business.
yes.
Which means it relates to the PKTT.
Because they were going to go, as I heard, they were going to go to him again. There was a stage when they took all these firearms, whereas he's running a private security, doing some VIP. That's what he was telling me. You could not run that without firearms.
Yesterday you told us that in September 2024, you assisted some people to open a case against the PKTT in Midrand. Do you remember that?
Against General Mkhwanazi, yes.
Yes. Did you tell the minister about that?
No.
In December 2024, did you have, other than the text that we have seen, did you have discussions with the minister about the PKTT and their raid at Mr. Matlala's house and business? Did you tell the minister about that?
I can't remember.
You can't, but it's possible that you did.
No.
No, but if you can't remember, then you can't say it did not happen. Either you remember or you don't remember.
No, I never told the minister. And if I don't remember, doesn't mean I did.
Yes.
If one cannot remember, it's just that this is here now. You will find out even this letter that I wrote to the minister, I may have sent to another person also about the judgment, constitutional court judgment. But I don't remember sending or informing the minister that they have beaten Kat's wife, and I know. And I never even spoke to the minister about Kat.
Yes. Okay. And then one last point, just looking at the long text on page 58 and the content of the long text, I think my colleague, Commissioner Baloy, has taken you through it. You are advising or suggesting to the minister that either he or Sibiya must charge Khumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. Do you see that?
I see that.
Do you accept that on its face, this is you interfering with police matters at a high level, on matters that have nothing to do with you or your community in the Northwest? Do you accept that this is interference in police matters?
Commissioners, you seeing me sitting here, it should not go out of the mind of the commissioners that I'm still a citizen of South Africa. I'm still an individual. it's not the first time, that I send a message to someone or request an intervention of some sort from other people. I did. So to write this, I can give you two practical examples. There is one general of the army from Mahikeng. He was a well-known person, General Madumani. He had some problems before he passed on. The commission, I don't know if you are aware, I called the deputy president, Mashatit, and he referred me to the HOD requesting an intervention. Unfortunately, the HOD, as we were starting, the person passed on. I'm saying it is possible, it may have been, this should not be misconstrued just because it's Minister Senzo. Even if it was like the former Minister Vikidel, I would call him. I would send him messages. It's not in this that it's because of Minister Senzo.
Mr. Mkhotsi, I'm being patient. The case in Cape Town had nothing to do with you. It had nothing to do with your community. And here you are advising a minister to charge a senior general in the subs. I'm saying to you, that is interference in police matters.
Commissioner, it means you are suggesting to me what happens in the Cape Flats, people being raped and killed, has nothing to do with me and the commissioner. Commissioner, this is South Africa. It is our South Africa. There's nothing wrong to tell a member of parliament or the president or whoever about a particular problem in Eastern Cape or elsewhere. Besides being an agent, this should not be brought in my line of work.
So let me put it the other way. If Mr. Ket Matlala had said to the minister, I want you to arrest Kumalo or to charge Kumalo, as an ordinary citizen, that would have been fine. There would have been nothing wrong with that.
There would be nothing wrong with that. I mean, it is him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Johnson.
Chair, there is one follow-up question that I just do want to ask, and I just want to clarify with you, Mr. Mkhotsi. It's that chat from the minister when he asks, was the arrest effected? And if I understood your evidence correctly, you were saying what he was actually interested in was the escape of the Zamazama kingpin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So he wanted the Zamazama kingpin arrested because the Zamazamas had arrested and some police had been arrested, and some police had conspired to let the kingpin go at Stilfontein.
Not in that context, Commissioners. I said there was a community meeting which the minister went to meet with the community leaders. And that particular commitment and intention from the community was made that the community was going to arrest this person, the Zamazama kingpin. So I'm trying to say, he asked me specifically, because I was with that community, to find out, did they effect that arrest? Did they find the person?
And are we talking about the Zamazamas who were underground in Stilfontein? Was the community going to go underground and arrest the Zamazamas?
No, the kingpin was arrested and he escaped. He did not escape back into the hole.
So this was after they'd come up and been arrested and escaped?
That's correct.
You see, Mr. Matlala, that's what I thought your evidence was, but that can't be correct. Because the Zamazamas only came up from the shaft in the second week of January 2025. And this conversation took place on the 24th of December. This text was sent on the 24th of December 2024.
Commissioner,
So it couldn't have related to the escape of someone who hadn't yet been arrested before he escaped.
Commissioner, you are I think there's a misconception. The Zamazama kingpin has never went in and out. He was arrested for these activities. He was never inside the hole.
Are we talking about the same person, Tiger Tswaedi?
Commissioner?
Are we talking about the same person, Tiger Tswaedi?
the camping. I can't remember. I think it's I can't remember his name. That guy is a Tiger from Lesotho. I'll have to find out. I must check the right name.
Because what I do want to put to you is that it's quite clear that an alleged kingpin of the Zamazamas called Tiger Tswaedi was arrested and did escape. And there was national press about it, there was controversy about it. And he was described as the kingpin of the Zamazamas in Stilfontein, and he escaped. But that escape only took place in the second week of January 2025. So it couldn't be what you were talking to the minister about on the 24th of December 2024.
Commissioners, I'm still repeating again. Where now Tiger is this camping, like you say there was a national thing. That's why I say I can't remember that name. There was a camping who was also arrested in Stilfontein. Now you are talking about something else, somebody now who also appeared on the news. It's not that one. There was someone who, that's why even the community was looking for, was terrorizing the people, forcing them to go inside the hold for mining, that particular person. We are talking about two different people here.
So we're no longer talking about Zamazama kingpins.
He's a Zamazama also.
I don't want to take that one further.
Sorry, just to be
Because
clear.
that's the meeting which was arranged by the chief of staff for me to meet the minister there, for the minister to meet the community.
For the minister to meet the community.
Yes.
That was
the
earlier
community
in
leaders.
2024.
It was in 2024. Then after that, as we were talking, it was about that.
Right. Mr. Mkhotsi, just to make sure that I understand, the kingpin, Tswaedi, is the one that was arrested, and 4 members of the SAPS were accused of assisting him, and that's your evidence. You've been saying.
Yes, that's correct.
That's the arrest you were talking about.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, of the 4 members. So it is Tswaedi you were talking about. Now you're introducing a second person, but your evidence, if you remain with your earlier evidence, that it's a Zamazama kingpin who was arrested, who escaped, and 4 members of the SAPS were accused of assisting him, because that's your evidence, if that's who you're talking about. Rather, if you still stick with that evidence, then you are speaking about Tswaedi, and he escaped on the 15th of January 2025. Those are the facts.
Those are the facts.
Yes.
That's correct. But it is not what, look, commissioners, the minister was not in Stilfontein in January. And I'm trying to understand that Commission perhaps think it's so difficult to say, yes, Minister, I was telling the Minister about the arrest of the PKT. It was not. It was about the person in Stilfontein. This person, now you are talking about that rich person. There is this guy who also, and it is something that I can promise you. I think I can get the case number of this particular person.
What was this particular person that you're talking about now? Also arrested, escaped, and 4 members of the SAPS?
No, not 4 members of the SAPS,
Okay.
no.
Thank you.
Can I just ask
Mr.
you a follow-up? Sorry, Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. Is there a record anywhere of the mention of this second kingpin that you are talking about?
Yeah.
A kingpin that you and the minister would have been concerned about his arrest? Is there any record anywhere, newspapers or whatever else?
We'll find it, because now the matter which they are talking about current, which commission is referring to now, about Tiger. That's why I could not say it was Tiger. There was a person, maybe I'm using this word camping, in Stelfontein, who was forcing people to go into to do this zamazamas. That person was arrested and he ran away.
And he was doing this from where?
From Stelfontein.
Any idea where exactly in Stilfontein?
No, I can try and find something today, because when we in Stilfontein, there was a community meeting. I only came on the day of the community. I was not part of that thing. And I kept on talking to this individual from the community who said they let this person run away purposely. We're going to look for him.
So-
and I kept on asking him, did you arrest him? Did you arrest him? He
So-
said no.
So, but definitely not from underground. He was not doing this from underground.
I cannot confirm. I don't know. I think even the person I was talking to, I'll find his number and ask him properly, maybe during lunch, because I only communicated to him about this particular person, about that meeting after the minister went there.
So it's you and who else that know about this?
I don't-
This second person who is not Tiger.
It's not the second person. I think it happened before. Who was forcing people to go into the thing.
No. I think in response to questions by Mr. Chaskalsin and also my co-commissioner, Commissioner Baloyi, I understood you to be suggesting that this is someone other than
That's
Tiger Tswayede.
Yeah, even Tiger, I don't know him, but I know I'll find out about that one. That's correct, Commissioner.
So my question was, let's leave out the media or whatever other source. It's you and who know about this other person who may possibly not be Mr. Tiger Tswayede.
Yeah, because it was in December. It is from the community, that side, and it was in December, that one.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not. who
I'm
you are
not.
referring to.
I'm not asking you about the time. I'm asking about who else knows about this person. And don't please, but only if you can, please do not refer me to Stilfontein generally or in general terms. I want to know who else.
The people of Stelfontein.
I just said, please don't refer me to Stilfontein in general, unless you say to me, I don't know. All I know is that it's people from Stilfontein. So I'm asking for specifics. Who else other than you knows of this person who may possibly not be Mr. Tiger Tswayede?
Yes, Commissioner, I don't know if Commission expect me to say the name of the person that I was talking
Yes,
to.
exactly.
I'm not
exactly.
at liberty to do that.
Why not?
The person who was helping is to put this man on the target for the Zamazamas to know he was talking to me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mkhotsi, we've already established that these chats are between you and Mr. Matlala, correct?
That's correct.
In December 2024.
Yes.
Now, why would Mr. Matlala be interested in the arrest of a Zamazama kingpin?
It's not the arrest of him. And I'm showing you, I was sending Matlala almost, even things which were not relevant to him, I would show him. Like also, as we were talking, there was even a stage when me and him were talking about the police officer. Now, after that, who was suspended from this thing of the person who escaped.
Let me leave it there.
To move to a completely different topic, I'd like us to move now to the 252A operation. And if we can start with your statement, and if we go to the foot of page 9, paragraph 35, you say the following: in December 2024, Matlala referred me to a high-ranking police officer and I subsequently met him. I knew him as I had conducted an operation with him in the past. He shared information with me of the intention to craft a negative finding in a disciplinary hearing against Major General Khan. So the starting point for this whole process is a reference from Mr. Madlanga. He brings you someone. He puts you in touch with someone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this person, he says, will tell you about a plot to convict General Khan.
That's correct.
Did he tell you how he found this person, this police officer?
He didn't tell me.
Did it strike you as odd that Mr. Madlanga, who you suspect of being a criminal and who you are investigating for corruption in SAPS, comes to you with a witness to be able to prove and expose corruption in SAPS? Why would Mr. Madlanga want to expose corruption in SAPS?
I don't know, but I don't know why he would want to expose.
Did it not strike you odd that your primary target, who's suspected of
It did not.
corrupting the procurement process, is now wanting to expose corruption in SAPS?
It did not.
I see. Now, the ultimate target of this operation was Generals Khumalo and Mkhwanazi. If you go to paragraph 36 of your statement, you say, the intention was to employ this person as a Section 204 witness against both Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, who plotted against Major General Khan with reference to the disciplinary hearing outcome. Say that you gave a statement to Lieutenant Colonel Schneller. Part of the strategy behind the disciplinary hearing instituted against Major General Khan was that he would be employed in that situation to give implicating testimony against Major General Khan at the insistence of Lieutenant General Khumalo and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. So, if I understand you correctly, you're saying this officer, who Mr. Madlanga wants you to use to expose corruption in SAPS, says he is being used by General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi to give false evidence against General Khan. Is that broadly correct?
That's correct.
And you then go to meet the officer, and essentially he tells you that he will only change his story to what he says is the truth if you ensure that he gets promoted to the level of full colonel and you give him a bag of cash. Is that correct?
He spoke about something, and he said, yeah, he was talking about a bag, maybe he implied cash, but he never said bag of cash.
You said bag, you didn't mention cash. What did you understand the bag to contain? The bag that he wanted, what would have to be in the bag?
No, a bag would be...
I mean, was he looking for a sort of smart handbag or something?
No.
Or was he looking for a
to
bag
deliver,
of cash?
Yeah, that will imply cash, of course.
Yeah, I thought so too. Let's date this meeting. If you go to evidence bundle 51.
Sorry, exhibits or annexes?
Evidence bundle in this case, but we will move between annexures and evidence bundles. So unfortunately, we may need both. Sorry, exhibit. Sorry.
You said page 51.
51.
Thank you.
And this shouldn't be displayed because the name of the investigating colonel shouldn't be displayed. But what we see at this is a WhatsApp that was sent to Lieutenant Colonel Schneller, who was going to be in charge of the 252A operation. It was sent by the investigator from the Hawks who came with you to that meeting with the source, who was going to change his story. And in paragraph 2, he reports the following. the colonel, who's going to change his story, contacted Mr. Brown and he arranged a meeting for Wednesday, 29 January 2025. So the meeting was on 29 January 2025. Is that correct? Mr. Mokgotsi?
This is the WhatsApp which was sent to Colonel Schnell.
Yes, but I'm interested in the dates and times. It says 29 January 2025 and the meeting at the Houghton Hotel at approximately 18:23. Does that correspond with what you recall?
Yeah, but I'm not sure about this date.
Sorry, you're not sure about the date of 29 January?
Yes.
When do you think the meeting did take place?
It's the same, when we were not good with dates. Remember, I was so much, I kept on saying to the commission, the recording happened in December, somewhere or January. I was not sure. But I think if we proceed, we can proceed. I'll take this date. I'm just not sure. Remember, it's someone who typed. I cannot really say, yes, it was on this date.
Perhaps we can help by going to your affidavit. Which is in the exhibit bundle at page 43.
That's correct.
There,
yes, it confirms on the affidavit.
And paragraph 5, at the foot of page 43, there you say on Wednesday, 29 January 2025, at approximately 18:23. I was accompanied by, and then you give the name of the investigator. So those dates are correct?
Yeah, they did that.
Date and time, because you would have made that affidavit quite soon after the event. Let's go to page 106 of the annexure bundle now and see what happened in the chats when you came out of that meeting. If you...
106.
106, indeed. If you go down to 2015, so that would have been less than 2 hours after your meeting with your source started. At 2015, you text Mr. Madlanga, and you say to him, the meeting was positive. Are we referring to the same meeting? Maybe if you read further. Is he willing to help you guys, says Mr. Madlanga. You respond, I just wish he could help with a statement.
That's correct.
And then you say, I think he needs cash. So we're talking about what's happened at this meeting.
That's correct.
And you go over the page, and Mr. Madlanga's response at the top of page 107 is, okay, arrange with Khan to give him cash if the information he has is worth it.
That's correct.
So Mr. Madlanga is saying, he wants cash, speak to General Khan. We give him the cash if the information is going to be worth it.
That's correct.
So let's just take a step back. Mr. Madlanga is a suspected criminal you're investigating.
That's correct.
He refers you to an apparently corrupt SAPS officer who is willing to tailor his evidence if he's paid enough.
That's correct.
And Mr. Madlanga says you should get General Khan to pay the officer to give evidence that will incriminate General Mkhonazi and General Khumalo.
No, for him to make a statement, not to incriminate. as such. Remember, it is the man coming to me saying, I'm being told to incriminate the person. Now, and I'm going back to the person who gave me the senior officer to say, I think this person wants cash. And he say, it means therefore that it is this general who's affected. I must ask him that he is the one who must finance this.
I see, but you say it's not to incriminate them, but in fact, if you go back to your witness statement at paragraph 37, you said that was the purpose. The strategy behind the disciplinary hearing instituted against Major General Khan was that he, in other words, this officer, would be employed in that situation.
That's correct.
To give implicating testimony against Major General Khan at the insistence of Lieutenant General Kumalo and Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
That's correct.
And so the whole purpose of this operation is to expose Lieutenant General Kumalo and Lieutenant General Mkonazi, is it not?
Yes, it's to use this statement correctly. That's
And
correct.
you want to use it as a Section 204 witness, you say in paragraph 36.
That's correct.
And that presupposes that there will be criminal charges against Lieutenant Colonel Kumalo and Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
It's true.
Because you don't have 204 witnesses unless you're in a
correct.
criminal case.
That's correct.
So let's scroll forward a little bit in these chats to page 114. And on 2 February at 12:27, Mr. Matlala sends you a story about the plot against General Khan being exposed. It says, breaking, police witnesses change statements for promotion. Then there's a long story about the trumped up charges against General Khan and how witnesses have come clean and said that they were persuaded to give false evidence against Khan. You recall that chat?
Adequate.
Your response to that chat is revealing. That's on page 115 at 12:27. You say, disappointed. You recall that?
That's correct.
And then you say, just have to leave everything. Then there are 2 calls between you and Mr. Matlala. And then you say small session with lawyers. All of this is happening almost immediately. What was the small session with lawyers you were talking about?
Just that there was no session with lawyers.
Sorry, there was no session with lawyers.
Yeah.
There wasn't one.
There was no.
So this was a false statement you made to Mr. Matlala.
Because I did not answer his phone.
So you were just explaining why you didn't answer his phone.
That's correct.
But if we look at the time, the text that you sent to him was at 12:27:52. His calls were at 12:27:56 and 12:28:05, and then you respond to him again at 12:28. So are you saying that you deliberately chose not to answer his phone, you wanted to communicate with him on text? And you need to have a reason to explain that.
It's not that I did not. I wanted him to tell me what he was saying.
Sorry, you wanted him?
To perhaps tell me what he was saying. I did not take the call at that time.
Well, he then says this is in your favor, actually. It disrupts their plan against Khan. He says that to you. You see that?
He said that to me.
Yes. Why would he think that disrupting a plan against Khan is in your favor?
He was referring to the publication that you just showed.
But why would it be in your favor to disrupt a plan against Khan?
I don't know why he sent me that message.
You respond to him by saying maybe, but that's not my plan. So you're saying it will disrupt the plan against Khan, but it wasn't what you had in mind. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What did you have in mind?
When I say maybe,
When you say, but that's not my plan, what was your plan?
it does not my plan is the response that I gave to Kate. And now the question is, what was my plan then?
Well, let me put to you what I think your plan was and why you were disappointed. Your plan was always to use this case to target General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi. You accept that? That was your plan.
That's not the plan. The reason I said I was disappointed, remember, I did write on my statement that I leaked that publication.
I know what you wrote, but
now, the moment you give me someone to help me with whatever, that how we recorded the person, and it quickly appeared on the news that the same person who gave me information about the plot, it is now known. I was pretending as if I don't know. And I was disappointed.
As if you don't know what?
That this information leaked.
You see, I want to put to you what your plan all along had been, and in fact what you indicated in your statement is that you wanted this colonel to be used in a criminal prosecution of General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi. That was your original plan, was it not?
Yeah. Commissioners, when you refer to the text here, I'm saying, because you also mentioned...
I'm asking whether that was your original plan. We'll talk about the text later.
I don't get that question properly. You're saying apart from the fact that this thing leaked, because the moment it got leaked, it means now I am disappointed because my plan will never work again. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying.
Oh no, that was not the plan. The plan here was that Kat should not know that this information has leaked because of me. But the intention of the recording, yes, was that plan that you're saying.
Yes, yes. And the leaking meant that plan could never be put into operation.
Yes, but it means the...
Sorry, you said yes.
Yes.
Yes, so the leaking prevented that plan being put into operation. Because once it leaked, you could no longer do your sting with General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi.
Yeah, once it leaked, it could not proceed.
Yes. Why were you targeting General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo?
No, I did not target them. They made themselves the target by planning with the person.
I see.
Yes.
So you're saying they told this person to give false evidence about what happened in that drug bust in 2021?
That's what he told me. That's what I recorded out of him. It's not. It is now my statement, but it is now said in the commission like that because he said that.
See, did you bother at the time before you tried to target General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi this way to check out what story this witness had told when the drug bust happened in 2021, long before he'd had contact with either of the generals?
No, I did not.
You didn't?
No.
So you didn't investigate this apparently corrupt cop who comes to you from Katmatlala who says, I will change my story if you pay me enough money, because General Kumalo and General Mkhwanazi are making me tell a false story. You didn't investigate what he'd said earlier.
Yeah, now here's the situation. It means this senior officer, he may have his original statement, which when he got to Devon, they said he must change. Then he comes to me and say, if he gets something, he will change the statement again.
So he made a statement back in 2021. Then he meets the allegedly corrupt generals Kumalo and Mkhwanazi, and they lean on him to change the statement in 2024, to make a new statement that's false. And then he says to you, I'll go back to my original true statement if you give me a bag of cash. Is that what you're saying?
He never said, it's not said. He just said, he never mentioned or implied the original statement. He spoke about changing the statement which was given to him in Devon. So not knowing whether he would go to the original statement or not.
Now, if he was present at a drug bust, you'd expect that a statement would exist from him that was taken at the time of the drug bust, would you not?
That's correct.
Did you not ask to look at that statement to see what he said on the day, several years before he had had any contact with General Kumalo or General Mkhwanazi?
No, I did not ask him.
Maybe we should look at it now. Can you go to Exhibit Bundle 211? So you see, I don't know if you have an unredacted copy. There certainly won't. The copy that goes up will be redacted, but this is his statement. And if you go down to the date on page 212, it's 14 September 2021. You see that? You see that date?
That's correct.
And across the top it says Boyson's Kaz
Yes.
something something stroke, and at the end of it says 21.
That's correct.
So this is the statement that he gave in 2021 at the time of the drug bust. You say that's correct?
That's correct.
And you will accept that that was long before General Kumalo or General Mkhwanazi could have had any contact with him in relation to this matter?
It's true.
So let's see what he says. Go to paragraph 5, the foot of page
211.
211.
That's correct.
The driver of the truck which was containing the drugs was pointed to me, whom was already placed under arrest, and members informing me that they're awaiting the photographer to come take pictures of the said packages of drugs which were placed inside a police bakkie. While the scene was being explained to me, I was surprised to see one general of intelligence. Now, would that be General Khan?
I cannot confirm.
Are you aware of any other generals of intelligence who are alleged to have been present at this scene?
Oh, yes, it was him.
So it would be General Khan. He's the only general of intelligence at the scene. While the scene was being explained to me, I was surprised to see one general of intelligence who never introduced himself to the members on the scene and started dictating and giving instructions that members who found the said truck with drugs be arrested. So he wants the police officers who did the drug bust to be arrested. The suspect, brackets driver, who members already placed under arrest, was released from the scene as a suspect by the said general. So the driver of the drug cargo, who'd been placed under arrest, was, according to your source, released from the scene as a suspect by General Khan. And the truck which was containing the said drugs when it was stopped was never booked into SAP 13. So the truck containing the drugs was never booked into a SAP warehouse. And then your source continues. As an experienced investigator, what I observed happening there at the scene is only abuse of power and rank, which I don't know why it was done. I informed all members placed under arrest that they need to open a case of defeating the ends of justice against the said general. So this man says, immediately after the event, I told everyone there we must open a case against General Khan. I was not happy, since I noticed what was happening is a cover strategy to protect the driver of the truck found with drugs and the origin of the said truck and drugs. Fact that members are manipulated and power of rank is used to achieve unknown or ulterior motives is unacceptable and needs to be dealt with within the should be parameters of the law, as what I observed transpiring on the said day was that some individuals are above the law, and it irritated me seeing that members enforcing the law being abused by seniors within the police. And then it's signed, and is that the same man who came to you as the source in the 252?
That's correct.
So this contemporaneous statement made by that man says that General Khan should be charged with defeating the ends of justice and that he's abused his authority and suppressed an arrest and a drug bust. And the only false evidence that this man was ever going to give was the false evidence that you and Mr. Madlanga were hoping he would be paid for to exonerate General Khan and to implicate General Khumalo and General Mkonazi. You accept that that's?
No.
So where was the false evidence?
If like you asked me, did I look at the statement? I did not. And therefore, I wouldn't have known any other statement except what he was telling me. And he was one of the witnesses during the disciplinary hearing. So I did not have any other statement, and it is not. I did not even ask him what is your original statement. He said, "Look, we were called to Durban. This is what they said, and they want us to implicate the man."
See, now that you know what his original statement was, do you accept that if your plan had gone ahead, false evidence would have been given against General Khumalo and General Mkonazi by this witness who was going to be paid in the scheme?
Should we had agreed to pay him? Because there was not an intention to pay him. What we wanted was the information which he had, and he gave that information. And as you say, should the trial or criminal charges been laid, it would only came out during trial when this statement is provided.
I see. Yes. Now this plan to trap General Khumalo and General Mkonazi was a plan that you executed with a double set of misrepresentations. First, you say you masqueraded as Mr. Matlalala's ally. You said you were an agent who was pretending to be Mr. Matlalala's ally, but you weren't actually. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But in relation to the SAPS members who did the 252A operation, you also masqueraded as an agent of the minister, as an employee in the minister's office.
As a comrade, yes, as a comrade to the minister.
Please speak up, Mr.
Oh, yeah, that's correct. As a comrade to the minister.
No, not as a comrade, as someone
Yes.
employed in the office of the minister.
That's correct.
Yes. And we went through your affidavit yesterday, I'd just like to take you to, I don't want to traverse what I traversed yesterday, but there is another aspect of your affidavit which I want to look at. Paragraph 5. Do you have paragraph 5 of the affidavit? It's page 43 of the exhibit bundle. There you say, on Wednesday, 29 January 2025, at approximately 18:23, I was accompanied by the Hawks officer, and we met the Colonel at the Houghton Hotel. And then you say, I do not know the Colonel, and this is the first time that I have met him. That was false too, wasn't it?
In the context of this, remember I operated with...
Now, you've given your explanation
Yes.
as to why you...
That's correct. That's
so
correct.
it was false too.
That's correct.
Now, can I understand why you had to lie under oath in relation to the fact that you knew this source? Why was it necessary for the operation for you to lie under oath about previously knowing this source? This Colonel, let's call him Colonel because he's a Colonel.
Because I wouldn't tell even Colonel Chanel that I knew this person. I wouldn't tell him.
But why wouldn't you tell him? Why was it necessary for the operation? Why was it necessary to lie under oath?
Because it would not make, it would look, even Lieutenant Chanel, Colonel Chanel will ask me, but why would this man, why would you record this man when you know him like this?
Sorry, why would you?
I record, what you would want to know, it was my thinking then, why would I record him if I knew him?
So if Colonel Schneller knew that you and this colonel had a previous association, the whole operation would not be allowed to proceed?
Not the whole operation. Not the whole operation.
What operation?
I just felt,
what would not be allowed?
I just felt he should not know. That was my feeling that time.
So in your judgment, you decided that this was sufficient reason to lie under oath?
I don't know how you could, it sounds so different. I don't know how are we going to, it means we'll continue even if I've provided reasons, unless, I don't know if it calls for the commission to make a ruling that it was, I don't know. It sounds otherwise like I was not doing my job. Like repeating it, you're a professional liar. Today you were lying out the oath, even though I gave reasons. This was an underground work. But I don't know if a commission could come up with a certain ruling that will stay until this proceedings.
Well, I don't propose to take this further, but so maybe we can stop it there. But I do want to go to further aspects of this operation.
Yeah.
If you go down to Lieutenant Schneller's affidavit, and if we go to the sort of bottom of page 47, top of page 48. Top of page 48, he clearly assumed that you were employed in the office of the minister, because he says, I was informed that the complainant was Mr. Brown Mokhotsi, a politician that is deployed at the office of the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mqunu. So he authorized this operation on the basis that you were someone from the minister's office.
That's correct.
And then if we go into the transcript of this meeting that you had with the source, we see that the source, the colonel, was reluctant to commit to writing and wanted some sort of assurance from the minister or the DNC, the Deputy National Commissioner. Let's go to page 65. Maybe if we can just clarify, I understand from this transcript that you would be man 3, man 1 would be the colonel, and man 2 would be the Hawks officer. We can't show this because names are mentioned. But if you go to the top of page 65, you see there, you say, and then the Hawks officer says, the colonel doesn't want to give a statement, but he's willing to tell the minister or DNC. Would that be Deputy National Commissioner?
That's correct.
And that would be General Sabia, would it not?
In this case, perhaps I did not even think whom did he refer to. But remember, there are about 3 DNCs. I'm not sure, but it's possible it may be DNC Sabia, yes.
Who is the DNC who you refer to right through this process?
Myself.
You yourself?
Yeah, I refer to the DNC Sabia.
I see.
For this man to say the DNC, it should not be concluded that he meant him. There are other DNCs, but
so he may not have been
let's
referring
say
to.
He meant DNC Sabia. It's fine.
Did you not try to find out which DNC he needed comfort from?
No, I did not, because he was not going to meet him or the minister anyway, so I didn't find out.
And let's see what the man says. If you go to page 69, where he's expressing his misgivings, he says to you, go see the DNC and the minister and let me think. And if it can happen, or we get something to block this okay, I get the post and fix the place, they must give something. Khan must look after me. He must give me something, a bag or something, must get a bag. Okay, so the source wants you to go and see the DNC and the minister. The colonel says, go and see the DNC and the minister and let me think. That's correct, is it not?
Yes, that's correct. I'm following.
And did you understand which DNC he was referring to? Which DNC did he want you to go and see?
Yes, I've long agreed that let's agree it is DNC Sabia.
DNC Sabia.
Yes, let's agree, even if it's not written here.
And the Hawks colonel is egging him on the basis that you can sort out his life with the minister because you're in the minister's office and all he needs to do is to email the minister. So let's take a look at page 62.
Sorry, Advocate Chiskelson. Did we establish what a bag is? Is it a rank or money? I can't seem to recall.
A bag with cash inside it. Towards the bottom of the page, on page 62, the Hawks officer says, then what do you do? He writes an email or a letter to the minister, to the chief of staff, saying, this is the story, this is what happened, I'm requesting your intervention. That gives them the opportunity. So the Hawks man is saying to the colonel, write to the minister, write to the chief of staff. And 2 lines down, the colonel says, I do what? And the Hawks man says, write an email to the minister to say this is what happened. I've got a grievance, this issue, I'm aggrieved because of X, Y, and Z, and I'm requesting your assistance in the matter. That's it. He'll sort out the rest for you. So the Hawks man's making promises to this guy that you can step in the minister's office and just make his life whole again. Let's go down a page. Top of the next page, 63, the Hawks man again. That's why we got to do it. You will write that email. You can write that email tonight even. Right, you send that email tomorrow morning. We can talk, give feedback how we're going to do that. So he's saying to the Colonel, write to the Minister. And then in the middle of the page, but that's what I'm saying. Brown will probably speak to the Minister. The Colonel's a bit sort of dodgy, and the Hawks guy says, you need to send that email tonight. And the Colonel says, Brown's working with the Minister, he's a police officer. And the Hawks guy says, no, he's the Minister's man. And the Colonel says, And the Colonel and the Hawks guy says, he's the Minister's man. And over the page, the Colonel says, the only person who can stop it is the Minister.
Which page is that?
We're now at page 64, sort of about 7 lines in. The only person who can stop it is the Minister. And the Hawks person says, how can the Minister stop it? The Colonel says, how can the Minister stop it? And the Colonel says, misled, misrepresentation. And the Colonel's and the Hawks man says, can you? And the Colonel says, facts were misrepresented to me. I did my due diligence and worked for. And then the Hawks man says, and found the truth. Can you do a statement for that and send it to the Minister? So this Hawks man is saying, Brown's from the Minister's office, send your complaint to the Minister. And on it goes. The central theme through all of this is the Hawks man who thinks that you are part of the Minister's office is urging this person to send stuff through to the Minister at every turn. Now, you didn't try to stop any of this inside this meeting. I don't see you saying, no, don't send anything to the Minister, don't send anything to the Minister. Have I got it wrong?
I don't understand. You say I did not say anything.
Did you try to stop him sending something to the Minister?
Who's stopping who, Commissioner?
The Hawks man is saying to the Colonel, write something to the Minister, give the Minister a statement, email the Minister. Brown's in the Minister's office, he'll look after you.
Yeah, so he's talking about a statement in relation to the hearing.
Yes, that's what he wants. I think he contemplates 2 things.
Yeah.
1, a statement in relation to the hearing, and 2, possibly a statement relating to how this colonel's been passed over for promotion.
That's
and he's
correct.
saying, write this to the Minister, and he's also saying, Brown is in that office, he'll sort you out.
That's correct.
Is there anywhere in this transcript where you try to stop that process? Where you say, maybe you shouldn't, maybe we should do it this way, or maybe don't write to the Minister?
No, there's no way, there's no way.
Well, weren't you worried that a letter would go to the Minister or the Chief of Staff, and this colonel would be referring to you as someone who's working in the Minister's office and has made promises to him, and then you'd be exposed?
But immediately we knew there was no way he could write a letter.
How did you know there was no way he could write a letter?
Because he relied on me to do that for him. Even if he could write the letter, he had to give it to me. There was no way he could write the letter.
Well, what the Hawks man is saying is email it to the Minister.
Yes, I don't think he could write the letter. Commissioners, I'm thinking something now, and I don't want to laugh. This is very serious, but the way he's doing it, it's like he was there. And I'm thinking of this other email that I have that is linked to me, my name, but it was not a plan. But I'm just thinking, if he emailed, where was he going to email? I'm getting your point. So, but I was going to make sure that I get the letter in my hand. But I'm trying to show you, commissioners, in this thing that this is a kernel of crime intelligence talking to the Hawksmen about me in that legend building that I spoke about. Who confirms this man is with the minister? I'm trying to elaborate that when this function arises, it becomes so real.
Sorry, can you just, I'm not sure I understood what you're saying. You're talking about legend building. So are you saying that the colonel was actually a colonel in crime intelligence who was part of a legend building exercise or not?
I'm saying if a colonel is telling, you see, this is man one.
The colonel, the man one is the colonel who's
That's
going to
correct.
give the new statement in and is going to expose the attempt to frame General Khan.
No. I'm referring to man two.
Man two is the Hawks colonel.
Yes, the one who's talking.
Yes.
He knew, I'm sorry to use the word crime intelligence, he knew I'm not in the office of the minister. We are together when we do this 252. But he, because
So that colonel, unlike Colonel Schneller, knew what the true state of affairs was, and he knew that you weren't in the office of the minister.
He knew.
Yes.
For the purpose of this operation.
But Colonel Schneller didn't know.
Didn't know.
So you and that colonel in military intelligence, that colonel, was he in, sorry,
No,
not
it's
military
I
intelligence?
said I made a mistake, it's from the Hawks.
Yes, I thought he
Yes.
was from the Hawks, yes. So that colonel from the Hawks and you both knew what your true status was. And you were both building a common legend inside this meeting.
That's correct.
This was a common legend you hadn't shared with Colonel Schneller, who thought that you genuinely were in the minister's office.
Yeah, couldn't share.
Couldn't share.
Couldn't share.
Okay. But the effect of that legend was you have the Hawks colonel urging the colonel who's going to be the key to this whole plan to write letters to the minister's office, to the chief of staff, and on the basis that you, Brown, are part of the minister's office.
That's correct.
And that everything he wants, you will look after, as it were.
That's correct.
So I come back to my original question. Didn't you think that there was a serious risk coming out of this office, coming out of this meeting, that the colonel, in an attempt to get promotion or to get protection for changing his version on oath, would write a letter to the chief of staff or the minister saying, I've spoken to Mr. Mokgotsi in your office, and I understand you know the situation, and this is my problem. Here are the true facts. I want to come clean now and expose this plot against General Khan, and I've spoken to Mr. Mokgotsi of your office. Didn't you spot that as a risk?
There's no police officer who can write a letter and demand the rank in that manner.
Sorry.
There is no police officer who would write, even when you say write a letter, he cannot write that letter. He'll want to do things with me. He can't write a letter and say to the minister, I want the rank.
Even if he doesn't ask about a new rank, if he just says, I want to come clean in relation to an attempt to convict General Khan wrongly, I've been forced to give this statement on oath. I've spoken to Mr. Mokgotsi of your office, and he's encouraged me to approach you to set the record straight so that an innocent man can go free. Yeah. Was there not a risk that he would write that to the minister and say, I've spoken to Mr. Mokgotsi of your office, he's been instrumental in this?
Yeah, those risks are always there. That's why it's called a risk. You just take it. Should he have written operation, this operation would have collapsed. But the content of what he wanted to allude to the minister in relation to the plot, perhaps the minister would still give it the attention it deserved.
Let us adjourn at this point and resume at 14:05. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
The brown, your icon. So you have another home in Soweto, okay? And you don't have any of the qualifications for run operation in with what was it for? I can keep it same CAT being funding yourself, afande, hotle, whatever. Malome Brown, are you possibly bitter or angry over a certain tender? Are you maybe by any chance not happy?
You see, one thing that I've learned, Brown Mokgotsi is smart or is acting smart. He's really an agent. He even lies under oath. I don't know. This guy is lying deliberately and under oath because he wants to accomplish his mission. And when he asked if does he honor the oath, he thumbsucking and but they really always say that lies has short legs, and I think it's really evident that indeed lies they don't go that far. But yeah, let's see, let's watch and see.
Good morning, good morning. All I can say here, I think the guy is busy lying, because all the stories that he's telling, it's lies. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a criminal, this guy, and he's a liar. That's what I can say. Thank you.
We need to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. How long shall we stand and look while they destroy our country? How long shall we wait for General Mukhwanazi? What if they kill General Mukhwanazi? Are we going to fight for General Mukhwanazi? Since we think General Mukhwanazi is the only man who can stop these people, why are we not joining him? By boycotting them, by boycotting everything of ANC.
Mr. Mokgotsi, when we broke, I was putting to you that the strategy that you and your colleague, the Hawks Colonel, had adopted in that meeting carried a real risk that an email or a letter would be written to the Minister or the Chief of Staff referring to your role as a member of the Minister's office in this whole affair. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember you saying that, Commissioners. I wish to show you one example. That I don't think he would have written the letter. Yes, the risk do exist, but I don't think he would have written the letter to the Minister because he was relying on me to facilitate whatever that we're dealing with.
But what he was being told to do by the Hawks Colonel was to write an email to the Minister or to the Chief of Staff or to the Deputy National Commissioner.
That's correct.
Now, I want to put to you that it wouldn't make sense for you to run this risk unless you had some sense that there wouldn't be serious consequences for you in the Minister's office if such an email was sent.
That risk, it is not correct that, like I said, the risk was not that much immense. Your destination is on the right. Now, Commissioners, just look at the message that I sent to General Khan. I said to General Mkhwana, I said, General Khan will brief you next week. He never spoke to him. He never even asked him that I was told I'll be briefed. In that, you see, when these things happen, just that perhaps they have not happened to certain people, you will believe, because it is not that while we are sitting talking about this, there are no arrangements made prior. A phone will ring, it will be written a certain name, and I'll say, and I go outside. When I get there, I don't talk to anyone. When I come back here, the Minister is now, my brother, I must leave. Let's finish what you're doing. There was no way you could talk to the Minister.
Why would he not have been able to email the Chief of Staff or the Minister? They both have public emails.
Should that stage arise, he still had to get the email address from me. He still had to get all the contacts from me. So there was no way.
The Chief of Staff and the Minister have email addresses that you can access online.
You may say that in so many ways, but like I said, he should have gone to them directly if he had that in mind. So why would he come to me? Why would he agree to meet with me when he actually could just raise the matter with the Minister directly?
It was in the meeting that he was urged to write to the Minister, was it not?
Correct.
You see, I want to look back at the chronology and what was exchanged between you and the Minister, and then come back to this risk and assess it in that light. That chronology, and we only have 3 signal chats to work with, but what those 3 signal chats show is that when you told the Minister on the 23rd of December there was a breakthrough, and I put it to you that that breakthrough related to possible IPID arrests of PKTT members, He phoned you twice. He phoned you back twice on that day. And he texted you the next day to find out if the arrest had been effected. And then later in December, you sent a screenshot about a constitutional court judgment where you told the minister to charge General Khumalo either himself or through General Sabia. You recall that?
That's correct.
And then we come to the third signal chat that we have. That's the signal chat of 26 January. It's at page 210. So maybe if we can go there, sorry, 110 of the annexure bundle. And we discussed it yesterday a little, or the day before yesterday a little, and you recall it addressed three different things. The first was the situation in Phoenix in relation to the woman. The second was the businesswoman in the BRICS cybersecurity arrangement. And the third had two components. It was the guy of the funding, who you said is also in Joburg from Tuesday. He's the one I said has a 3 billion contract with SAPS. And still under the same number, you said also meeting with the DNC and COS today in Durban for finalization of Khumalo and General Mkhonazi's matters. And then you followed that up with another message to the minister saying DNC is waiting for the COS here. This is very significant. And I want to put to you that if one looks at the chronology, the Khumalo and Mkhonazi matters that you were discussing with the minister that would involve the DNC and the Chief of Staff actually were your attempts to have the two generals set up on charges for defeating the ends of justice in relation to the General Khan inquiry.
No, that is not true.
Well, what was it? What were the Khumalo and Mkhonazi matters?
I did say previously, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? It was my wish that that the Chief of Staff could meet with the DNC to actually allude to him all that he has heard from General Mkhonazi about me. That was all about.
And how does that relate to General Khumalo?
Because it was him, according to the Chief of Staff, in his words, what General Mkhonazi spoke, he also mentioned General Khumalo. And I believe it is because in my chat that time I said, how is your standing with General Khumalo? And he wanted to know what is it that General Khumalo said about him when I gave that other explanation about not listening and the CITs and stuff like that. That was the reason.
And can I ask you why you thought that the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Police and the Deputy National Commissioner of the South African Police Service would spend a time having a meeting to discuss your relationship with General Mkhonazi and General Khumalo? Why would it be any concern of theirs?
It was not my relationship. It was what General Mkhonazi said to the Chief of Staff.
What did he say to the Chief of Staff?
He told me over the phone that the Lieutenant General Mkhonazi says there's a problem with the guy from Northwest. Lomkhotsi is the one who's creating problems for us. Something of that sort.
And you thought that this was a matter for the immediate attention of the Deputy National Commissioner and the Chief of Staff?
The advantage was they were both in Durban at the time. That's the reason.
Sorry, I'm afraid I didn't hear that answer.
I was taking advantage that they were already in one place, like in the same area that time.
Your follow-up message, DNC is waiting for the Chief of Staff here. This is very significant. What was so significant about the
Try-
fact that the
trying
Chief of Staff
to-
hadn't come to a meeting to discuss?
Mr. Mokhodzi, please wait until the question has been,
Thank you.
yeah.
What was so significant about the fact that the Chief of Staff in the Minister's office hadn't yet arrived for a meeting with the Deputy National Commissioner to discuss what General Mkhwanazi had apparently said to the Chief of Staff about you?
Commissioners, this question has been posed again. I did say I was kind of requesting the minister to ask or somehow tell the Chief of Staff to meet with the DNC so that he could speak to him about this problem. Whatever that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi said about me to the Chief of Staff.
Sorry, what General Kumalo said
General
about you to the Chief of
General,
Staff?
no, General Madlanga Commission said about me to the Chief of Staff.
And that was the finalization of the Kumalo and General Mkhwanazi's matters as far as you were concerned?
Yeah, just to finalize that thing of what General Mkhwanazi said and what his concerns.
All you wanted apparently was finality in relation to learning what General Mkhwanazi thought about you. Is that what you're saying?
Not thought, what he told Chief of Staff about me.
Why would that require a meeting with General Sabir? Chief of Staff knew what he told
No,
you.
it's not that he wanted me. It was my suggestion that he should tell the DNC as soon as possible.
And why would the DNC have any interest in what General Mkhwanazi had told the Chief of Staff about his thoughts in relation to you?
The DNC is a senior police officer.
And what business is it of the DNC what General Mkhwanazi tells the Chief of Staff of his views in relation to you? Why is this a top-level police matter?
Like I said, it is what I suggested. You know, if you suggest something and you feel it is correct and you do it, then you are questioned why, and you still say, no, I thought that was the right thing to do. And that was the right thing to do.
Do you think that it is a sensible use of the time of the Deputy National Commissioner and the Chief of Staff in the Minister's office for them to meet specifically to discuss what General Mkhwanazi may have said to the Chief of Staff about you?
It is, you know, I don't know how this can be explained thoroughly. Including General Mkhwanazi himself, he did send a message to the minister that they must have a meeting and I must be present. It was testified in the Adhoc committee. But now, when it's me requesting, you know, it becomes something else. General Mkhwanazi did ask the minister to call a meeting with the DNC and whoever, but the minister did not do that meeting. But when it's me requesting just the 2 instead of 5, which General Mkhwanazi requested, this becomes so questionable in many ways.
There is a difference. If you're talking about a provincial commissioner in one province asking for a meeting with the Deputy National Commissioner to sort out relations within the top-level leadership of the South African Police Force, that makes sense.
With Brown Mokhodzi present.
With Brown Mokhodzi present, if Brown Mokhodzi is interfering with those relations.
So I can't ask questions. Sorry, Commissioner. No, I almost asked that. So is it what General Mkhwanazi said to Senior Counsel? No, it's Tshwarelo.
And why was that Kumalo's matter?
Because he did, when Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi spoke to the Chief of Staff, he did mention General Kumalo.
Did he mention General Khan?
No, he did not tell me about General Khan.
Chief of Staff didn't tell you about General
No,
Khan?
didn't tell me.
You see, I want to put it to you that answer is self-evidently false, and that the Kumalo and Mkhwanazi's matters that you were referring to have to relate to something else.
No, it's not true. It's not false. What I'm saying here is that they had to meet, and I was thinking if Chief of Staff explains to the DNC exactly how he had whatever that General Mkonazi was saying was going to bring a kind of closure to the thinking of General Mkonazi.
You see, Mr. Mokgotsi, you know what that meeting was about. The Commission can only draw its own inferences from what it sees in the evidence and any credible version that you put forward. Now, I'm going to put it to you that you haven't put forward any credible version, and so the Commission can only draw the most likely inference from what it sees in relation to all of these texts, which is that having regard to the timeline, having regard to the fact that you sent these messages to the Minister, that the Mkonazi and Khumalo matters that you were referring to were your attempt to have General Mkonazi and General Khumalo charged with defeating the ends of justice in relation to the Khan inquiry. That's what the evidence points to. One sees it in the timeline, one sees it in your meeting with the source, where the three people who the source is encouraged to engage with are the Minister, the Chief of Staff, and General Sabia. One doesn't see any other plausible explanation for what you were referring to in relation to the General Khumalo matter and the General Mkonazi matter. So unless you can give us one, we have to leave it at this point and draw the inference from the actual evidence that we have. So what are you saying these matters were?
It is obviously going to be what the senior counsel is saying, commissioners. If inference will only be taken from what the commission see at their disposal, being that they must believe, there is nothing I can do. You know, on my side, I've just tried to say, like Madam Commissioner said, I did not bring anything. I said I have people, names, contact numbers who can corroborate something here. The Commission has never said what Senior Counsel is saying now, that they will take the information from those people, or they will ever allow me to bring that evidence. Or
who can we speak to corroborate your version that the meeting you were calling for here was to discuss what General Mkonazi had told the Chief of Staff in relation to you?
Those are the only two people you can speak to, General Sabia and Chief of Staff. Particularly, Chief of Staff will tell you exactly that no, after General Mkonazi called me, he did speak about Mr. Brown Mokgotsi in this way and this way, and Brown requested that we should have a meeting.
When did you make this request?
I cannot remember. We'll have to go through what it was. Obviously, there are dates here, but I cannot remember specifically the time. I'll have to check when was that.
You see, what you say in this message, which was sent on the 26th of January, is that you were meeting with the Deputy National Commissioner and the Chief of Staff today, in other words, the 26th of January, in Durban, for finalization of the Khumalo and General Mkonazi's matters. And so are you suggesting that you had arranged a meeting in Durban on the 26th of January for the Deputy National Commissioner and the Chief of Staff to get together with you to brief you on what General Mkonazi had said about you, and in the process to mention what he may or may not have heard from General Khumalo?
I was in Durban, the DNC was in Durban. I was requesting that the three of us could meet. That's what I'm trying to say, that the two, Chief of Staff can come and narrate what he heard from Lieutenant General Mkonazi to the DNC.
Well, that's not what you were requesting. What you were saying in the first message is that you were meeting you were going to meet with the DNC and the COS today. Not please can I, it's also meeting with the DNC and COS today in Durban for finalization of this. So you're saying you had set up a meeting with them?
I had requested a meeting to set.
So
And it
you were
never
hoping to
materialized.
meet as opposed to...
And it never materialized, that meeting.
Well, it partially materialized because apparently General Sabia arrived for your meeting. Because your next text says DNC is waiting for the COS here. This is very significant.
Yes, but it did not materialize. Chief of Staff, the one who was supposed to come and relay the message, did not come.
See, but General Sabia did come.
General Sabia was in Durban already, and I've asked him to wait at that particular place. I was going to come in case the Chief of Staff arrives, so he did not come. The Chief of Staff.
What was the particular place at which you were, at which General Sabia was told to wait?
No, General Sabia, he was in one hotel. It was, I think, Southern Sun.
Sorry, which hotel? The Southern Sun Hotel.
Yeah, in Durban.
Do you remember which Southern Sun?
No, what?
And is that where this meeting was going to take place?
No, he was at the Southern Sun that moment. So I was telling the minister, please ask Chief of Staff to also come because Sabia was waiting. But the fact that he did not even answer the phone or responded, meaning Chief of Staff, I ended up not going myself. I went, at some stage, I went to the airport and left.
Where was the meeting going to take place?
If a Chief of Staff answered the phone, the venue would still be confirmed at that moment, just to check.
So there was no confirmed venue yet?
Yes, we were not yet agreed as to we're going to meet. That's correct.
And the Deputy National Commissioner was just waiting to find out where he was going to have this meeting with the Chief of Staff?
We would speak.
Yourself?
It would depend where the Chief of Staff was, and maybe you could have said, let's meet where the Chief of Staff was, or where the DNC was.
While we're on this screenshot, can we go back to the start of this last item, where you say the guy of the funding, brackets 20, is also in Joburg from Tuesday. He is the one I said has a 3 billion contract with SAPS. Now, Mr. Madlanga had been funding what he thought was the minister's campaign. Is that not correct?
Mr. Madlanga only funded the trip that went for the January 8th celebration.
Yes, but he understood himself to be contributing to the minister's campaign. Is that not correct?
No, it's not correct.
I think it is. Yes. If we go to the relevant texts, you'll see, first of all, when you want money from him, you keep on saying, we are going to lose 2 regions. We need 12,500 for each of the regions.
For the regions, that's correct.
Yes. So what were the regions there to do?
You see, in the organization, we'll always have comrades in different parts of the country whom we will always have a relationship with. Even in our region, when we need something, we'll call them. You can be called in Mpumalanga, someone saying, hey, we have a regional conference, or we have this, please assist us with transport and so forth. And I don't think, talking of this presidential ambitions and all these things, they have not started. It is premature for people to say Madlanga was going to fund the campaign. It has not started. I haven't seen any political race so far. The ANC is going to local elections, is preparing for that. I never saw the presidential thing coming.
Can I take you to the exchange that you had with Mr. Madlanga in relation to D-Day?
To?
D-Day.
All right.
That's the 31st of December.
Page?
My section, it starts on, The relevant passage that I want to deal with is 59. You have it?
Yes.
And we've been through it already.
Is it paragraph or page?
Page 59 of the annexure bundle. Today is D-Day on the other side. I also think you must stand back, you say to Mr. Madlanga. He says, stand back? I don't understand what you mean. You say for your safety and business, we must just fight what comes your way. And then he says, this won't change my contribution towards the minister, though. I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist. I just don't want to fight losing battles. What does that sound like to you?
It doesn't sound like nothing. He was just saying he won't change his mind to contribute to the minister, and he has made that conscious decision, and he won't back down. Whatever help the minister needs from his side, he'll be happy to assist. So the minister.
What funding had you been asking him for?
No, we have not asked funding from him. He has not.
Sorry, Mr. Mokgotsi, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you were trying to explain away D-Day, you were trying to persuade the Commission that D-Day was the deadline for his contribution to January 8. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And that was for funding?
For the celebration of ANC members traveling there.
Yes, but on the same day as that happens, he says to you, this won't change my contribution towards the minister, though. I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist.
Yes, he said so.
What help did you think he had in mind?
Remember, he was only after he has met with the minister, he would declare what he would want to contribute. So far, he has not met with the minister. And when I try to digest this, I find it very difficult to explain this, that maybe a knowledge of how campaigns are done. This is not the way campaigns are done. Campaigns, you don't just meet Mr. Brown alone and he tells you about campaigning and he gives you money. Campaigns are done differently.
Well, let's see what he says immediately after he says, let's see what happens immediately after he says, I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist.
Yes, that's what he said.
So that is at 1140 at the bottom of page 59. If you go to the top of page 60, what do you say? You say, here is our backlog and we now need to deal with this. It's a last day. I thought we spoke about it, but we did many regions. It's only 2 regions left. Is it possible for you to intervene on the membership for 2 regions, 12.5K each, because today we must pay?
Correct, but all these messages they don't talk about. You see, it is going to be very unbelievable. Even in my region right now, they were going to the regional conference. Doesn't need Madlanga or the minister to be involved. This that you see, people talking about the regions and so forth, it happens every time when conferences or celebration comes. It's not, you cannot say, you cannot fundraise a region and align it to the minister. It's individuals in that region that will ask you to assist them.
But it's in response to Mr. Madlanga saying his contribution towards the minister is not going to change.
Yes, that was...
Whatever help the minister needs, he's going to provide.
Yeah, but it has not, you know, commissioners, every time when these things start, a person will have to meet with the campaign managers and the team. If you are talking provincial or national conference, and when he had those intentions to do that, he has not. It is unfortunate that I according to what former Minister Bekitele said, he said Matlala said he met me with Senzo Mkunu and he was going to contribute to the presidential campaign of Senzo. I'm saying those campaigns have not started.
Can I look at not what you say today, but what you wrote to Mr. Matlala at the time? Let's go down the page, still on the 31st of December, D-Day. Go down to 1908. You say, we managed to push, we only need for those 2 regions. Then you send a bank account of an OD Lekwaba. Who's OD Lekwaba?
That was for Devon, yes, it's the same, my fiancé.
So, but who is OD Lekwaba?
It's my fiancé.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so you send your fiancé's bank account.
Yes.
And you say, we need 25K only. And then at 1910, you say, we'll engage with everything and anything we need, my boss. The problem is we're going to lose voters in the 2 regions.
That's correct.
Now, how are you going to lose voters? Who are those voters there to vote for?
No, every region, you see, it should not be that is for the presidential for Senzo. Senzo does not contest in those regions. The assistance was directed to those regions.
So what is the voter issue?
The voters are members that should be assisted. Those are voters.
Members that should be assisted to do what?
In their own regional programs.
You see, Mr. Mokgotsi, what this looks like to me, and I would submit to anybody else who looks at it sensibly, is that Mr. Matlala says, I'll do anything that you want to support the minister. I'm here to help the minister. And you then say, well, give me 25,000 to pay for these 2 regions, because otherwise we're going to lose voters. That's the help the minister wants.
No. Unless if I have written, okay, let me stick to the minister, or the minister say you must pay 25K. This should not be mixed with that. There's no way the minister comes in these things. Even if he had, I'm saying, should there be any presidential campaign, there was going to be a team which, and most of the time, the minister will have his chief of staff as a representative, probably. Not only Senzo Mkunu, most of ministers or any political head. That's why they have their chief of staff as their political appointees to that.
I see. Well, we'll have to leave that one there. So
Before we leave, Advocate Cheskalson, Mr. Mokgotsi, why would Ket Matlala be discussing with you a contribution towards the minister on the 31st of December 2024? If it has never come up before, why would he suddenly be talking about a contribution towards the minister?
It was his wish that he will meet with the minister and he will want to contribute for whatever the minister wants. And like I said, if there's any other thing that from the investigation that I picked up, in the midst of all these things, Matlala initially in December the 7th, he told me he wants to meet the minister, he has a problem with his tender, he wants to meet the minister, and once he can meet the minister, he can help him, he can do whatever. Business people do say such things. The important thing is do not put the minister close to this person. That was the instruction of the handler. And they did not meet, he did not even give the minister a cent.
But when Advocate Cheskalson put to you that this is what Ket Matlala thought he was doing, you said, no, that's not the case. Ket thought he was contributing towards the ministers.
No, it was not for the minister. Me and him never agreed that the minister's program is starting now. Please contribute to the minister is having. We never. And I'm not in a position, that's not my capacity, to can ever lay or look for money in the name of the minister. People who can look for money in the name of the minister are those he appoints to run probably his campaign at the right time. Here the campaign has not even started. Look, we are talking December last year. We are going to December. Even next year, December, the campaigns will not be there. We still have 2 years to go to talk presidential campaigns.
Well, can I take issue with that answer? Sorry. Let's go to page 112. That's the WhatsApp that you fabricated to send to Mr. Matlala, pretending to, or masquerading as a WhatsApp to the Chief of Staff. You remember that?
That's correct.
And you created that to look like an authentic exchange between yourself and the Chief of Staff, even though it was fabricated.
That's correct.
So it was designed to say what Mr. Matlala wanted to see you saying to the Chief of Staff.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Can we go down to, well, 112, what's forwarded there is the letter of complaint from inside SAPS. And then 113 is the key piece that you want Matlala to see. You want to see that you're fighting his cause. And there you pretend to be saying to the Chief of Staff, this matter may be escalated to you because of non-performance. Our guy needs your intervention. January 08 guy who's about to take over our program. What are you saying there?
The fact that the message is fabricated, I was trying to show him that it is the guy of January 8, it is the guy who wants to take over the program.
And what's that program?
As you say, remember I was telling you about this, the charity organization in the KZN. This is the one. It's not yet the president.
So it's not a political campaign now, it's the minister's private charitable foundation.
Yes, this is what I also told.
So Kat Matlala was a funding guy, but he wasn't funding a political campaign, he was funding a charitable foundation.
Yeah, which he has not funded. It's the message designed for him to see, for Matlala to see that I send this message.
I see. Well, let's go back then to page 110, because at least we now have some clarity. On page 110, at the foot of the page, you say the guy of the funding is also in Joburg from Tuesday. He's the one I said has a 3 billion contract with SAPS. Well, we now know that Mr. Matlala is a guy of the funding because he's funding the minister's charitable campaign.
Yes. Yeah, I told you it's not even 3 billion, it's 30 million. This is Josias, a different person.
I see, yes. Well, let's first clarify how Mr. Matlala ticks these boxes, and then let's get to Josias. He is a guy of the funding. He, on your version, has offered to take over the minister's charitable foundation, or the funding of the charitable foundation.
The program, yeah.
Yes.
But in this time, you just tell me the program.
Okay.
Yes.
But he's certainly offering funding for a project of the minister's.
Kind of, yes.
And he has a contract with SAPS.
Josias?
Mr. Matlala.
Yes, yes.
It's not 3 billion. How much is it?
The tender for Matlala?
Yes, the Medicare contract. Do you know what its value
was?
is?
360 million.
360 million. So a bit of exaggeration in this text if it's applied to Mr. Matlala. You say it doesn't refer to Mr. Matlala.
No, it's Josias.
It refers to Josias.
That's correct.
Does Josias have a surname?
Yes, I think he's a vendor surname. He actually told me he has a contract at SAPS, and he was willing to do whatever that we spoke about.
Well, let's get his surname first, because we can then track down Josias.
I only know him. I only know him as Josias. Including him, he never met the minister. He never met the chief of staff. He was just trying to say he can contribute to the guy Josias.
So someone with a vendor surname and a first name called Josias told you he had a contract at SAPS. Was the contract in the name of a company, do you know?
Yeah, we have not yet met and shared the details. He just said he's got a contract and he wants to contribute to that charity organization.
So he wants to contribute to the minister's
Yes.
charity, and he has a contract with SAPS, but you don't know what that contract is.
Yes, I didn't know.
Yesterday or the day before, I think you mentioned that it was a 30 million rand contract.
That's correct.
So you know the value of the contract, but not the subject matter of the contract.
Commissioners, you know, if you check this thing properly, it's not the first time. Someone will say, I'm doing cybersecurity or I'm doing this and that. I want to meet the minister. When in actual fact, you will tell the minister somebody has interest and he'd like to meet with you or whatsoever. As a comrade, he'll say, hey, man, tell him to go to my province if he wants to contribute in my province. Tell him to speak to Chief of Staff if he wants the meeting. But Les Josias, when I said Tuesday, that meeting also never happened. We never met, and I never made follow-ups because even after that, he did not speak to me much, Les Josias.
So it's just another unfortunate coincidence here that your text refers to someone who seems to tick the boxes of Mr. Madlanga, but actually relates to somebody else called Josias who has a vendor surname and whose other details we seem not to be able to establish.
Yeah, but commissioners, I believe that for Minister Senzo, I could have said this guy has a contract of 360 million, is a Medicare company. I should have given the minister details if it was CAT.
I see. And the fact that you just referred to the funding guy and the contract with SAPS is evidence that it wasn't CAT.
May you please repeat the question, Commissioner?
The fact that you just referred to the funding guy and the contract with SAPS is evidence that you weren't referring to CAT. Is that what you're suggesting to us?
Commissioner, I get confused that, well, I send this message and I've said it so many times that if it was CAT, perhaps I could have identified him differently as opposed to this.
If it wasn't CAT, why did you bother sending this to CAT?
Is to show him that I am working and I'm very close to the minister and I'm doing something every day. That's, you know, he knew that he has the minister's man all the time. And he did not, that's why sometimes he'll even say, I see you are sending me so many things. What is this? What are you talking about?
So this is just another unfortunate coincidence. You send to CAT a text that looks for all the world that it's referring to him, but actually it isn't.
I don't know what Commissioner is seeing to be a coincidence here.
You see, Mr. Madlanga, I'm reminded of what the villain says in one of those early James Bond movies, which is once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. We're at about 8 times, and you want us to believe that they're all just coincidences.
But there's nothing coincidental here.
It's not a coincidence. You send a text to CAT that looks for all the world that it's referring to CAT, but it's just, unfortunately, a mistaken appearance. It doesn't refer to CAT, although it looks like it's referring to CAT.
Yeah, but Commissioner, CAT did not have 33 billion in contract. No one has. I don't know of anyone. And I knew this was 30 million.
I
And
see.
you'd also understand, maybe you want to ask me, how does CAT feels when I say there's a guy who is going to meet, is also has a contract and is going to be available on Tuesday? Maybe if that was the question, Commissioner. Is that the question, Commissioner? Or how does he feel when he sees this?
How does Kat feel when he sees a text from you saying that he's going to be in Joburg on Tuesday and that he's expecting a meeting with the minister?
Another person.
Another person.
That's correct.
Let's look at what happened with Kat. Because straight after you send this meeting, as you send this this text, if we go staying on page 111 down to 2037, the very next text, you write to Kat, they just left the Lekgotla.
That's correct.
Yes. And he says, so what's the plan? Should I make my way there or what?
That's the
He
plan.
thinks he's coming to a meeting with the minister, does he not?
No. This is the time when I said General Begitele was in Kat's house. This is the one.
Sorry, this is the time?
When I said after Lekgotla, that's when General Taylor was in Kat's house.
I see.
That's correct.
So you send him a text which says that the guy of the funding is also in Joburg from Tuesday, and he's the one with the contract with SAPS. You then tell him they just left the Lekgotla, and he says, should I come over there? And actually, he's not meeting the person who was told apparently that he's in Joburg. He's there to meet somebody else entirely, General Pele, who's not been mentioned in any of these texts previously. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but this, Commissioners, the meeting here, this is now this is now January. This is the 26th of January on a Sunday. Then
Let's take you through the sequence. The chat with the minister is on the Sunday the 26th of January.
that's correct.
Monday was the 27th. Tuesday was the 28th. You tell the minister that the guy of the funding is in Joburg from Tuesday, from the 28th.
That's correct.
On Thursday the 30th, you send that text to Kat.
That's correct.
And Kat says, and then immediately after, on the same day as you send that text, you say, they just left the Lekgotla. And Kat says, should I make my way there or what? What does it look like to you?
Yeah, but you see, this Commissioners, perhaps Council, you imply that this was the meeting I spoke about. It was not Tuesday. This was now on Thursday.
Yes, but what you said to the minister is the guy with the funding is here in Joburg from Tuesday. Thursday is from Tuesday.
Yeah, that's correct. But Kat is staying here in Gauteng. He's staying in Pretoria. For him to have a meeting, I wouldn't have to say he's there from Tuesday. He's staying here. I can tell you, that's why I said perhaps the question here is, how does Kat feels to show him these meetings? It is for one reason that I showed him these messages, especially this one. One talks about a woman who's doing cybersecurity. The other one talks about someone who's doing a business and whatever and whatever. Is to show Kat that he's not the only business person who will want to engage with the minister. There are so many other pro-business people who can meet with the minister. Could you show him that the minister is also, that he should not believe he's the only businessman who's there. You show that, no, the minister is busy, you also have this one, you also have this one. And you are showing him also in this message is that I am able to tell the minister to meet this businessman. I am able to tell him, meet this businessman, meet that one. You are showing Kat to continue believing that himself, he'll have this chance to meet with the minister. It's not that it's mistaken and it's coincidental that this now refers to Kat. No. Now here, let me tell you, I need And this is very sensitive, but it happened. When I said, should I made a plan there? I wish on this particular two things, Commission, may I approach Council on these two things? To approach Council only 5 seconds on these two things that I need to give clarity about. Or else I'm going to request to make a representation, because this is something that I don't really think I can just say it here. Maybe I should just ask 1 minute, ask them.
Chair, there may be a route through this. I had arranged with Mr. Matlala's counsel earlier that. I apologize, Mr. Mokgotsi. Mr. Mokgotsi's counsel earlier that because we might sit a little later today, we would have a break. Well, I would ask for a break. And why don't, if we could take a 5-minute, 10-minute break now, just to give Mr. Mokgotsi a bit of a break so that we can sit a little later.
Let's adjourn and come back at 10 past.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Chair, I understand we have to finish within the next 50 minutes, and there are some other topics I'd like to get through, so I'm not going to pursue that last line of questioning any further. Mr. Mokgotsi, if we just quickly run through a chronology, your signal message to the minister that we've been looking at was sent on 26 January. The meeting with the colonel who was possibly going to trap Generals Khumalo and Mkonazi was on 29th January. In Parliament yesterday, the Chief of Staff mentioned that the Minister had scheduled a meeting with you for 3 February, which was a week after you sent the Morning Minister a letter about the Khumalo and General Mkonazi matters and the funding guy with the contract with SAPS. He says that the 3 February meeting apparently couldn't take place because people were called urgently to Luthuli House. What was the 3 February meeting going to be about?
It's going to be a political meeting.
Political meeting.
That's
and
correct.
What in particular?
We call different people from different regions.
Different regions of the Northwest or different regions of...
It was, I think, it was the Northwest, yes.
And why did they have to meet with the minister?
And if it's political, it means they would have raised their political issues with the member of the NEC, National Executive Committee member of the ANC. They will raise their political issues with him.
So it just so happened to be that the member of the NEC that they wanted to raise issues with was the minister.
That's correct.
And who were these people who were due to come?
It would be members of the ANC.
No, I understand that, but if they're coming to see the minister in the capacity as
Members of the ANC.
those members of the ANC, you can happily give their names.
The names of the people who are going to attend the meeting.
Who were going to come to that meeting. You see, I ask you this question because the Chief of Staff's version yesterday in Parliament was remarkably unparticularized. He couldn't point to any attendance register, he couldn't point to any people who were there, he couldn't point to any access at the gate. He could say nothing other than that he'd been asked to set up this meeting and that you were bringing people, but they couldn't come.
Yes.
So what I want to know is who were the people you were going to bring?
Commissioners, a meeting of that sort.
Mr. Mokgotsi, it's a very simple question. Who were the people? They have names. What were their names?
I don't get the point, Minister. That meeting never took place. It is because, let me explain this properly, Commissioners.
Mr. Mokgotsi, if you know the names, it does not require an explanation. Do you know the names or not? If you do, please give us the names.
The names were not yet prepared because we were relying on when they said people were called to Luthuli, it means whoever that we are planning to bring, being a leader, you cannot bring their followers without a leader. It is leaders like your regional leadership, regional chair and secretaries who were called to Luthuli House. Now, we could not convene any other meeting without the regional leadership. So at that stage, we did not have people, we could not put up a list and say, here are the people who are going to come.
Sorry, I genuinely don't understand that answer, because if the answer is that the regional leadership and chair would have been there along with other people, then
No, I'm not saying that.
you're not saying that.
Yes, there
So
was a
what are you
meeting which we had with regional secretaries. I have names, but that one did not materialize. When you call that meeting, you say, please bring one rep from your region. And if that meeting does not take place, those reps, you won't be able to see them, and therefore you don't have the names.
You see, if I understood the version of the Chief of Staff correctly, it's not consistent with what you're telling me now, because the Chief of Staff said that it was already a few minutes past the scheduled start time for the meeting when he was called to say that people can't come because they've been called urgently to Luthuli House. So if that was the situation, you would have known who was due to be at the meeting, and the fact that they were subsequently called urgently to Luthuli House wouldn't prevent you from telling me who was supposed to be there but for the Luthuli House call.
You know, commissioners, there are so members, many members of the ANC that I know, my friend. I would have just said, Tato, Tepo, Mama. It's to be honest, once a meeting is arranged and that meeting, for him to say it was the last minute cancellation, it is because the leaders who were not coming here, the leaders were called to the tool. So the same leaders could not give us their names, could not give us their representative who were coming. I'm saying to you that because there are even few members now who left the ANC. I could have called their name or called to F, but we did not have the list. I was also going to meet them here in Gauteng. So I don't have the names.
So this meeting was about ordinary ANC business in the Northwest?
Not business.
What was it?
Like concerned members. If you say one rep per region, it means Northwest has 4 regions. You will bring 4 people. But those leaders you are talking to, you'll never know who are they bringing. So that meeting, therefore, never took place.
And what was the purpose of the meeting? What were you going to raise with the MEC, with the minister in his capacity as an NEC member?
I don't know what they were going to raise. It is them who were to come and give their political overview, their feeling in the province, and so forth.
But the Chief of Staff said it was your meeting, that you were bringing people, that the minister had scheduled a meeting with you and some people you were going to bring.
Yeah, commissioners, I was watching the same thing that you are talking about. I could have had answers of those people. I'm saying only the leaders who were called to Luthuli, did not give me those that had to attend. So I cannot have the names, even if it was my meeting. And those people that were coming to attend for that meeting, it's a normal thing for maybe comrades from KZN or Free State to meet with the minister, is to raise their general concerns from where they come from, not me, where I come from, where they come from, to raise their issues and with a member of the National Executive Committee.
And have you been involved in any meetings of the NEC, or not NEC, meetings with the minister in his capacity as NEC member, other than that meeting that didn't happen?
Yeah, there was a meeting of regional secretaries, and only 2 of them came with their drivers, and the meeting could not necessarily be fruitful, but it took place. I was present in that meeting.
Where was that? Where and when was that
Minister's
meeting?
State House.
And when?
Commissioners, I'm not good with dates, and this is a disadvantage, but it was last year. I can't remember.
2024, not 2025.
Not 2025.
I'm going to move on to another topic which has been touched on in part. It's the apparent advance notice that you got of the disbandment order. I'm not sure if there are any issues that the Commission wants to traverse before we go.
We will ask our questions when we resume, so we'll let you go.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
We know that the PKTT disbandment letter was sent from the Chief of Staff to the National Commissioner's office at 17:20, that's 5:20 p.m. on New Year's Eve, 31 December 2024. That's when the letter went out. If we go to your chats, and this is a point that Commissioner Khumalo raised with you, at 11:32 on that morning, which is a good almost 6 hours before the letter went out, you were telling Mr. Matlala that today is D-Day on the other side. And that he must stand back for his safety in business, and he said, this won't change my contribution towards the minister, although I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist. Just don't want to fight losing battles, he says. And you've had an exchange with the Commissioner who put to you that the most obvious interpretation of your text to Mr. Matlala is anticipation of the disbandment letter. You denied that.
I deny that.
And you have suggested that what you were really speaking to Mr. Matlala about was he had to pay today because it was the deadline for the January the 8th contributions.
That's correct.
How does that explanation square with his response, which is, this won't change my contribution towards the minister though. I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist. I just don't want to fight losing battles. Why did he say that if what you were telling him was you have to pay today, otherwise it's too late?
On that part, he was talking about his safety and his business. Remember, I told him there are possibilities that the KKTT could come to your house. Now, and as I'm repeating it, the statement again, Commissioner, I said the D-Day had to do with the celebration. Now that I'm saying we will fight for all the way for him, and he's still saying, he's also trying to please me, that okay, and myself also, my boss, I won't change my decision. I am going to help the minister and whatsoever. But the point is, the reason he said that he was trying, I believe he was trying to please me.
Well, we have traversed this, and you have traversed it with Commissioner Khumalo. I'm not going to take it forward. I do want to put to you that what you were referring to was not deadlines for payment, but was anticipation of the disbandment letter.
So far, it is vividly clear that Matlala, I was talking to him openly. If there was a letter coming, I would have given him that letter. It's the first time that I hear even that the letter came from the Chief of Staff. And because I'm talking to him, probably I would have received the letter the same day and showed it to Kat the same day. So I only got the letter from social media, I believe it was the second day.
Well, let's wait till we get there, because before we get there, on the 1st of January, at 13:41,
This page?
Page 62 at the bottom of the page, there's a text which you've denied, or a chat which you've denied. At 13:51, the text reads, "Good day," it's from you to Kat. "Good day, I've arranged a meeting for Sabia and the minister must have a solution." You say you never sent that.
Page 62.
Sorry?
Yes. I did not send this message.
You deny sending that. I have to put to you that your denial is unsustainable, but we will in due course bring the technical evidence to show that this text could not have been planted in that body of WhatsApp messages, but it's a technical question. I don't want to take it further with you now, but I have to put it to you.
Oh, I hear that there will be a technical person for this. You know, it is my wish, commissioners, that this cell phone forget, when you are having those experts, perhaps I should be allowed to bring a same machine.
Sorry, the same machine.
Yeah, we know they are using the cell bright machine. And I've said yesterday, this cell bright machine, South African Police Service it has that machine. No one operates it. They are utilizing these other companies that I cannot mention. That machine, you choose the message that you want to extract. And I wish they bring it here on that day, they extract. Once they are done, they must allow us to also extract, with my person to extract.
If you want to appoint an expert to be present at the mirror imaging of the phone from the original sealed evidence bag in which it's kept, and to make your own image, we will make the necessary arrangements if that is necessary.
Yeah, not mirroring, not to mirror, to do what they did, the download, to show you from the phone, the day it was bought till today. Whatever that was taken out, will be able to take out. Whatever that was deleted, we'll put it back. Things that General Mkonazi said there in Parliament, that they can do what. Like I said, commissioners, with us to run this.
Mr. Mokgotsi, I don't want to have this debate with you. I'm tendering our cooperation if you want an expert appointed to perform these exercises. When we get to it, your legal team can be in touch with us.
Thank you.
Let's then get to the 1st of January. And at 10:38 on the 1st of January, you send a message to Mr. Matlala, which we see at page 63, 10 p.m. 22:38. The message says, the task team that came to your house and harassed you has been dissolved, stroke disbanded. You see it?
Correct.
And your evidence was that you sent this message after finding the disbandment letter on social media.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And I asked you whether it was public social media or private social media. Had someone sent it to you privately? You said no, it was publicly accessible.
That's correct, Commissioner.
You see, I want to put it to you that evidence is false, because we have done a comprehensive search of public social media, and the earliest that any public source announced the disbandment decision was when the journalists who scooped the story posted about the disbandment decision on X at 21 hours 32 p.m. on the 2nd, not on the 1st, on the 2nd. So you had in your possession information of the disbandment 23 hours before it went public.
It's not true. Who did that study, I don't know how he's going to prove that that journalist was the first one to get that was the first to run the story, or when did the journalist get the story. I got the letter from the social media, and it was all over social media. And everyone, including General Mkonazi, General Masemo, no one mans up and say, including the recipient, no one receives to accept to have received the letter. All of them say they got it from the social media.
Indeed, everyone did get it from social media.
My contention, commissioners, is that the recipient of that letter is the one who leaked it, because it was against the wish.
I'm not accusing you of leaking it.
No.
I'm just putting to you that you were aware of the information before it was publicly available on social media.
I was not aware. There was no way I could be away.
Well, if you can track the source from which you found that letter, I would be very interested in knowing that source, because we see no evidence whatsoever of any publicly available source speaking to that letter before 21:32 on the 2nd.
I don't know if I'll be able to find it, commissioners. My only wish is that maybe this PKTT now, if it still exists, should maybe be given to Limpopo to run it, or Gauteng, because this PKTT, for it to be based in KZN, it is a problem. Maybe it should be given to General Lassane in Northwest or someone, because just to see what will happen if it is administered or managed by different people. Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I just check this? Mr. Mkhosi, you say you say the recipient is responsible for leaking the letter. That's what you said.
Yeah, it's in my view. I'm not speaking.
Oh, you're not stating it as a fact.
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we go down, still on page 63, to the 2nd of January at 8:58? There you send a message to Mr. Matlala saying they got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they're bringing all the dockets to Sibiya.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes, and there was ultimately a decision to bring the dockets to General Sibiya's office. But that was only taken officially in March of 2025.
That's correct, Commissioner.
But you seem to have advance notice that this decision was going to be taken.
Yeah, this has been coming so many times, and I'm trying to think perhaps we should check who actually gave the directive that the dockets must go to General Sibiya. I think that's where now even the Commission should establish whether is it Brown Mokhosi who said take those dockets to Sibiya, because now I have mentioned it and I gave an example to say I was with someone, there was issue of the docket, it was somehow I was made aware that the dockets belongs to the Deputy National Commissioner. And I then thought, indeed, they're going to go to him. Now, the story that, because I knew beforehand, maybe we now have to check, especially with the subs management, the brigade, the major, the general who was here, we must check who said the docket must go to General Sibiya, so that we can see if is it the minister, because it's somehow purported that is the minister or chief of staff, someone
Mr. Mokhosi, I'm not interested in who said it. I'm interested in when it was first said and why you assumed, or you said that was happening on the 2nd of January at 8:58 in the morning.
Yeah.
When it happened, we know it was several months later. What we're interested in is why you said that on 2 January at 8:58.
The dockets belongs, all the dockets are they are reporting to the Deputy National Commissioner.
So you considered it simple common sense that if the task team's going to be dissolved, the dockets would all go back to General Sibiya's office as the Deputy National Commissioner?
Yeah, it can be common, because it's not common for everyone, that time for me, because I knew that the dockets, as a matter of principle, I heard from someone telling me that Deputy National Commissioner is responsible for all the dockets in the country. Therefore, I presumed that they will go back to him.
You see, we've had evidence in this commission relating to whether it was common sense or common practice. And the unanimous evidence is that it wasn't. Can I take you to General Mkwanazi's evidence in the exhibit bundle at 187? Do you have 187?
I have.
There, the evidence leader, Advocate Selo SC, in line 11 asks this question. If a task team in KwaZulu-Natal is disbanded, and I'll assume for purposes of this question that it is correctly disbanded, what automatically happens to those dockets that the task team handled? And General Mkonazi responds, the case dockets, commissioners, belong to a police station. The cases opened at a police station get registered. It's going to have a case number of a particular police station. The docket might be investigated by a specialized unit, a task team, or whatever that is established, but in conclusion thereof, it goes back to the police station where it was registered. So if there was a decision to stop the work of this task team on dockets that are already finalized, will need to be returned back to the stations, and dockets that are still under investigation will also need to be returned back to the very same stations, so that those dockets will be allocated to different investigators at the station so the work or investigation work can continue. So the provincial commissioner said, well, in the ordinary course of events, you would expect dockets to go back to the police stations. But his wasn't the only evidence, because then we heard the evidence of Major General Motsepe. She's actually in General Sabia's office. And she is the general in the office of General Sabia who was ultimately tasked with responsibility for these very dockets. And she made clear in testimony before this commission a few days before you testified that it was not common sense for the dockets to be brought back to General Sabia's office. And I can just read what she said at page 10 of the transcript of her evidence. She says, what I'm trying to say from the onset, there were no proper explanation to me why the dockets were taken here. So the very person in General Sabia's office who was given responsibility for the office said she had no explanation as to why they would come to her or to her office. So the generals in SAPS wouldn't have predicted that the dockets would go to General Sabia, but you managed to predict that several months before it happened. How was that?
It happened. Just like that.
Just like that. Another one of these marvelous coincidences.
No. Now check the same provincial commissioner who knows that the dockets must go to the police stations, who has the authority to disperse them to the police stations. Why didn't he do that?
That's a question that we can put to General Mkonazi if we choose to. But I am asking you, how did you know that the dockets would be brought back up to General Sabia when all of the generals in the police force that we've spoken to about this question thought that that wasn't standard practice?
Brown Mokgotsi knew. Unless there was a directive from either the person who suspected to have given me the letter. Like now, I speak to Chief of Staff. Here's the Chief of Staff.
I'm not interested in the letter anymore. I'm interested in the knowledge that the dockets were going to go to the office of General Sabia.
Then the commission, probably the commission should establish who said the dockets must go. Because during some sessions here, chairperson of the commission did ask the same general that there was something like General Mkonazi said they must come to Gauteng for audit or to be checked. And the chairperson did not necessarily take that it was a futile. Why wouldn't they be audited in the province? Now, I'm scared to get into that terrain that General Mkonazi, it is him who brought the docket to Gauteng. And
I'm not asking how the dockets got to General Sabia's office. I'm asking how you knew on the 1st of January, on the 2nd of January, that the dockets would be taken to General Sabia's office.
I would say, commissioners, common sense that I had then is still not common to everyone. Because unless if there was or there is something that probably I'm getting linked, there is a directive maybe from the minister or the chief of staff or the General Sibia himself said, bring those dockets, then you would say, he told me. So I'm saying it was my thinking because the Deputy National Commissioner, all the dockets in the country reports to the Deputy National Commissioner. And I can...
Yeah. Mr. Mkhotsi, someone told you about this letter. You say it was on social media. Why don't you just admit that somebody told you the dockets are going to General Sibia? I mean, it's not what's being put to you is the generals at the SAPS who have testified here have said it did not make sense for the dockets to come to Pretoria. That's their evidence, all of them. You are the only one so far before the commission who knew that these dockets are going to go to General Sibia, and you say it's common sense for you, an informer who's not an employee of the SEPS other than a contact agent, you say common sense they would go to Sibia. It's very difficult to, sitting here, it's very difficult to believe your answer, that is the best answer you are able to give.
I can make reference again, Commissioner. I remembered something. Yesterday, when I was speaking about Major General Loshaba's case, docket 38, now I remember again, this was the second time. That docket could not be found. And that, my handler, I remember again, he had to talk to his commander that they should go to the office of, so that the DNC, Deputy National Commissioner, could give instruction that he wanted the docket. So and I should apologize to use the word common sense because I relied on the first incident after the VIP protection from the Deputy President when they were arrested. I thought that matter is investigated in SAPS, and I heard no, it's done by the presidency. Now but they are surprised why it is done by the presidency because all the dockets belong to the DNC that time. And the second incident is when with the docket 38, it could not be found. I think today. So I knew also.
You were, okay.
Thank you.
So because of the Lushaba docket, what you came to know, you knew from that the dockets, the PKTT dockets will go to General Sibia. I'm trying to understand your answer.
I'm trying to say because even the handler and his commander, he had to find a way to get General Sibia to give instruction that the docket should come to him. So I also learned there that the DNC is responsible for all the dockets in the country. That's the little knowledge I have.
So you're saying you knew from experience. It's no longer common sense now. You say you knew from your experience in the Lushaba matter that the dockets, the PKTT dockets will come to General Sibia. Is that what you're saying now?
Not the PKTT. If the DNC is responsible for all the dockets, irrespective that whether is it PKTT or is crime or stock theft, I just thought, because the common sense came on the basis of that experience that, because the DNC is responsible for the dockets, therefore. Okay. Hence, I request the Commission should establish who said this docket must go to DNC.
No, the question really that Mr. Chaskalson is asking you is how did you know, not a general inquiry. Thank you.
Okay.
The next stage in this process is when you actually send the letter itself to Mr. Matlala, and you do that on the 2nd of January at 10 in the morning, 10:05. It's at the foot of the page of 63. Now, 10:05 is 11 hours before we can find any public trace of this letter. But we've been through that already. What I want to ask you now is, why is it that you sent the message to Mr. Madlanga informing him of the disbandment of the task team on the night of the 1st of January, but then chose to send the letter on the morning of the 2nd of January at 10 o'clock? Did you have the letter in your hands when you sent that message?
Yes, I did.
On the night? You had the letter already on the 1st of January at 10:38.
That's correct. But I was also trying to establish whether is the letter authentic or not. I kept it, and when I saw the letter now in full swing in media platforms, that's when I sent him the following day.
Well, I'm not going to go back to you in relation to full swing, because in fact it was nowhere to be seen until 9 o'clock on that evening. But why did you think it was okay to tell Mr. Madlanga that the task team had been dissolved, but not to give him the letter?
As I said, what if the letter was fake?
Well, then he would be very, very disappointed that you told him that this task team that harassed him had been dissolved, and it turned out that it hadn't been dissolved.
Yeah, I had to verify if the letter was authentic also.
But on your version, you broke the news to him.
That's correct.
Before you did any verification.
That's correct.
Why did you think it was all right to break the news but not to send the letter?
No, that letter was not my letter. I could even take it to Zambia or anywhere. All I need is that Ket Madlanga's, this PKTT went to harass him. It will be great news for him. I just said, let me check if this is not fake. Then in the morning I saw it somewhere. Then I gave him a proof.
But in the evening before, on your version, you knew that it was for real. You broke the news to him. You said it's been disbanded, it's been dissolved.
Yeah, that's correct. But it wouldn't be a good move to send it if I have not authenticated it.
But it was all right to tell the news, which is the crucial news he wanted to hear, even though you hadn't authenticated.
Very much. It was so much relevant just to inform him and to bolster that I'm having information beforehand. Like now, if just like SC has said, this is a man who's a professional liar. Like now, it is presumed. I can feel it. I got the letter from either someone or the minister gave me the letter. That is what possibly in people's mind. Whereas if I had the letter from the minister or from the chief of staff, maybe, and we never exchanged those things. He would say, don't share that letter. I wouldn't have shared it, but I got it from the social media. I did not even have a chance, because I don't talk with the minister these things, to say, hey, did you issue this letter? No.
Well, Mr. Mogotsi, I'm going to move on from this topic, but before I do that, I just do need to put to you that your evidence that you had the letter in your possession from a public source, and I emphasize public, on the evening of the 1st of January is not plausible. It was not available from public sources on the evening of the 1st of January.
I got it from there. And that's it. There's no way I found it except the social media. And I'm saying even the owners of that letter, none of them says he got an email. From General Mkhonazi and Masemola, they all say they saw it from the social media. All of them. No one owns up that I received the letter.
Yes, there are, I think, 5 named addressees of the letter on the email. Can I move to the last topic of the day, which hopefully won't take too long? And I want to address your 2 crime intelligence operations. You say that there were 2 operations, one to investigate Kat Matlala, who you suspected of corruption in securing the SAPS contract, and the second one was to infiltrate crime intelligence to expose corruption there.
That's correct.
And you were handled by the late Warrant Officer Mabazela and your second handler, whose name you've given to the Commission. And you were briefed by General Sabia on both of these investigations at a certain point.
I briefed him.
You briefed him.
Yeah.
And if I understood your evidence correctly, the understanding was that your handlers would keep General Sabia appraised of what was going on with your investigations.
To keep General Sabia.
Yes, to keep filling him in. General Sabia and you would need to know what you were doing.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, these were 2 separate operations, were they not?
That's correct.
And it would be important, given the nature of the different targets, to keep those operations separate.
No, not necessarily. You cannot keep them separate.
Well, let me put this to you. Kat Matlala was a suspected criminal, is that not right? You suspected him of criminally securing the SAPS contract through corrupt means.
That's correct.
So it would be important to keep crime intelligence investigation material away from Mr. Matlala so that this suspected criminal wasn't given access to classified information from crime intelligence.
Mr. Matlala is not these amateur criminals. He belongs to this league of, like you say, he's close to generals. So me giving or not giving him information, he'll still have access to information.
Yes, but you wouldn't want to give him crime intelligence classified information.
That's correct. Except for if, like he has powerful media control. Unless if I want to publish something, I can give to him.
So if you want to leak something out into the press, you can get it that way through Mr. Matlala.
I could, not only him, but he's one of the people I could use.
Let me put something to you. Page 10 of your statement, paragraph 39. You say there that you got Mr. Matlala to pay for your handler to travel to Cape Town for the January 8th celebrations.
That's correct. That's correct.
He was one of the passengers who Mr. Matlala paid for.
That's correct.
Why? Wasn't there a risk that you would expose your handler's details to Mr. Matlala, who was the criminal you were investigating? I mean, you had to give him a copy of your handler's ID book to book the air ticket.
That was not in the mind. What was in the mind was to make sure that the co-handler and the partner are both in Cape Town.
Well, you did have to give details, including an ID number of your co-handler and an ID book to get the air tickets booked and paid for by Mr. Matlala.
That's correct.
So Mr. Matlala ended up with details of the identity of your handler, even if he didn't know that it was your handler.
That's correct.
You say it was important for your co-handler to come down to Cape Town.
True.
Why?
There was an operation to take place in Cape Town. Again, there were so many people involved. And lastly, if Cat could ever come to Cape Town, because the plan was to inform him in the last minute, if ever it could come to Cape Town, my co-handler should also be there.
You said earlier that it was clear that Matlala was never going to meet the minister, who wasn't even in Cape Town, or Sibia, who you were going to offer him as a consolation prize. It was clear that that wasn't going to happen.
Yes.
So why did you need your handler there?
No, instruction of the handler, I can't say I don't need the handler. If they say you are going to Cape Town, no problem, but make sure you are with whoever and whoever. That's what must happen.
So did General Sibia know that your handler was in Cape Town? Did he authorize getting Kat Matlala to pay for your handler's flight down to Cape Town, giving your handler's ID to Kat Matlala?
General Sibia didn't know that the handler was in Cape Town. He didn't even have to know. An operation carried out in that form, we could not even inform him.
But General Sibia himself was in Cape Town.
He was in Cape Town.
You told Mr. Matlala that. I think the relevant message is at page 85 of the annexure bundle. There on the 8th of January at 17:53, you texted Mr. Matlala and you said, I'm in Cape Town, Sibia's in Camps Bay.
That's correct.
Was General Sibia in Camps Bay?
I knew he was going to stay in Camps Bay. He was not yet there. He was on duty.
Where did you stay in Cape Town?
I stayed in Sea Point. Then I moved to, the second day I moved to another hotel.
Did you ever plan to stay in Camps Bay yourself?
No, I did not have a place to stay in Camps Bay.
Can you go to page 79 of the bundle? Sixth of January, 10:55.
And that was 79.
79, indeed. There you text Mr. Matlala, morning, is it still fine that we meet tomorrow? I'm off to Cape Town on Wednesday for January 8th. Also confirming the house in Camps Bay.
That's correct.
What were you referring to?
To his house in Camps Bay.
Whose house in Camps Bay?
Kat Matlala's house.
He has a house in Camps Bay.
He said he has a house in Camps Bay.
And why did you need to confirm that?
Now that's another thing. It's work. You see, we know his house in Durban, both here in Gauteng. It was important to know, as we get closer to a person, I had to know his house in Camps Bay. And now that he didn't come, we never bothered. He also had to meet someone from, I kept, if you check on my messages, how I ask him about Camps Bay, it's almost the same way when I ask him about the iPad guy. I kept on reminding him, Camps Bay, because he said he was going to show us, there was going to be someone who's going to do all those things in Camps Bay.
Can I take you then to page 92?
How long will that be?
2-3 minutes, and then I'm off this topic. January 2025. You text Mr. Matlala again. You're now down in Cape Town. My brother, thanks for everything. 2 people outstanding. Number 2, the contact person and the location of the accommodation in Camps Bay.
That's correct.
What are you asking for there?
The same house. He said he has a house, he has this and that, and we wanted to see that house as part of investigation.
Why would Mr. Matlala think that it was all right to give you the contact person and the location of the accommodation in Camps Bay? What did he think you were asking for?
Commissioners, maybe this should also be emphasized. If we saw the house and then we could even get people to sleep, I could sleep there. What was important is to know the house, to know he has the asset.
No, I understand
belonging
that
to
you
this
wanted,
man.
you say you wanted to identify
Yes.
the address and where it was.
Yes.
But what did Mr. Matlala think you were asking about?
The accommodation in Camps Bay, the house.
You
He promised-
wanted the accommodation for yourself, you said.
No, it says it's a holiday house, commissioners. It could host up to 8 to 10 people. But I could not say, I want to see your house. If the house is available for accommodation, you will say, I need to see that house. I want accommodation in that house.
So you were sending this text as though you were asking Mr. Matlala to use the accommodation in Camps Bay for yourself and guests, or what?
Entertainment. I could ask him the same, but he said he has a house there. And if you check the chats, he never responded when it comes to that house.
And did you ever establish the address of this house in Camps Bay?
Establish what, Commissioner?
The address of this house in Camps Bay that
No.
Mr. Matlala had?
No, we were expecting to get a location for that house.
And it never came?
Never came.
And did you ever establish the address of the house that that General Sabia stayed in Camps Bay?
No, I did not, because the General Sibia, I think he was, they booked somewhere in Camps Bay.
He booked somewhere in Camps Bay?
I believe so, because even there were a lot of premiers, a lot of people booking Camps Bay.
Yeah, indeed they do.
Yes.
They don't usually speak to Kat Matlala about their bookings, though. Commissioners, I have no further questions on this topic. I do want to go further in relation to the broader issue of crime intelligence, but that can come another time.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskelson. We will adjourn at this stage, and the resumption of Mr. Mokhotsi's testimony will be on a date to be arranged between the Chief Evidence Leader and Mr. Mokhotsi's legal representatives. We will resume at 9:30 on Tuesday. Tuesday the what? Tuesday next week. Let's adjourn.
Councillor Chair, I thought I'm coming back again on Tuesday.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mkhotsi.
My apologies.
Mr. Mokhotsi thought that he was expected back on Tuesday, but it's been clarified that he's...
Oh, your legal representatives will clarify to you, Mr. Mkhotsi.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Utlwile bathong. Ditlhako di botlhoko.
As long as you feel like. I have no more questions. Chair, I'm saving the time for the Honourable Cameron, who has many questions to ask.
Honourable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Mhlekazi,
Molotat.
for the awarding of the Medicare 24 tender from Mr. Ket Matlala.
No.
Did you ever receive a bribe from anyone in respect of the same purpose?
No.
Did you ever get an instruction from your superior
No.
that against all odds, Medicare 24 must be given that tender?
No.
Are you aware of the implications if found to have deliberately misled Parliament, the legal implications of that?
Correct, Honorable Chair.
Okay, let's go to your paragraph 19 of your statement. You make mention that the end user is actually the one who nominates those who must serve in the bid specification committee. So is there a criteria that defines how the end user, or what criteria must the end user use to nominate those particular individuals, or is just subjective from that particular end user?
Honorable Chair, the nomination criteria for members to serve in the bid specification and bid evaluation is that they should be technically knowledgeable with regards to the procurement that is being embarked upon.
That's the only criteria?
That's the
knowledgeable and credible,
Yes.
in terms of the procurement policy?
The reason why we appoint a chairperson and the facilitators from a procurement environment is so that they can bridge the gap with regards to the procurement knowledge.
Do you confirm that the people who served in respect of this particular tender, the people who served in the bid specification committee, are knowledgeable and credible?
The members are operating in that space, and they are section heads in that space. They ought to have been knowledgeable with regards to the services that are required with regards to this. What made it easier for me with regards to this one, the section heads at the level of Major General who manage the section and who know exactly what needs to be delivered were part of the bid specification as nominated.
Are they
by-
credible?
There is no reason for me to doubt their credibility at that time.
Are the people serving in the bid evaluation committee credible and knowledgeable?
Knowledgeable, I would say yes. Credible,
You don't know?
I don't know. I do not have
It's not
a
make sure.
measure.
Are you not the one who's supposed to agree on the nominations of individuals to the BC?
I am.
So how do you not know if they are credible? If the policy instructs you to appoint people who are credible in the BC, how do you not know whether those people that would have been appointed in the BC are credible? What criteria was used? If you say the criteria is credible and knowledgeable.
We are using quite a number of things in our in the policing environment. One of the things that probably was used by the end user to nominate this was to look at their
No, let's leave the end user now.
Yeah.
The end user is already nominated.
Yes.
The ball is in your court.
Yeah.
You are the final arbiter of who must serve in the BC. Then are you confirming before Parliament that the people you would have agreed that they must be appointed to the BC are credible?
The criteria used is knowledge, not credibility. It is expected of every member of the South African Police Service to be credible in their dealings.
General Fund. It's towards the end of the week for us to fight. It's in your statement. You say in your statement, the procurement policy instructs you or obligates you to appoint credible and knowledgeable people. So don't dismiss credible now.
Sure.
It's too late for you to dismiss credible now, because you have done that statement under oath.
Yes.
Now, I'm saying, are you saying, confirming before Parliament, that the people who served in the bid evaluation committee are credible? You said they are knowledgeable. We have taken that.
Sure.
Are they credible?
I cannot vouch on credibility.
Okay, so you appointed people in the BC that you can vouch their credibility.
Correct, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. What does both the preliminary and the final internal audit results suggest about the credibility and the knowledgeability of those people?
It only single out the facilitator It's very silent on the rest of the BEC
Okay.
members.
That's fine. You say there are moments where you appoint consultants to assist the bid evaluation committee.
Ever since I got into the South African Police Service, we have not.
No, I'm saying, you say in your
Yes, in
statement.
the policy, yes.
In the policy says,
Yes.
there are moments where you have to reinforce the BEC with consultants.
Yes.
So, in your own knowledge or the information you have received, has this been done before or when you were there? How much has it costed? Because as I'm seeing it, it's what criminal lawyers would call a trial within a trial. So you have got a procurement within a procurement process. You are undergoing a procurement process for another item. Now you have to procure the services of the consultants to assist the procurement of this item. So that's why I'm terming it, criminal lawyers call it a trial within a trial. This looks like a procurement within a procurement.
In the 3.5 years of me being in South African Police Service, I have not appointed consultants to do our procurement. We have only, in line with the agreements we have with CETA, activated some of the procurement in line with the CETA Act with CETA, and we have, in terms of knowledge of AMSCO, have asked them to do some of the procurement of some of the ammunition and firearm procurement. But in terms of sourcing services of consultant outside, we have not, in as far as I have been in South African Police Service.
Paragraph 22, you mentioned that drafting specification, which I agree with you, drafting specification of a tender, in particular of this nature, is too much technical because it's a healthcare related tender. It requires a technical skill. So, do you have an internal technical skill within the specification? Did you have, in respect of this tender, I don't want to generalize, did you have an internal technical skill in your bid specification committee that has led to the awarding of this tender?
The appointed bid specification committee have the technical skills required.
Okay. So all the specification processes that which you table on paragraph 24.3 have been followed. Paragraph 24.3.
I'm going through that.
You detailed there a lot of issues in relation to the specification process and all that. So in respect of this tender, was all that process followed in due course, and is the audit report in actual agreement with that?
All of them have been looked at, and they are there in the evaluation report. But there has been an audit finding on 24.3.1. Yeah, only on 24.3.1.
So there is only one aspect where the internal audit finding says this one was not adhered to.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe it will take us back to the credibility of your PEC members. Ne? Maybe we'll go there later. Since your appointment in the supply chain management unit, have you ever found officials colluding with service providers for purposes of awarding tenders?
No.
Have you ever found consultants, even if prior your arrival, ever been consultants who have been found to have colluded with service providers and bribe service providers to gain tenders, or most importantly, consultants colluding with service providers to give them information in respect of the specification, the budget, and all the stuff?
There's only one matter that I can recall where we have found that the the suppliers on the panel had prior knowledge of the budget. And that's a recent matter that was highlighted to me by the acting head of DPCI. And we have dealt with that matter. We are dealing with that matter, rather.
It's one incident.
That's the only incident that I
At what
can
stage
recall.
is it now? How are you dealing with the matter, and at what stage is it now? Is it
We have advised the end user. It was a few days prior to my departure. I have advised in writing the end user on the process that needs to be followed. They must take, they must report the case to SAPS, well, to a police station rather, and have a case number. And then they must then go through a process of making sure that they restrict the supplier if the supplier is found wanting, through the investigation that they need to have.
When are you going back to office?
I will be back on the 12th of December.
This year?
I probably would be back in office in January.
Okay. Will you be able to formulate a written report in respect only of this aspect of this process? To update the committee on the detail of what you have found and the consequence management steps that you are taking?
I have access to my emails. I'll prompt the Lieutenant General in that space to furnish me with what happened in that space in my absence, and then I will finish that report. I would request the committee to send us a request, but I have noted.
You can whisper to that man on your right when you are done. It's going to give you the details. Okay, who is responsible on putting together the procurement plan that you regularly submit to the National Treasury?
The ultimate responsibility is mine. The needs are compiled by the end users. The demand manager or the component head demand puts together the plan. The process within the subs is that we present the plan to the National Commissioner, who is the accounting officer, for his sign off, and he does that, and we send it to the National Treasury for consideration.
No consultants?
No, we do it ourselves.
Do the items you submit in your procurement procurement plan contain the specification of the item you are to procure and the cost therefore?
We have cost estimates.
Cost estimates, yeah.
And we've got a service and a description of a service, not the specification.
Not
per
the
se.
specification?
No.
Okay. Chair, I'm not sure if News 24 is here. Last week they issued an article. This article suggests that Mr. Ket Vosumz Madlanga leased or rented clinics or healthcare facilities from the SAPS 6 months before he was awarded the 360 million rands contract. Are you aware of that?
The article is incorrect. The rental of facilities is not done by subs. It's done by Public Works. Vosumuziket Madlanga rented the facilities at Public Works.
Okay.
But
this is the crux of the issue. I get your point, and we did not say SAPS.
No.
This is the crux of the issue. The issue is there are healthcare facilities that are rendered by Mr. Madlanga 6 months before getting the healthcare tender from SAPS. Is that report accurate? Is that report accurate that Mr. Madlanga was given a lease for the use of healthcare facilities in the state before he was actually awarded a 360 million tender, 6 months before that. Is the report accurate?
That report is accurate.
Okay. They call him a tender prophet. They call him a tender prophet because only a prophet would have known that in the next 6 months, a tender requiring these same facilities would be awarded to me. Now, this actually raises a serious concern in the eye of the public. Because it suggests that 6 months before the SAPS undertook the process to award the tender, Mr. Madlanga knew. As a result, he was preparing to work in respect of that tender. In the eye of the public, as we talk, me and you now.
Correct. I must put it on record, as I have indicated, Chair, we had no knowledge as subs how and the dealings or how Mr. Madlanga acquired the facility at Public Works. All we know is that Public Works had indicated to us that we must vacate the facilities.
Because Mr. Madlanga is coming.
They just informed us that there is a supplier appointed. And we refused to vacate the facilities because we have a need for the facilities. Under no circumstances was subs involved in the facilitation of the acquisition of that facility. From my perspective, my department under General Stolle is responsible for the lease. General Stolle had no knowledge of that, and we have advised the National Commissioner accordingly. And National Commissioner has written to Public Works on numerous occasions indicating to them that we will not vacate that facility, and that's the position that we are still holding even
So you were told to vacate the premises or the facilities because the great prophet, Pastor Madlanga, is coming.
We were told to vacate because a supplier has signed
So the supplier was not named?
No.
Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, did this process undergo quality assurance? And what was the results thereof?
I'm not sure which process, sir.
The entire process of appointment from BEC, the procurement process, was it quality assured?
I have indicated the quality measures that we have in the process. I have indicated that the bid spec has a quality assurance that sits. I have indicated that there's a level of quality assurance, pre-tender quality assurance. I have indicated post-tender closing, and prior to tabling at BC, there's 2 levels of quality assurance that takes place there. And we have, futuristically, there's probity now, but there are quality assurance processes that we have embedded in the process.
Were there any procurement procedures that were flouted in awarding the tender?
The internal audit has picked up that the suppliers that should have not advanced to the next level through the evaluation process have been advanced. Yes, the process
has there been a consequence management affected to those found to be responsible for that?
I have indicated that the National Commissioner is waiting for the forensic investigation, and I think I preempt that his understanding is that he needs to have a holistic picture of who else was involved in the process so that we can have everybody going through the disciplinary process at once and not to have others left out of the process. And yes, in terms of the framework published by National Treasury, anyone that is found to have led a tender into irregularities, consequence management must be initiated and concluded.
Does the internal audit report say anything about your BEC people? Does it say anything about flouting or irregular process about your BEC people? I hear you are the custodian. Someone was here.
Of the BEC.
Someone was here.
Yes.
Who said he had spectacles as well. said, I'm the custodian of all dockets in the country.
Yeah.
So when now you are a custodian of all the BEC members. So are there any BEC members who would have been fingered in these procurement irregularities by the internal audit report?
No, internal audit report is silent in terms of who, but they have singled out the facilitator, and the facilitator can only be one person, but they have not mentioned the name. But they have indicated that the BEC and BAC, and I have responded to the evidence leader that consequence management would have to take place, and each member would then have to go and account.
You chair the BAC.
Yes, I do.
What measures do you take to ensure that every procurement process has been followed?
I do have the procurement. What I normally would do is to make sure that the processes pertaining to procurement process have been followed. I do make sure of that before the tender is advertised.
Just pause there. You'll continue. So you check if procurement processes were followed. Now let's take this part. We're going to proceed. Now, internal audit say, no, in fact, there are procurement processes that were flouted. In a process where now you gave a thumbs up as the chair of the BAC. Do you think that consequence management must start with you? How would you have missed this great central thinking around any procurement process, that at least the process must be done? Then discussing who's given the tender is a different discussion, but the due process must be followed. Now you preside over a tender that is given to someone with flouted procurement processes. What must SAPS do to you?
Honorable Chair, I have indicated that in terms of the documentation that was provided to us and the reasons that were cited in the report, we had no reason not to believe the information that was provided to us. Honorable Chair, I've also indicated that we have interrogated the report jointly as the bid adjudication committee, and we found nothing untowards what was presented to us. I must indicate at this present moment that, and I think I have also indicated that should there be any criminality that is built into the evaluation that took place, we might not be in the position to pick that in the procurement process, and that's where we are lacking, and we need to be in the position to have tools to be able to detect some of the criminality that may have been evident in the process. Passing a supplier that does not qualify for a criteria is criminality, and that should be condemned.
Okay, so you take the BEC report as it is, without verification, and adjudicate on the basis of what you affirmed as the BEC.
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the report was complete. What maybe we need to do, as I've indicated, in order to have seamless processes that happens at the bid adjudication committee, was to include another level that will give us that verification. The documents that we receive are voluminous. We are unable to go to each document and verify every information that is in the documents. I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that it is impractical for bid adjudication committee to go through each document that is provided. If that is the expectation of the committee, the bid adjudication committee will have to be a standing committee, and their sole responsibility would be to do that. However, if there are any things that are presented in the document and they are untowards, bid adjudication committee has a responsibility to do that. I have also demonstrated that we have, in some instances, I've demonstrated in the minutes where we have looked at and there were things that were missing, and we went back and requested that information. In this instance, the bid adjudication committee members felt that they had sufficient information to adjudicate an award.
Do you agree with me that a U tender process or procurement process can be done, concluded, and awarded within a space of 2 weeks after the closure of the advert.
In a normal environment, yes, the work of SAPS is of such a nature that the members of the bid evaluation committees might not be readily available to evaluate within a short space of time. But a normal tender process, 2-3 days, you can conclude the evaluation depending on the magnitude of a tender. But the availability of members of the bid evaluation committee vis-a-vis their responsibilities in the operational environment is the one that prolongs the process. It's one of the reasons that prolongs the process.
No, I was asking that because I don't understand why this rush to an extent that we even forget to follow the due process. The last issue is, are you aware of the referral of the tender to IDEC?
No.
Do you know that, you don't know that the tender has been referred to IDEC for forensic audit?
I'm aware that it is referred to the forensic auditors, but whether that for the forensic auditors are IDEC, I don't know, but it could be.
Are you confident that that forensic audit result will not bring your name to have
I'm confident.
been at the wrong side of law?
I'm very confident.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Your Worship.
We'll pass the microphone to Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Lieutenant General Fani, on paragraph 25, you reflect that Colonel Maleka, who was the acting section head, independently reviewed the bid evaluation committee report. Then, how is the independent review of the report undertaken? Can you reflect on that? And also reflect on the meaning of independent, because it is there on paragraph 25.
Colonel Malika at this instance was the section head of the when this tender was being adjudicated, evaluated. By virtue of his position, he has to conduct the due diligence with regards to this tender. He may, at his behest, request others to assist him with the evaluation, but it is expected of him to do the quality check on this process and attach his signature that he has done this process. The same is expected of the component head.
No, I wanted you to reflect on the independent review of the bid evaluation committee report. Can you reflect on that? And also reflect what is the meaning of independent? Because I don't think that independency reflects to Colonel Malika alone, according to the paragraph 25. Can you read paragraph 25?
The section head of procurement, Colonel Malika, who was at the time the acting section head, independently reviews the bid evaluation committee report for accuracy and ensures it aligns with the advertised bid specification and all associated documents, such as the standard bid documents.
Yeah. Then I wanted to check if this was done by Colonel Malika or it is always done by the section head.
It is done by section head, and
Right.
he is the acting section head. He was this acting section head at the time, and he has signed the document.
Then can you reflect how independent review of the bid evaluation committee report is undertaken? Can you reflect on that?
The requirements of this is to be in the position to look at what was advertised, what was received and whether the bid evaluation committee has done the evaluation correctly and accurately. And when he has satisfied himself with those conditions, he can then sign the report and send it through to the component head, who will also do a verification of what he has received from the section head.
And then independent, what is the meaning of it?
Independent, he is assigned the responsibility.
Meaning that he alone can decide on that. That's my meaning of independent.
He may assign duties and responsibility, or him with others may be able to do that. But he's the
He
one.
can take that decision
He can take that decision.
and do it.
Yes.
Okay. Then again, on paragraph 26, how is the checking of calculation for pricing is undertaken? Is there a guiding framework on the calculations of prices?
The National Treasury has made a stipulation and has provided a formula on how to calculate the.
So you use them.
We use the National Treasury formula to calculate.
And then paragraph 27. On paragraph 27, you talk of the section head verifying documentation that ensures that all claims in the report are supported by evidence. What will be the nature of the evidence in that regard?
Where it says, where there was a requirement for a lease agreement, he would then have to ensure that that claim of having a lease agreement is evident in the document. So that's type of claims that that I'm talking about in this document, where it said that the supplier has, for an example, a registered nurse with occupational health. Such a claim will have to be verified, and there must be documents in the record for that claim. And if he's satisfied that all the requirements of that specification have been met, then he signs off and sends it forward for verification.
Okay. On paragraph 42, when you reflect on the chronology in the awarding of health risk services tender, that eventuality was awarded to Medicare 24, Tshwane District Pty Ltd. The meeting of the 16th January 2024, paragraph 18, that meeting was held, which talked to the pre-advertisement. And then on that pre-advertisement, there was an assurance group in component procurement that talks to a quality assurance group. Then what is their duty? What is their role? And what is the quality assurance group that we're looking for in that pre-advertisement meeting?
The role of this committee, Honorable Chair, is to make sure that there's a bid specification and the bid specification is complete. They then look at that the bid specification special conditions of contract have been populated and they are correct. They also look at that all the standard bidding documents that are required to be attached to the document are attached. They also have to look at that it is clear whether there is a side briefing or not. If side briefing was not included in the document, they would then go back to the bid specification committee and say, this commodity requires side briefing, can you build it in the process? They will build that in the process. So they will look at the quality of documentation that has to go out on tender, pre-advertisement of that tender.
How is it constituted?
The component head, it is her responsibility to ensure that the tender is complete. She will constitute that at her behest. Normally it's a section head and the people that are working in that section head. You have two section heads in procurement, one that deals with movable government assets, which is anything that is portable to be carried around, and the other one is in the facilities space. So if it is a facilities document, the section head in facilities would then be roped in to make sure that they check that documentation and they sign it off.
Okay. Then they will give you the report. Or where will their report go to?
Then they will ask from me the permission to advertise the tender, and I'll duly authorize that.
Okay. And on general subs procurement, there is a shared sentiment amongst provinces that the failure to decentralize procurement and maintenance of vehicle is one of the problems affecting the responsiveness of subs to crime. And then what is your view on that perception?
It would be ideal if we could decentralize some of the functions, particularly those that are not of strategic nature, the tactical matters. What we would not want to do is to render South African Police Service into loss of audit findings in terms of the quotation process that were followed. We also would not want to have subs to have abuse of the procurement system with regards to the three-code system. The risk has been identified in the three-code system in a sense that you could buy this water with 50 rand. If the three codes come, one says 47, one says 48, and one says 51, you will check the cheapest of the three. However, if you consolidate the demands, you may find that in a arranged contract, you could pay the price that is close to what the shops are selling, or slightly lesser or slightly higher, depending on the logistics that are involved. The costs is determined, and the transportation is also included in that pricing. So that decision to have centralized contract is to consolidate the demands and making sure that there's value for money, like National Treasury is doing with regards to the transversal contract, deriving value for money for government, and also making sure that there are not multiple entries and multiple things that needs to happen, which could render us into more irregular expenditure when the accounting officer come and audit. What we need to be doing is to look at whether the delegations in terms of drawing from these contracts has been duly done, and that the people have the authority to do what they're supposed to do. The challenge that we've got is that of financial authorities and availability of funds, and we are looking into that from a financial perspective. But decentralizing everything could put us in a much more severe and dire situation than we are in right now. We would have multiple people doing procurement, which could be to the detriment of the organization.
But can you say that you have been blamed for not responding on time to crime because of that?
Maybe, Honorable Chair, I need to come in here and explain what we're doing as procurement in the organization. Only the head office does the tenders. The procurement out of the transversal contracts, we're using mainly the transversal contracts from National Treasury, is done by the procurement in the provinces. The provinces have got a procurement structure, and that procurement structure is the one that has to respond to the needs of the procurement, and not my office. We have decentralized that function. It is there in the delegation of authority, and the delays that are happening in that space are not necessarily delays from my office. The provinces have got duly authorized delegated responsibilities in the procurement value chain.
Okay. As this committee, we have received a testimony that there is a culture of fear where officials cannot say no to the executive. They have an influence on procurement. Have you ever been faced with that or influenced directly or indirectly?
I have never, in the 33 years of me being employed and a tax-paying citizen in this country, been approached by any of my principals or any other person to influence the procurement process and have corruption created. The answer is no.
Do you want to tell me that you have never been influenced to say that, take this company?
No, never.
Then on the issue of Medicare?
Never.
It went normal.
I saw Medicare submission at the BAC. Prior to that, I had no knowledge that who has bid it and who has tendered for this process. No, I have not.
Your role requires a great level of independence and transparency. Would you say that you are able to exercise independence in the execution of your duties? Can you say that?
I am totally independent. I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the only leg of the procurement process where my involvement is not there is the evaluation process. Any other level, I independently exercise my responsibilities when presented with the information. I have also indicated, Honorable Chair, that upon my return, we would have to consider, I would have to have a conversation with the National Commissioner to withdraw me from the bid adjudication so that I can have a full grip of the procurement process right up to the submission of the tender to BAC, for that BAC to then evaluate and make sure that, and then I can be held accountable for anything that happens in the bid evaluation committee, because I would have reviewed everything and made sure that everything is done. At this current moment, with the authority given to me, I cannot be in the adjudication and be in the evaluation at the same time. It will be contradictory and it will amount to no segregation of duties.
Even a single member of the BSC has never influenced you for a particular tender.
I do ask, when you listen to the recording, you will take note that I do ask at the beginning of each BAC that anybody must declare anything or give any conflict. No member has, and I would then, if there was a member that has tried to influence me, I will declare in that committee, because it is required of me to declare.
The negative was spread, that says perception, that says supply chain in subs, it has been captured by top cops. Do you agree with that?
I'm not sure which top cops. I am responsible for procurement. I am not aware of that.
National Commissioner?
National Commissioner, in his personal capacity.
The deputy?
No one in subs has approached me. I cannot vouch as to whether they have approached other people. But in as far as I'm concerned, National Commissioner has never asked me to do him procurement favors.
We're not going to get a report that you are influenced by the Deputy National Commissioner on this Matlala tender. We're not going to get that report.
You will not get that report because nothing of that nature happened.
If you get it, you'll resign. You will resign immediately if you get that.
You will not get that report because it never happened.
Okay. On AG's findings, SAP's AG findings for 2025-2026 financial year reflects on that irregular expenditure has increased by 140%, reaching to 740 million. And the findings, they point to the weaknesses in the bid evaluation committee, who lack requisite skills and training and failed to exercise the due diligence when evaluating bids. Do you agree with that first?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to the Medicare 24 tender award, according to your knowledge, did the supplier certify all requirements in the evaluation criteria when the tender was awarded?
According to my knowledge, in as far as the report that was tabled at BAC, Honorable Chair, yes, they met the requirements.
Why are you sitting with the bid evaluation committee that doesn't have skills, required skills? What have you done
The bid
in
evalu-
addressing that? Because you are saying that you agree with AG, then what have you done?
The bid evaluation committees, we do not have a standing bid evaluation committee in the process. Each tender has a bid evaluation committee put together to evaluate that tender. We always request the end users that are technically knowledgeable to put the spec and evaluate on that spec to come together. The issues of suppliers that are put forward, we are having a challenge with regards to that. And yet, hence I am saying, and I've said earlier on, that we need a technology that will assist us. And we also are looking forward, we have put processes in place for professionalization of our people. We have already contacted National Treasury to make sure that National Treasury come and train all the possible bid evaluation committees in South African Police Service. They've referred us to National School of Government, and we have contacted them with that regards. We are serious about making sure that all this historical irregular expenditure, that did not happen in 1 year, it's historical, and we are in the position of clarifying and making sure that we have knowledgeable people that would be able to do that. Should this persist, then we would look at what then makes the irregularities that come at that time. But we have already engaged National Treasury to ensure that we check up. Not only National Treasury, we called in the bodies that govern procurement, such as SIPS and SAPICS, to come and speak to everybody in procurement from Colonel upwards, to help them understand what the importance of ensuring that we've got sound governance and sound processes are, and what is it that they can assist us with, making sure that our knowledge gap with as procurement is jacked up. Procurement is not a static environment, it's fluid, and it is required that we have knowledgeable people in that space. I have already arranged that. They came and they did that. I have also solicited the work of the risk and compliance team to come and explain to us what are the things that we need to do in making sure that we identify the risks, specifically for people that are at various levels. And they did come, and that process we embarked upon in August. We have redefined our risks, and we are with it. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Fani, may you please stop speaking.
Kali, Chairperson, you have started.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
The time has expired. You must look at me, Doctor. I allocate 20 minutes per speaker. When 20 minutes expires, you stop speaking. Honorable members, it's 3 hours now from 2 o'clock. So we are going to break for 15 minutes. We will come back at 5 minutes past 5. Advocate Zikalal, I wanted to use the word "getuigskrif," which is a testimonial. I mistakenly used the word kennisgewing, which is a notification. The appropriate word is "getuigskrif." It's a testimonial. So, I get verbeter, meneer. Can we request the Chief Whip to instruct members to leave the House and come back at 5 minutes past 5? You want me to write to a letter, Chief Whip, and request you to instruct the members?
briefly.
We have written to the supplier to correct the, we wrote to them twice. We have written to them to correct the non-performance. They did that, and I requested them to furnish me with a report of the correction they have done. And I wrote to the end user and say, is this correct? They said it's correct. And then the end user highlighted that not everything was done. And we have written to them again and indicated that they need to remedy, to correct the situation. In which case they made a written submission, and I provided that written submission to the end user. And subsequent to that, prior to the end user responding to us, I think they responded a month later, but the contract had already been terminated.
Okay. So it was terminated before they corrected?
It was terminated before they could correct, yes.
They could correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say you wrote to them to correct that poor performance, it means you detected it as well, that indeed there's poor performance here. Hence you wrote to them ultimately?
Yes, we did. The end user picked it up, and in the framework, only places that responsibility on me to deal with issues of non-performance with suppliers.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm picking up two things here in your response. A is that there was a poor performance that you detected. B is that before they could correct it, the contract was terminated. Those are two issues that I've highlighted.
Correct.
Now, you are saying here, I don't know to which honorable member you are responding, but you are saying confidently so that there was value for money, even though the contractor or the service provider was irregularly appointed, but there was value for money in your assertion. Now, how can be value for money in a service which is poorly performed?
The definition of value for money is what guides us. What I'm indicating with regards to value for money is that the service that was provided was evaluated by the end user, and the end user paid for what the service that they have received. What they have not delivered as a service, we have not paid for.
No. Remember, you have said here, the contract was terminated before they could correct poor performance. Remember, that's what you said.
Correct.
So they can't coexist. You can't have poor performance and value for money in the same context. I mean, in the same, on the same bread. It's impossible. I agree with you with what you are saying in terms of common law and in terms of the PFMA, that there can be value for money even though there is irregular appointment. That's what the law says. But in this case, you are saying in your statement, poor performance concerns were raised with you, you attended to them. Before they were corrected, the contract was terminated, and you say there was value for money. How is that possible?
Right. Maybe, Honorable Chair, we need to define the performance that was expected from the supplier in this instance. The people that they have evaluated and they have done assessment on, they did as per the requirement. What was a poor performance was that the numbers of these verification was not happening at the speed that it's supposed to. And for what we have paid, we have received service. That's the context that I tried to prevent, to put across.
Doc, when were these concerns raised with you? That for poor performance, when were they raised with you?
I think a month or so before termination, and we gave them 14 days, and a week after that, we gave them a feedback on outstanding work, and they responded, but before we could write to them with regards to the feedback they had given us, the contract was terminated.
So they were raised before the contract was terminated?
That's right.
And they continued to work even after they were raised?
After they were terminated.
I mean, no. After the concerns for poor performance were raised, they continued to work for a month, right? Because we are saying
Yes.
they were raised a month before,
Yes.
so they continued to work.
They continued to work.
Did you pay them for the month? Are you owing them any money for the work they did?
I don't know whether there are invoices that are still withheld by finance. That process is independently run
But
by
why
finance.
do you say there was value for money? Why do you say there was value for money? Because you don't know if for the work that they did after a concern was raised about their performance, they were paid. You don't know. And if they were paid after that concern was raised, it means there was no value for money because their performance was poor. And you say voluntarily, unprovoked, that the contract was terminated before they could correct their poor performance.
That's correct. The contract was terminated before they could correct their performance. They had made a written submission to us on how they are going to improve on performance. But that undertaking we could not respond to them in terms of their undertaking because the contract was terminated. I could not vouch here that what they had said they would do, if they were given an opportunity, they would have done. But what I know at the time of termination of contract, they had made a written submission on how they are going to turn around.
But you cannot vouch that indeed they did what they said they will do.
I can vouch that.
No, but you are saying you cannot vouch. Now you say you can vouch.
No.
So which one should we take?
I'm responding to what you are saying, Honorable Chair, that I can vouch that the numbers that they were supposed to push, they did not push.
So they underperformed.
They underperformed.
Then there was no value for money. There was no value for money if they underperformed. No, let's go to another question, because here we're not making any progress because you are just being dismissive and evasive. You are defensive for something I do not know.
No,
do you know Mr. Bejani Chauke?
Bejani Chauke?
Yes.
I know Bejani Chauke.
How do you know him? Okay, before we go there, are you a member of the ANC?
No, I'm not the member of any political party. I'm not the member of ANC.
Do you know Bejani Chauke? Okay, before we go there, can you allow this committee to take your phone to be investigated so that we can see who you communicate with?
They can take the phone anytime.
Do you know Bejani Chauke?
I know Bejani Chauke.
How do you know him?
He ran for office in the ANC. As the police, I have followed that process.
You are saying that before you became the divisional commissioner of supply chain in SAPS, you were in the National Treasury.
Correct.
Why did you leave the National Treasury for SAPS?
I got promoted. The position in SAPS was a promotion.
Was a promotion?
Yes.
Did Bejani Chauke not play any role in your transfer from the National Treasury to being the divisional commissioner of SCM?
I have no knowledge of that. No. All I know is the position was advertised, I met the requirements, and I applied for the job.
So what is your relationship with Bejani Chauke?
No relationship.
Are you calling each other?
I have Bejani's numbers. We're not calling each other.
How did you get it?
How did I get Bejani's Chauke? We have a mutual relationship with Bejani Chauke.
Can you explain that mutual relationship?
The mutual relationship with Bejani Chauke is, how did we get to meet with Bejani Chauke? I need to remember now. I met a friend who has a relationship, not a relationship, who knows Bejani Chauke. I went for a meeting with this individual, and Bajani Chauke joined in that meeting. That was, I got to know about Bajani Chauke while I'm in SAPS, not prior to that.
So that was the last time you met?
That was the last time we met.
You don't call each other, you
We
don't
call
text each other?
He texted me, but I did not respond to the text.
Can you share the content of I mean, verbally?
If it's here.
Yes, can you share it? What was he saying to you?
At some point, he texted me and said, can we have coffee? And I did not respond to that text.
So, did Bajani Chauke play any role in facilitating this tender?
I have not spoken to Bajani Chauke about this tender.
So, do you know if Bajani Chauke has a relationship with Ket Matlala?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. Do you agree with me when I say you are the biggest role player in the SCM value chain of SAPS?
Correct.
Because you appoint bid evaluation committee members, you sit in the bid adjudication, you sign after a decision has been taken. Now, the preliminary report here makes a finding, and they criticize the appointment of members of the, in fact, not the appointment, but that they had no skill, so they were not competent. And you are the one who made that an appointment of those members. So don't you see this as an indirect attack to you? Let me not say attack, but don't you see it as an adverse finding against you?
The appointment of these members, I do have an appointment letter of these members, but it's not in the file. It specifically indicates, and it makes a specific, I don't have, I'll make it available to the evidence leader. It specifically makes pronouncement that those people are competent. And I worked on that principle that they are indeed competent.
No, but I'm saying the finding by the preliminary report, I'm trying to look for this paragraph now on the report. Okay, no, we will come back to it. But the other point that I'm making here is that if there is a finding that is made which says that proper procurement processes were not followed, you are the first person who must be blamed because of the role that you play in the value chain of the SCM of SAPS. You sit in the adjudication committee on the basis of your position, not on the basis that you have been nominated by the commissioner, like other members, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
All the members are appointed by the National Commission.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
They are appointed by the National Commissioner, except you. You sit by virtue of your position.
I'm appointed by the National Commissioner.
But I'm saying in the adjudication committee, you sit by virtue of your position. Is that correct?
No, by appointment.
But your role, you are appointed on the basis that you are a divisional commissioner of SCM.
Some appointments in the past were done in where the Divisional Commission of Supply Chain was not the chairperson, the CFO was the person. The criteria for appointment is determined by the National Commissioner.
So has it ever happened that there will be an adjudication committee with no Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain as either a member or the chairperson?
In the past, yes. No. The Divisional Commissioner in the past, I'm informed when I look at the documents, was a member, but not the chairperson.
Was a member by virtue of being the Divisional Commissioner of SCM.
Correct.
Now, the point here which I'm making is that you are a member, we are either a member or the chairperson by virtue of the position you occupy. or of the role that you play in the value chain, in the SCM value chain. Do you get my point, Doctor?
I get your point. It could be correct, yes.
Do you agree with it? Because here you are playing an important role, correct?
Correct.
In the SCM value chain.
Correct.
So you sit in this committee by virtue of the role that you are playing.
Correct.
Yes. And you don't just sit there to occupy a seat, but to play a particular role.
Correct.
And that role is necessitated by the position you occupy.
Correct.
So, part of the responsibility that you must play is to oversee the process. If it is indeed in line with the procurement processes, or policies rather.
Correct.
Yeah, then it means you must be blamed here. You are the first one who must be blamed if processes have not been followed.
That could not be correct, because I have indicated in this committee that the documentation that was provided to me provided me with sufficient information together with the members of the BAC to make an informed decision with regards to what was presented to me. As for irregularities that happened, which are not apparent in the report, those were not explicit for us to know. And for that, we need to find a clear forensic investigation of what happened in that space so that we can be in the position to determine what actually happened in that evaluation space.
Now, do you agree with me, Doc, if I say signing something, any document, even if it's not an appointment letter, without satisfying yourself with the content of that document is negligence? You are being negligent. If you just take something and sign, that's negligent. Do you agree with me? You are omitting a responsibility of satisfying yourself with the content that is contained in that document.
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that I was satisfied with the report that was tabled and the information that was contained in that report. Whether there were other irregularities I have indicated outside the process, outside the report, I could not vouch for that. But based on what was presented to us, I have attached my signature together with the rest of the members of the Bid Adjudication Committee.
On page 18, there is some confusion that I need you to clarify. On page 18, you are saying 22 bids were received for evaluation and adjudication as service providers to render health risk management services to SAPS. And then on page 22, you are saying the adjudication process evaluated and only 12 bidders remained. So can you give clarity, or what do you mean by these two statements? Is there no contradiction?
Page 12, we just taking account of what was received. We received 22.
So when you say received, you mean people who applied in total for the tender?
People who submitted the bids, yes. They were
who responded to an advert?
22 in total.
Who were received by the bid evaluation committee?
Subsequently, these were received by the Bid Evaluation Committee.
So it means we're supposed to remove adjudication there. That's what creates a confusion, because you are saying on page 18.
Correct.
We are saying on page 18,
correct.
22 bids were received for evaluation and adjudication. So you have made an error there, correct?
Correct.
So that word must be removed.
Yes.
So you understand where my confusion comes from?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Well spotted. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Now, these 22 bidders responded to an advert, correct?
Correct.
And then the evaluation selected how many bidders? How many remained? 12, correct?
12. according to the report, yes.
So the adjudication committee dealt with 12 bidders.
In the next round of evaluation, yes.
In the next round of evaluation.
Yeah, the mandatory requirements, checking of the mandatory requirements is part of evaluation process.
So they dealt with 12 bidders, correct? They received 12. I mean, they received 20. I mean, they received 12 from the bid evaluation, and then they dealt with 12. And they, after dealing with that 12, then their adjudication came out with one company, which was ultimately appointed.
Correct.
And then you signed.
On behalf of BSc, yes, I did.
Now, when you sign, before you sign the appointment letter, or not the appointment letter, right? Because the appointment letter is signed by the National Commissioner.
No.
You signed the report. What is it that you sign?
It's the bid evaluation, the bid adjudication committee made a decision on the appointment of the supplier.
Yes.
And we all as bid adjudication committee signed what was in there, what was adjudicated. And by virtue of that approval, in the delegation of authority document, I am delegated to then sign the appointment letter of that supplier.
Yes.
Based on the outcome of the bid adjudication committee process.
Okay. Then before you sign, what is it that you consider? What verification do you undertake?
The verification has already been done in the evaluation stage. For the things that needs to be verified, such as its CST, tax clearance certificates, and all that. So basically what we do, we then call the supplier in, we do the appointment letter, and the supplier sign, and I sign after the supplier has done so.
So your verification, because remember, there are these 12 companies which came to you as the bid adjudication committee. Leave the 22 that went to the bid evaluation. These 12, what do you do with these companies? Because you don't just appoint, you look at all of them before you appoint this one company that you finally agree upon.
Correct.
So what considerations do you make when you evaluate the other companies for you to arrive to a determination that this is the correct company? What considerations do you make?
The report indicates to us the reason for advancing the suppliers. It will indicate that they all met the mandatory requirements, and those that did not make it gives us the reasons why they have not made it. I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the process of verification, that the claim that the other suppliers have actually made it to the through the evaluation process, we've got the quality assurance in the process to do that for us, and we rely on those quality assurance to do that. And the reason for that is because of the amount of work that has to go into that verification needs to be done. For me as the bid adjudication committee chairperson, or any of members of the bid adjudication committee, to go back to the source documents to verify that information could become very cumbersome in the process. Hence, there's a segregation of responsibilities between what the bid evaluation committee needs to do and what the bid adjudication committee needs to do.
Okay. Now, the finding that was made by the internal audit team, does it relate to the company that you finally appointed, or it relates to a process that was that you underwent towards the appointment of the company?
The findings are relating to suppliers. It appears in the report that it's not only MediHealth 24 20 that filtered through unfairly. There are other suppliers that also filtered through unfairly in the process.
Yeah, no, but let's leave the other suppliers. Is there any finding that was made in relation to a company that you appointed?
Yes.
What was that finding?
The findings are that they were not supposed to have filtered through, that's one. That they do not have a third-party agreement with the owners of the buildings that they are operating in. And then there's also issue that they were fronting at the time when after the adjudication. During adjudication, Mr. Matlala was the sole owner of the contract.
Yeah, let's talk about findings which were prevalent when you appointed them.
Yeah, those are the findings.
Yeah, but these people were appointed by you, remember, and adverse findings against them are made, and you distance yourself from that. Because here, I was going to understand if we were talking about a process to which you were not involved. To say maybe the PEC failed to do A, B, C, and D, or the bid specification committee failed to do A, B, C, and D. But here, they are talking about a company that you appointed. They are making adverse findings against a company that was appointed by you. And you want to say, and you want to distance yourself from that. What is that really?
I'm not distancing myself from the findings that were determined in the bid evaluation process. I'm not distancing myself from that because I am the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain. I need to deal with that. What I have indicated in this committee is that what was presented to us and which we deemed sufficient at the time has indicated that the process was okay. Irregularities that could have...
The time has expired. Thank you so much, Honorable Nomvalo. Honorable Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. General, I want to understand in terms of Medicare 24, how did a bidder whose sole director, namely Kat Matlala, has a criminal record for theft and who was already implicated in procurement fraud as far back as Tembisa in May 2023, pass through your bid chair, evaluation and adjudication committees without any red flags being raised? And does SAPS not even conduct basic criminal or background checks on its suppliers?
In the procurement process, no, we don't do that. There are instances where there are commodities where we run background checks, and for instance, in the IT environment, we do that. The end user will indicate to us if we have to do that. In this instance, no, they were not done.
For a 360 million rand contract, you don't check who you're dealing with?
We didn't do it, Chair. In the procurement process, this normally gets done by the end user.
No, but I don't care about the end user. I care about supply chain management, because Auditor General shows us that in the past financial year, you had SAPS had over 650 million rand irregular expenditure. You're telling me that you didn't do criminal record checks on Kat Matlala?
No, we didn't. I do not.
General, I want to move in terms of the same matter. There's a criminal case at the moment that's open in Brooklyn, in Pretoria. I've got the case number here, for forged signatures that were used during pre-employment medical screening by Medicare 24 of SAPS recruits. Can you guarantee to us today that every recruit that they signed off on actually did go through the relevant assessment? Or were they basically certifying that those assessments were fraudulent?
I cannot vouch on that. I do not get involved in the operations.
But you said earlier that there was that the services were rendered.
Honorable Chair, the end user certified the payment indicating that they received the service. If there was any service failure, I am not privy to that, particularly what the honorable member is picking up now. But that was never raised with me. It's the first time that I hear about it.
That's very interesting because the National Commissioner knows about it. You're part of the national management. In other words, so if forged medical authorizations were issued, do you understand that you as the head of supply chain, you are the gateway of forged medical authorizations? Let me explain. Is it not entirely possible that applicants with disqualifying medical conditions, including substance abuse, were then incorrectly passed as fit for duty?
Honorable Chair, that process is managed by the end user, and the end user is the one that makes sure that the quality of the evaluation is in line with what they have in their service level agreement and the contract.
General, stop dancing. Chair,
No.
this witness is dancing around.
No.
I'm not interested in the end user, General. Hear me today. I said this to you 2 weeks ago.
Join the dance or the chorus.
Yes. I said this to you 2 weeks ago in the Portfolio Committee as well. Take responsibility for your division. You are the gateway for corruption at the moment, whether it's willingly or not. This isn't an oversight. It's 360 million rand. Do you know how many detectives we could have empowered with that money? How many dogs we could have bought for K9 unit? Your irregular expenditure increased with 140% in 1 year. The way you've been describing your division today, SAP sounds like heaven. You currently, as the South African Police Service, have hundreds of members that are stuck on prolonged sick leave because of the required medical reports that were never delivered. Again, Medicare 24. These officers continue to draw full salaries but cannot return to duty, and their posts cannot be filled. How do you justify saying that there was no waste? Similar to the question that the Honourable Nomvalo asked you previously.
Honorable Chair, as I've indicated, the end user only pays for the services that were rendered. Where there were no services rendered, the end user has an obligation in terms of PFMA. The budget is with them. They manage the operations to ensure that they're paying for the services that were not rendered. I have indicated that when they raised the issues of performance, we dealt with those issues with Medicare. If Medicare still operated and we had reasonable grounds in terms of performance to cancel the contract based on non-performance, we would have done that.
But you haven't, and they have non-performed, General.
But
I'm interrupting you again because you're talking about the end user. I'm not interested in the end user. You allowed Medicare into the police. You, no one else. You. The buck stops with you. Honorable Breitenbach asked you earlier, every member has asked you so far, where does the buck stop? Maybe not using the specific word. You keep going to the end user. I'm not interested in the end user. The point is that the wrong service wouldn't have been rendered did you not allow Medicare entrance into the South African Police Service. I want to ask you the next question. 2 weeks ago in the committee, I asked you, how is it possible that your, whether it's the evaluation committee or the adjudication committee, could have slipped up so badly? Your response to me said that sometimes the people on these committees aren't competent. That's also found in the internal audit findings. Do you remember that response?
I've remembered, I remember making that response, but with the specifics to this one, the appointment of the suppliers explicitly indicate that they were competent. I do have the record, and I will make that record available.
But you didn't go and check that they were actually competent, because if I look at the Auditor General report and I look at the internal audit report, they were flagged significantly for not being correct. Now you can say it could be frustrating to have to go and check every single one, but 360 million rand, it's more than half of the police's irregular expenditure over the last financial year. How do you explain that? And don't go to the end user.
I have to indicate, Honorable Chair, that we rely on, and I'm going to repeat it again, we rely on the judgment of the divisional commissioners that appoint these people to determine whether these people are competent to do the work that they're supposed to. That determination is done there, and it is recommended to me. It would be, I do not have the competence to go and check whether those people are competent in their work.
General, I'm sorry, again, then we can close the bid evaluation committee and we can close the bid adjudication committee and we can ask all the DivComs to come and sit there and decide. And you're right, you don't have the competence. The entire team doesn't have the competence. This is extremely embarrassing. Do you understand that a large amount of the fruitless, let me say it like this, over 10% of irregular expenditure over the last 3 years in the South African Police Service is Medicare 24. You want to tell me that you are the divisional commissioner, one of the highest ranking police members in the country, and you didn't vet the sole director, someone previously accused of cash in transit heists, armed robbery, and the list goes on for over 2.5 decades. And he manages to become a major supplier of services to the police. Explain. And don't go to the end user.
Honorable Chair, the procurement process that's approved in the South African Police Service does not make pronouncement for security checking of the suppliers. I have indicated that there are instances where we have done that, where we are looking at security of information and any other reasonable or any other risks that we have identified in the process. In this instance, it wasn't done.
So you've basically breached the South African Police Service. You're a breach. That's what you're saying. Your office is a breach to the security of the South African Police Service. Don't look at the chair.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, it's quite simple. You allowed a criminal to get a 360 million rand contract in the South African Police Service.
It's not allowing. It's not true.
You did. How else?
No,
You didn't vet him. You didn't vet him. He was flagged. He didn't comply with the majority of the relevant things he was meant to comply with. That was found in 2 different audits. There were fraudulent signatures on medical certificates. So, General, you allowed it. Whether willingly or not, you allowed it.
No.
And it's not the committee. The buck
it's not
stops
allowing.
with you.
Honorable Chair, I would like to respond to that we did not allow. I have indicated that the adjudication committee looked at the information at their disposal. I have to concede that irregularities were picked up. It is not a deliberate act that we wanted that company to come and operate in the South African Police Service. The process that was followed, in fact, if you look at the process was correct, but there are steps in the process that were not done correctly.
Then the process wasn't correct. I'm sorry, General, you keep on telling us about processes. You even gave us a printout. So you don't need to repeat it again. And I'm sorry if I come across rude. The point is just, you can say you didn't allow it, whether it was willing or not willing, you gave access. You and your team allowed a man like Kat Matlala to get access to the South African Police Service. Answer me this. Which specific evaluation criteria did Medicare 24 fail to meet?
According to the evaluation report that we received, none. According to the internal audit, they have picked up that from the mandatory documents, they did not meet some of the mandatory requirements and they pulled through.
So the fact that that latter report that you spoke of now wasn't just some, it's an entire list, indicates things that they didn't comply with. Doesn't that show that whether willingly or not, you allowed Kat Matlala to become part of the furniture at the South African Police Service Management Office?
I would not vouch, I would not say willingly allowed Kat Matlala to come into.
No, I said willingly or unwillingly. You allowed him.
The choice of the word allow. We adjudicated and it has turned out that the evaluation was flawed.
Let's say it like this, you left the door open. Who authorized the shortening of the advertising period?
No one.
Why was it shortened then?
It was an administrative error from my people, and they will be disciplined with regards to that.
Who are you going to fire?
We do know who advertised the tenders within the process.
No, name them. Tell us the name.
It is, I don't have the name here with me.
You
but
don't have the name for the person that extended, it can't be.
No, there's no one that extended anything. They just advertised it for 20 days instead of 21, which is an administrative error.
Who's being held responsible, General? That's my question.
I've indicated, Honorable Chair, that National Commissioner has indicated that we should put everything in abeyance until the forensic audit report is completed. Once that is completed, everyone that has been listed to have flaunted the processes will be disciplined.
So all of them are still in their positions a year later, and the person that did that, potentially involved in corruption, is still in his or her position. What was the emergency that justified breaking Treasury regulations for that specific tender? And you should know better because you're from Treasury.
There wasn't any emergency. I have indicated that it was an error. No one authorized for shortening of the tender process from 21 days to 20 days.
And what disciplinary steps have been taken against anyone regarding this entire process?
I've indicated, Honorable Chair.
Don't go back to the forensic investigation, General. You keep doing that.
It is what it is, Honorable
No,
Member.
but it's not. I mean, even News 24 were able to complete something in less than a month. And it was accurate. It's your department. Everything does not need a forensic investigation. It's like the new buzzword. If something goes wrong, hey, we need to forensically investigate. 3 years later, we've forgotten about it and no one's fired. What have you done? Have you laid charges against anyone?
I have not laid charges against...
Has anyone pocketed from this?
I have no knowledge of that.
So how on earth, why would Kat Mtlala want to do business with SAPS?
Any supplier that looks at opportunities in any government would do that. What motivated him to do business with SAPS is unknown to me.
No, but you see, the reason I asked this is this. You know, you disregarded, SAPS disregarded capable bidders. Let's list them: Netcare, Metropolitan, Alexander Forbes, to name but a few. Not any of the small players, but Medicare 24. Kat Mtlala's guys, they get in. Explain it. It doesn't make sense. General, I'm telling you now, and I said this to you in the portfolio committee, somewhere in that office of yours, someone is pocketing. I'll escape.
Honorable Chair, I have no knowledge of that. If the forensic audits pick up such anomalies, we will definitely deal with the National Commissioner. I believe he will make sure that the process is expedited so that we can find finality to this process.
You testified that these processes and requirements exist to ensure that entities are not unfairly disqualified, correct?
Correct.
So please explain to us, how was it fair that the bigger companies that I mentioned were actually disqualified despite having met all the requirements?
The companies that were disqualified were at the mandatory point. The report indicates clearly, if we can go back to the report. The reports clearly indicate what are the reasons for the bidders to have been disqualified, and they were disqualified based on those reasons. Big or small, if there is something that disqualifies you as a bidder, we will disqualify
But
you.
there were 10 companies in total that fulfilled all the requirements.
That's right. In terms of price, the supplier bidded the cheapest price.
Without fulfilling the relevant requirements, because you didn't check.
Having been evaluated based on the report that was submitted.
No, having
I
been
would have to
wrongly
repeat that.
evaluated. You didn't evaluate
No,
them.
having been wrongly evaluated, yes.
According to your own testimony, there were multiple processes, checks, due diligence mechanisms in place to ensure proper oversight. Is that correct, General? Do you still feel that way?
Correct.
Really?
Correct. The signatures are attached to the reports to indicate that those checks were done.
So if those checks were done, let me just get my numbers in front of me. How is it possible, you explain this to me, that 2022-23, you had 289.7 million rands worth of irregular expenditure. 23-24, 278.8 million rands worth of expenditure. Cherry on top, 24-25, times it by 3, 667.8 million rands worth of irregular expenditure. That is just over 3 billion rand. 3 billion rand. How is it possible? You said earlier that once you are done with the South African Police Service, you would like for contracts not to be cancelled, because things need to be done right. This is showing the opposite in terms of irregular expenditure. It's getting worse. It's not getting better while you're there.
Sure. Honorable Chair, let me respond this way. The tenders that were evaluated, we've got a mixture of tenders that were published and tenders that were evaluated. Tenders that were, when I got into South African Police Service in 2023, I developed a new procurement policy, and that's the procurement policy that is running now. Prior to that, there was another procurement policy. But tenders that are evaluated, even last year or years thereafter, were advertised and only concluded in those financial year where they were. And there were irregularities that were picked up either at the advertisement point or at the evaluation point. What we have indicated is we have found that the bid evaluation process has flaws in it. We acknowledge that. I have not disputed that. And what we are saying is that we needed to have another layer to make sure that the evaluation processes are not at the level where they are.
General.
And that's where we are doing the probity.
You said that at the portfolio committee. I don't buy another layer, you need another management. I'm telling you now that you can add another 10 layers, it won't change the reality we're facing here. This is blatant corruption. The fact that Medicare 24 was reported, you testified that these processes and requirements exist to ensure that entities are not unqualified or unfairly disqualified. That's what we spoke about earlier. Despite all of this, we ended up with a shell company, specifically Medicare 24. So how is it possible that through all of this due diligence that still happened? Are you telling me that an external journalist, actually several journalists, had greater insight into the integrity of your own internal process than what you did? I mean, if all of us can see this, if all of us in here see this, if every single different political party sees this, you must be blind.
Majority of the things that have been indicated on the process were indicated in the media after the internal audit process had
You're
taken
missing
place.
the point. I'm not interested. That's back to the end user, General.
No, I hear what you're saying. Honorable Chair, in terms of the audit findings that, may I?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron. Can we move to Honorable Matthys?
I might be covered. Thank you, Chair. Lieutenant General, let's start off with your work at ESCOM. Your position there was a commercial and contracts manager. Just briefly, what exactly did that involve? Briefly, please.
Briefly. I've said to the evidence leader, I struggle because I used to be a lecturer part-time. It involved 3 areas. That was procurement, warehousing, and contract management specialist services.
Okay. Were you involved with the tender that was awarded to I'm sure I'm pronouncing this wrong, Hitachi? What is it? Hitachi Power Africa. I got it right. Yeah, that one. And Chancellor House.
That would have been done at the head office. I worked at the police station, at the power station.
So
No,
you
I
went
wasn't.
Okay. And then why did you leave ESCOM?
CSR offered me a lucrative deal I could not refuse. I was headhunted.
Okay. National Treasury. I know you weren't there during the period when I think it was Oracle that was appointed to do the integrated management system, but you joined later while this project, and the project is still currently under investigation by the SIU. And it was more than R1 billion that was spent on that system, which you also just spoke about earlier, the integrated financial management system. What's your take on what went wrong?
I need
Briefly
to.
also.
I need to explain. There are two procurement offices at National Treasury. There's a transversal that deals with all government institutions. There's a procurement specific to the department, which dealt with that part. I was not part of that.
And you didn't get any gossip around what happened there? And you didn't get any gossip from your colleagues from what was going on there?
I was aware that there was audits done on the contract, but to what extent the audit outcomes were, I'm not privy to that information.
Okay, and then at the National Treasury, did you encounter any outside interference in your work?
No.
At all?
Not at all.
Everyone is just scared of you?
Not necessarily scared of me. There has never been anybody that was bold enough to come and ask, and I would have exposed them if they did.
Okay. Let's go to your SAPS and then the Medicare tender. Do you know if these services that the Cat Mklala was doing, the health risk management, has it always been outsourced by SAPS?
Yes.
Always. Do you think it's something that they should insource because it's a core service?
It's the determination that has to be done by the end user based on
You're using that end user again. I'm just asking that it's a core service of SAPS, am I correct? And it's probably it is in the top 5 tenders that SAPS puts tenders out for. And I'm just asking, do you think that this should be an insourced service that SAPS should do?
I do not have a scientific answer to it. I would not
Is it a core service though that SAPS
It's a core
requires?
service. It is required. We hire people, we retire people. Yes, it is core.
Okay, and then the MTN and Vodacom tender, you were at SAPS during that period?
During that time,
And that went to court?
no, the one that went to court, I was not part of it when it was awarded. I came subsequently after that.
But it happened when you were at the National Treasury, right?
That's
So
right.
you would have dealt with it, but you said you weren't in the transversal contract department.
Yep. The award of the tender to the 4 big mobile network operators included Cell C, Telkom, Vodacom, and MTN. And that award was done and audited. This was above board. The process of contracting with MTN was done at SAPS, and I was not part of that process, and I was not at SAPS at the time.
Let's talk about IDEC. We had the head of IDEC, Advocate Johnson, that was here, and she told us that she received the referral from SAPS to investigate this Medicare 24 allegations. So you were aware of that, or you are aware of that because you've indicated.
I am aware of that
yeah.
now, yes.
So if the preliminary report, which you are familiar with, it was dated in January 2025, am I correct? And the complainant was referred to IDEC in February 2025. And then the final report is dated April 2025. Are we together on the dates?
Yes, we
So
are.
can we conclude that the complaint to IDEC was based on the preliminary report?
It's highly likely, yes.
Yeah. And is this common in your experience? Is this a common practice in your experience?
No, it's not normally the common practice. The National Commissioner, I think with his office and internal audit, do the determination when to do the referrals, and they will respond based on information that's known to them. I'm not normally part of that referral process.
Okay, you said you had a meeting, or the minister called a meeting because he wanted to be briefed on the Medicare 24 tender. Who invited you to the meeting?
We normally get invited by the Office of the National Commissioner.
Normally, were you invited by the...
I was invited by the Office of the National
Commissioner. Okay, so you didn't have
Commissioner.
any engagements with the minister directly at all?
The minister was part of that meeting.
Well, in the meeting, but prior to that? But prior to the meeting, had you had any engagements whatsoever?
None
with
whatsoever.
The minister? Okay. Who was present from the minister's office?
The minister was there. I think his support staff was there.
Okay, was his chief of staff there in particular, Mr. Kabendi? And I'm sure you know him because he was just here the
No,
other
not
day.
the chief of staff. I'm trying to remember.
You don't know him?
I know Mr.
Oh,
Kabendi.
okay, so was he there?
Yes.
Let's move on. He was there. And what was his input in the meeting?
He did not have any input at all.
Okay. In your experience, again, is this a common practice for ministers or deputy ministers to call supply chain officials to meetings and ask them to explain tender processes and also to review a tender process? Because you've got quite a long
No,
history.
it is not. It is not a norm. In fact, since I've been to SAPS, it was the first time that a meeting was called. As I've indicated, the minister at the time said he's worried about the reputation this contract would have, and he needed an explanation
So he was
or a
worried,
briefing.
but he said he was worried based on a media report. That's it. He didn't say there was anything else, just a
Yeah,
media report.
the media
and
report,
And he summoned the entire supply chain to come and explain and to also ask for it to be reviewed. How many meetings did you have with the minister?
One.
It was just one.
One.
So the second meeting, so in his testimony, he said that he had one meeting where he asked for an explanation.
Correct.
Then he asked for the process for you to go back and review.
Correct.
And then who went back? You didn't go back to
I didn't
him
go
after
back.
who went
No.
back in your knowledge, or how did it work?
It probably would be internal audit and legal because they were doing the work.
Okay. And then did you get any feedback after the meeting?
No, I didn't.
And then you said you did the presentation at the meeting, but at the same time you weren't really involved in this process. So how did you familiarize yourself with it to make the presentation?
I did not make a presentation.
Okay.
I was there present in the meeting and the question was asked and I spoke to the process, not a presentation. I spoke to the process as I understood it at the time.
Okay, the process just generally for tenders or the process for this Medicare 24 tender in particular?
The process for Medicare tender specifically, what we have done, what reports were submitted, and that we have concluded the tender based on the bid evaluation committee reports.
And then you convinced the minister that there was nothing untowards, because he told us that he was told initially that there was nothing untowards in the tender. That's why he sent you back to go and review this process and come back and give a report.
We have indicated to the minister that based on the report that we have received, we had not picked up anything, and in that meeting, a decision was made that we need to audit the report. We welcomed that,
So Doug, you
request.
honestly didn't pick up anything, and this thing has blown up, and there's just so much that should have been picked up. So did you properly prep to do this presentation? Because at your level, during your process of prepping to go and do the presentation or whatever it is you were doing to the minister or engage the minister on it, you yourself didn't pick up anything.
with all honesty, no. And in the
Don't
meeting,
think that's troubling though, wow.
we are concerned, I have indicated.
No,
that-
you though, because
No,
you're
me,
the one
I am
who's in charge
concerned.
there, that you went there and you were like in your suit and say, no, this thing is proper. Like there's nothing untowards, we did the right thing. So it's either you didn't do your job properly, and then that is a concern in of itself, or what happened? Or you were misled. And then even if you were misled by your subordinates, it's a problem.
The BAC actually was misled because the report had indicated that all due diligence was done. And that's where I have a concern. And that's why I have indicated to my team that they need to go and redo the process and redo the standard operating procedures to make sure that we arrest and pick up these issues.
Yeah, but
And
I'm
they are
saying-
defining that now.
I'm saying that's what you say now, but when you went to present, because you would have had to prep to go and explain that this process was proper, you didn't pick it up. And you should be concerned about that. Let's go on to your relationship with Petuna Linono. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, who was one of the members on the bid committee and then later left to go and join Medicare 24.
No relationship.
But she's on this bid committee. You don't know her like nothing. Never met her, never spoken to her. Aren't you supposed to? I mean, there was one of the honorable members asked about integrity and whether you vet, well, not vet them per se, but are you not responsible for ensuring that you have sound and incorruptible members?
Like
on
other
the
members that were on the committee, I knew her as a colleague, as an employee in human resources, and that's as far as I have known her.
Okay, so when you found out about her role in this matter, what happened?
Her role in matter is post facto.
Yeah, that's what
and that matter was dealt with in the investigation by the
but
internal audit.
just let's talk about you, because she's under you, am I correct?
No, she's not under
Oh,
me.
she doesn't report to you.
No, she doesn't report to me.
Let's move on. Have you played any role since you've been or started your career, and particularly in government, have you played any role in any corrupt activities?
In the time that I have been in government, I have never had any irregular expenditure.
I'm not asking, that's not the question.
No.
Have you played any
No.
role in any corrupt activities?
No.
Unknowingly, and then later you realize, like, I'm being used here
No.
to aid corruption.
No.
So, okay. Have you been vetted since joining SAPS?
Yes.
When was this?
I'm awaiting. I need to do polygraph. I was meant to have done it before I went on college, and then my vetting will be complete.
So you've been in SAPS like for 3 years and
For 3 years, yeah.
holding a very, very high position, even a very dangerous one. And the vetting process is still not complete.
It's not complete.
Have you had a lifestyle audit?
I believe that General Matlu and them have done a lifestyle.
Have you had one?
Yes.
You've had one.
General Matlu has indicated to me at some
Have
point
you
that.
had one?
Yes.
Yes, you have. When
Yes.
was it?
Maybe a year ago or two.
And? Did you get the results?
She said there's nothing.
There was nothing. Did you get the results? Not what did she say? Did you
We-
get? Like,
we-
who did the lifestyle audit, rather? Let me ask you that.
The Office of Ethics and Integrity does the lifestyle audit
Yeah.
of all members in SAPS.
Okay.
If there are adverse findings, they will then let you know
Okay.
that there are adverse findings. But if there are no adverse findings, they don't give you any report.
And this was done?
I would love to believe that it was done a year or so ago.
But what do you mean you'd love to believe? Because for them to do a lifestyle audit, they have to engage you in some way, check your bank accounts, blah, blah, blah. It's a process.
No, they don't. They by virtue of them being there, they get the information and they do the lifestyle audit.
But where do they get the information from? They didn't ask you any questions at
No.
all.
No.
Is that the actual process?
No, nothing was asked.
So then that means you haven't had a lifestyle audit.
It probably could be.
No.
General, no, let me put it this way. I've had a discussion with General Matlo with regards to performance of lifestyle audits. And General Matlo has indicated that lifestyle audit and subs have been done. And she has indicated that for those members where they have picked up an anomaly, they have engaged those. Hence, I am saying...
Were you included in that, do you know? Because she could have been talking about other people and not necessarily you. Did
I would
you
love
say-
to-
Because the National Commissioner said they haven't concluded lifestyle audits yet alone, they haven't concluded vetting yet alone lifestyle audits.
sir.
So I'm very shocked to hear that. But
On-
okay,
on-
let's move on there.
Cool.
So you were appointed to SAPS in 2022. The last 2 financial years, we've had a total of almost 1 billion in irregularities on procurement of goods and services. You know that, right? In 2023 and 2024 financial year, it was just over 289 million. And then whooped, it went up to 649 million in the 2024-25 financial year. So I know you've said that you've never had a tender cancelled before, and this Medicare one was the first time. But procurement irregularities, how do you rate yourself in this regard? It's scary. For the average South African there at home,
the irregularities the irregular expenditure that is on that irregular expenditure framework are mainly as a result of this Medicare and RT69.
okay, but it's a lot, don't you?
It's a lot. May I just qualify something? The RT69 is not a tender that was done by us as subs. It is a tender that was done by National Treasury, and that tender is not irregular. What subs did was subs did not utilize the tender after they had indicated that they will participate. So all the expenditure that happened outside that contract were declared irregular, but the contract itself is not irregular.
Are you listening to yourself, though, General?
I am.
Yeah. And the whole nation is listening to you.
Correct.
So the tender is not, that's proper, but the actual spending was not, I mean, and I guess you're going to give me the same story that you gave one of my honorable members. Are you the divisional commissioner for supply chain and assets for SAPS? Is it the best? Are you the best? Are you who South Africans deserve right now?
I would love to believe yes.
No, but are you? Because you can see the state of our country right now. Do you think you are who we deserve as South Africans right now? I mean, we just spoke about irregular, I mean, you did a disclaimer, but even if it was 1 million or 2 million, it says a lot. It's irregular expenditure.
I cannot be just judged by one indicator, which is significant though.
Oh.
I would like to believe that I have done an immense amount of work in making sure that South African Police Service procurement is all right. I am putting effort into the irregular expenditure process, which is the only indicator in my performance at the moment, which is troublesome. But in fact, in all other areas of procurement, I have improved subs. For an example, subs used to build 1 police station a year. I have been, in the last 3 years, building in excess of 15 police stations.
And how many do we need? Okay, let's move on. It's fine if you, who South Africans deserve to head up that department. And I'm going to conclude now, and I want to talk about this issue of tenders. I'm sure South Africans are sitting, and those that are watching here, this whole tender process, it's like, what the actual? It's a lot. And it is the reason for, it opens, just listening to it's even blowing my head up, so I can just imagine for the ordinary South Africans. It's the door is wide open for corruption. I mean, even if a company's tender is awarded fairly, we have the issue that pretty much the costs are doubled. Do you procure toilet paper for SAPS? Does SAPS procure toilet paper, not you in particular?
Yes, they do. That subs procure toilet paper.
Toilet paper, yes.
Yes, we do.
And that is our point. So a normal person goes and we spend 5 rand on toilet paper, I'm saying, and after you even buy it in bulk, and I'm sure the toilet paper costs 100 rand a roll. But the point I'm trying to make here is that you've been in the space for long enough. There are core services, and I asked this earlier, there are core services of state departments that should be insourcing, that they should be building state capacity. Because outside of the corruption that it causes, we even have a problem that children die in pit toilets, and this is not under your watch, but I'm saying just generally as a country, because we cannot even do a basic thing like doing a proper toilet for kids. They are dying in pit toilets. People are dying in hospitals just because of a tender system. We had a whole PKTT team that's established to deal with political killings because people are killed, politicians are killed, CFOs are killed because of tenders. So they're either killing to get a tender or they're killing because they don't want the corruption in their tenders that are done. So what would you say? Okay, Chair, I'm done because this is more of just a political speech.
I want you to stop speaking.
Yeah, I'm done. But I just wanted the general with his vast experience to speak to the process.
If both of you can just stop speaking.
Getting rid of this tender process for core services, and that we must insource and strengthen government entities, and we probably wouldn't be sitting here today dealing with an issue of a Medicare 24 tender when SAPS could have long built
Honorable
an efficient
Matthijs, I
system.
no longer
Thank you,
hear
Chair.
you. You have stopped speaking. Can we move to Honorable James?
Thank you, Chair. I'm still laughing at the reason for all the toilet paper in SAPS. We know why. I'll reserve my thoughts. General Fani, earlier on you said poor performance but value for money. Do you still believe that? Poor performance but value for money. You are justifying poor performance. And I was thinking about this. It's like saying I have a cheating husband but he's providing. Does that make it right?
It's not right. Chair, maybe for what I should have said, which based on the discussion with honorable members, I should have indicated that we paid for the services, so money did not disappear. But in terms of value for money, we have done the determination. It's not me that said there was no value for money. It is the person that did the determination, and that report is available in the for committee members to interrogate it. But indeed, poor performance we have experienced.
Okay, before I get into my question, it's just something that I picked up now. The minister only ever called you in for the Medicare 24 contract, nothing else. Nothing else, and because that had surfaced in the media. No other contracts.
Nothing whatsoever.
So before this contract, there was nothing else in the media that popped up?
Nothing else.
That would have grabbed his attention or grabbed your attention that would sort of have an urgent meeting?
I have never been called by the minister or his office pertaining to issues of procurement.
So even though in March 2025, and I just came across this now, there's a headline, accused appear in court for over 88 million tender fraud in SAPS. That was also an article. Are you aware of that article?
I'm aware of that article.
You're aware, but the minister didn't worry about that. Because it appeared in the same platform, public domain. The minister didn't worry about that. He didn't call you in about that.
I was never called in.
But specifically the Medicare one. Doesn't that make you wonder why? Why did the minister only have interest? If he was worried about SAPS's image, shouldn't he have called you in for that other article as well? What do you think? Common sense. And now?
It's reputational damage. It's equally
Yes, but
important.
it's very simple.
Yeah.
Why were you taking so long to answer now? Should the minister not have called you in for anything else that surfaced in the public domain?
What the practice that he has established to call us when there is anything of possible reputation, yes, he probably should have
But he
called us
didn't.
for this one. No, he didn't call us.
Okay. General Fani, you have served as the Divisional Commissioner since August 22, right?
Correct.
Okay. In your witness statement, you state that during your time at SAPS, there have been no arrest for procurement corruption, which you say indicates that all audited and investigated tenders yielded no element of corruption. Is this correct? So no arrest during your time?
I have indicated there's only one arrest that was done for a procurement matter that was concluded before I was at SAPS. For all the procurement that happened under my watch, there has not been anyone arrested.
And this basically means that everything is hunky-dory?
Not necessarily.
Everything's fine?
It's a commitment I've made with my team to make sure that we clear issues and we ensure that we do due diligence. There are challenges that we are experiencing and we need to deal with those challenges. But that commitment I made on day one when I arrived at SAPS, and I'm going to make sure that the people that work in my space do what is required so that we can avert such issues in the future.
But it doesn't mean everything is fine. The fact that you
No,
have
it doesn't
no
mean
arrest
it-
doesn't mean
No, no,
everything
no.
is fine.
Not at all.
Like you indicate and like
Not
you
at all.
insinuate in your paragraph.
Not at all.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean everything is fine, no.
Yeah. At the end of paragraph 75, you go on to say that you are aware that the audit findings in the audit reports remain a concern and should be eliminated. You also describe these so-called concerns and errors as unnecessary and unwelcomed. Serious allegations of fraud, corruption, and you describe them, you water it down as unnecessary and unwelcome. Is that your evidence?
It's not an evidence, it's a statement.
Is that how you describe corruption? Is that how you describe corruption?
No. I'm describing the process.
When the AG came before Parliament and raised the alarm about SAPS's escalating 3.2 billion irregular expenditure bill, while unsuitable bidders secured tenders, what went through your mind as the head of supply chain?
It's a concern that I have, basically to indicate that even irregular expenditure that happened 5 years before I joined the SAPS is the reason why it's accumulating to the value that it is. What we need to be doing is to intensify our efforts to making sure that we have an engagement with National Treasury for condonation of these, so that the tally on irregular expenditure can be kept. But the most important thing is to make sure that we do not have further irregular expenditures in the process.
So it's just doubling and tripling despite what you have inherited. You haven't done anything about your inheritance. You just say, you know what, this was before my time.
No, I have.
There's been no arrests.
With regards to
all this irregular expenditure, the 3.2 billion, you said earlier on there's been no arrests.
the ones that where the determination tests were done and were concluded in my presence, there has not been any arrests with regards to those. The determination test is not done by my department, is done by independent department, and in those independent departments, they have not detected any element of criminality. Should they have detected elements of criminality, they would have raised the necessary arrests with regards to that. One contract which was concluded and it was irregular, which was concluded before my time, is the one where the people ended up being arrested a couple of weeks back.
I want to ask you also about the AG's material findings regarding awarded bids during the 2024-2025 financial year. Are you aware that the AG stated in her report to Parliament that SAPS has not implemented adequate internal controls to prevent irregular expenditure, and that this exposes the department to financial mismanagement and non-compliance. I think you answered this earlier on.
I'm aware.
You are aware, and what
Yes.
have you done about it?
We have put in processes in place. I think in that committee, we have National Commission has indicated, we have processes in place that we're going to do. I had indicated earlier on that we have set in August and we have devised plans to make sure that there's no further irregular expenditure that happens in the process.
Is one of those processes having a criminal check?
It will, definitely.
It will. You
Yes.
didn't have access to that prior to this. So the AG had to have findings, and only now you're going to utilize the tools that's at your disposal. There was no forward thinking, there was no being proactive prior to the Auditor General's findings.
I think we were selective in the application of that.
You were selective.
And we need to now subject all of them to that criminal check.
And South Africans can trust you in this job.
They can.
So you depend on the Auditor General to tell you that something's going wrong, despite you finding great irregularities and inconsistencies. You wait for the AG to tell you that this is what you need to do.
The AG reported on the irregular expenditure. We had already engaged in the process to make sure that we deal with the issues, and we have also engaged on the process to engage National Treasury for the condonation of those processes. And it is a process that we will finalize, and I think my team is working on that. I will follow up when I come back to make sure that all the condonation processes are concluded, and that the processes we are putting in place now are going to bear fruits as we envisage that they would.
Let's discuss specifics, right? And my throat is a bit sore today. We're actually very lucky. Regarding the tender awarded to, I think it's Rafani. Do you recall why the AG found the same bidders were unfairly disqualified and that functionality criteria were omitted?
Remind me which
The tender awarded to Rufani, I think it's 191939. The AG found that some of these bidders were unfairly disqualified. Have you ever had that? Where bidders were unfairly disqualified?
It rings a bell.
It rings a bell. Why were the bidders? Why do you think there's these scenarios?
We are again at the issues of bid evaluation committee. Honorable Chair, I must indicate the bid evaluation committees are bringing us into a position of disrepute, and we have put processes
under your watch. Yeah?
Not necessarily under my watch. Yes, there has been one or two contracts under my watch, but most of them are historic in terms of the irregularity. Honorable Chair, I have inherited, and I will continue to make sure that we iron out the processes and the issues that leads us into irregular expenditure, and we have started the process with that regards.
There seems to be a lot that you're going to do after this appearance here today.
Yes.
But that's good. Regarding the horse truck conversion tender, do you recall why the AG found that the winning bidder did not meet the pre-qualification criteria?
Is
this simply another error?
Yeah.
Or you say an unwelcomed error?
Correct.
Unnecessary error?
Correct.
Sure. You served as the acting chief procurement officer at National Treasury for a year. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is the minimum period required for the advertisement of a tender? You said this.
21 days,
21
legislated to be 21 days.
Regarding the Medicare 24 tender, right, the AG flagged that the tender awarded to Kat Matlala was not advertised for the required 21 days. And this despite you being in National Treasury for over a year. And the AG said it was not advertised for 21 days. And that evaluation phase was ignored When was the bid advertised and published on the SAP's website?
We do have the chronological issues here. The bid was published on the 31st of January.
That's correct. When did it close?
And it closed on the 19th.
Is that 21 days?
It is 20 days.
Is that 21 days?
It's not 21 days.
I'm saying that this was one of the irregularities found by the AG.
Correct. The bid should have been advertised for 21 days.
Exactly.
It is an administrative error.
So you can't say here and make it seem as if though I'm incorrect. 21 days is not 20 days.
I have considered that.
Yes,
it is
you
not
had to
21
consider.
days.
It took you a moment, a few seconds now. Because you almost wanted to make me look like a fool here by saying it, no, it was like almost like thinking what else. 21 days is 21 days. And it closed early.
The insinuation that I was trying to make the member to look like a fool, I have considered already that it was not advertised for 21 days, but for 20 days.
What was so urgent? What was the emergency?
There was none.
Why did you have to close a day early?
There was none. There was no reason for it to be closed early.
What did you do about this? Who was held accountable for this?
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the National Commissioner has asked us to put everything in abeyance until the forensic investigations are done. I can't take action now, but action will be taken for sure.
Why can't you take action now? It has already been identified. This has gone public. It's in the media. It's all over. What are you waiting for to take action? What must happen?
Honorable Chair, we have been advised to put everything in abeyance, and I have responded to that.
The AG also flagged the award of the panel of service providers, finding that one awarded bidder did not meet the minimum functionality score, but was not disqualified, and that there were inconsistencies between advertised evaluation criteria and those applied during adjudication. Is this merely another unwelcomed error?
Correct.
The AG's report further recorded that bid evaluation committee members lacked training. Oh, so many members said this earlier on, and did not exercise due diligence. Can you confirm that everyone serving on the BEC and the bid adjudication committee is qualified and possesses the requisite skills and experience? I think I heard you answering this earlier on, but I want to put it on record again.
The bid evaluation committee is not a standing committee. It is a committee that gets put together for each need or for each tender. And for that, we are requesting that the end users nominate adequately qualified. We explicitly do indicate to sit in these committees. So there's not one bid evaluation committee. There's
So the fact that
multiple
they're not
bid-
qualified, that's the end user's sort of responsibility to ensure. That's not part of your scope of work.
The determination of the flow of and the exhibit of knowledge of the processes should be adequately determined by the chairperson as he conducts the evaluation.
And this is not in your department.
It is in my department.
This is outside, but it's not you. You're not responsible. You're not going to take accountability for this.
No, I have taken
You are
accountability.
blame shifting. You keep on
No.
telling us about.
No, I'm not. I have taken accountability for checking up the knowledge of the bid evaluation committee and any other possible member. That's why I have contacted National Treasury, and National Treasury referred us to National School of Government, and we are engaging in making sure that everybody is checked up in terms of the bid evaluation committees.
I put it to you today. Do you think that you, as the head of this department, do you think you lack some streetwise, I don't know how to say this, because you are in there and it's almost as if though you are walking with your head in the sand. Everything is going on around you and you continue as if though nothing is happening in that department and everything is fine.
Honorable Chair, I need to fine-tune my processes and find out any additional processes that will close my blind
My
spots.
final question. So do you accept institutional responsibility for repeated supply chain management failures since you have joined SAPS in August 2022?
By virtue of my position, I would say it is my responsibility to make sure that there are no audit findings that pertain to procurement processes. And in instances where members of the bid adjudication, bid evaluation committee that has transgressed knowingly or unknowingly, we deal with those matters as they are investigated. I cannot solely take responsibility for errors that are committed in my lies. I cannot take accountability for any errors that were criminal in nature. But I do take cognizance with regards to the gaps that exist in the process, and I need to close those gaps.
Thank you, General. You have failed the accountability test. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Are you passing a judgment, Honorable James? When we call you Judge James.
No, I'm not, Chair, but in accountability, it's never the General. There's so much happening in that department. It's actually sad.
Okay. Who is the next speaker? We are now left with the last three speakers. Can I see the first speaker to raise a hand and I recognize him or her? You want to start, Honorable Shongwe? Okay. Chief Whip, you understand us. Thank you.
Axolisa Chief Whip, ngisabheke eGoli Chief Whip. And ngihamba ngebhasi angithi uyasa. Sawubona mfo. Uyaphila General?
Sawubona bhuti.
Uyaphila?
I'm all right, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Hey, uphethe isibongo sakamlifa, abantu bakwamlife amatswana. Uphinde uphathe igama isibongo futhi seXhosa, samaXhosa ufani.
Utikela, thank you.
UngumXhosa?
Tatam ngumXhosa.
Uyathetha?
Yathetha 80%.
Hayi asike sithethe okukhomsha manje hey. Uniphatha kakuhle. Nansi yabona ndinengqime yabona. Nansi ingqime apha kum. Asithethishe mfondini. Into ithi dada apha kum. If
Honorable Chair, either English or Afrikaans. My mother speaks Afrikaans, so English would be correct. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm saying either English or Afrikaans. My mom is also Afrikaans, so.
Where did you grow up?
My mom is Kalata. I was born.
Work Afrikaans program.
I was born and brought up in Sasolburg, in Free State.
Afrikaans altijd.
Ik praat via goed Afrikaans.
So salons praat Afrikaans.
If you can.
Jara, ayen, kom bly.
Don't just use Honorable Member aid to blow. It will lose the meaning. Thank you, Honorable
No
Chair.
problem.
English, if we
Thank
can.
you. I want to know something. I didn't pick up kahle on the early stages of your, actually when you started. You said you're a qualified engineer. I didn't pick up anything speaking related to finances and stuff like that. Are you qualified in finances?
I have studied finance up to master's level.
To master's level?
I have done finance in the programs up to master's level, yes.
Oh, okay. No,
In my BCom, in my MCom program, I also did finance master's program.
All right. I think I want you to relax and understand that since we've started in this committee, our aim is to get to the truth so that it assists us.
Correct.
Not to get somebody to maybe lie to us or omit certain things.
Correct.
And on that note, Chair, I would like to address you, Chair, if I may be permitted. You normally open, Chair, and say people who speak here are protected by their parliament privileges and stuff like that. You also say anything they say cannot be used against them. I notice AfriForum has these Paulo Sullivan tendencies of threatening people. They said they're going to open a case against Unkabinde, who spoke here in Parliament. So, Chair, I need you to help me on that one. Uti, what does that really mean when we say whatever we say here cannot be used against you? Because it doesn't help our people like General Fan. You be afraid to kulumala. Ngoba so kulumi so much. General, do you know about a blue light case signed between SCM Division and a company in Gauteng province for the supply of blue lights and siren for the police vehicles in Gauteng around November 2016?
The case was in the media, and I am aware of that case.
Were you briefed internally?
Come again?
Were you briefed internally in the division?
In the division,
Yes.
supply chain.
Yes.
Not briefed per se,
But you know about
but I know about the case.
What processes were followed in the awarding of that contract for the blue light in Gauteng?
The procurement process has changed since I came in as a result of the court ruling that indicated that the finance minister has overreached his accountability or authority. The processes that were prevalent at that time are unknown to me, so I cannot vouch to them.
But do you know that there were any irregularities in awarding of that contract?
It has been indicated in the media that it was irregular, hence the people were arrested. I am aware of it.
Just what you know, what are those, if you may enlighten me?
The outcome of that had indicated that the people behaved unethically in the award of the tender, and those people were charged. Some of them were in procurement. When I got there, they were transferred out of the department, and I stayed with the vacancies as a result of those transfers. And some of them were discharged in service, and that's as far as I know with regards to that matter.
Do you happen to know how long ago, maybe?
You had indicated it was 2018.
2016?
And yeah.
2016.
But I do know
From
about it.
2016.
Yes.
And the matter has not been resolved till now.
The matter has not been resolved.
Wouldn't you suspect something is wrong there? Why do we take so long to, if there is something that is corrupt, why do we take so long to get to the gist of the matter or understand who was wrong and get that matter finalized?
Once the matter goes to litigation, the matter is then handled by Legal Services Litigation Department. They are dealing with that matter on behalf of South African Police Service.
Are you saying to me that there is no way to really tell whether there was corruption done there, or it's just a thumb-sucking issue where you can just take a chance? Or is it a way of victimizing black business people?
Honorable Chair, I would not vouch that there was corruption. In fact, Honorable Chair, I would even indicate that I am not privy to the documentation that led to the charges and the dismissal of the people. I am aware, though, that such a matter is still in court.
You know, this business person once complained that, in fact, it's a popular knowledge that regarding this case, there were no white or Indian or any race except for a black person who was targeted for this matter. And there were allegations that there was money being solicited from him in a way. For example, the two cases that Mr. Sissoko, the two dockets that Mr. Sissoko took when he was at IPIT, he still has them at IDEC, the two cases of that matter. Since I've told you about that matter, what are you going to do about it to help our black business people who are being targeted for having huge tenders?
The requirement for making sure that the procurement process is fair and equitable rests with me. That's why I have indicated earlier on that if we knew at the time of the evaluation and adjudication that Kate Matlala's had controversial issues, we would have evaluated the tender and only subjected to legal services had he been the winner of the tender. So that on its own is to ensure that the procurement process is fair and that any irregularities we deal with in terms of the support that we get from legal services to make sure that the exclusion or the reason for deviation from awarding the Medicare 24 would have been justifiable. That is to ensure that the process is fair in terms of what we are doing. And I'm also making sure when we do the bid specifications and stuff that the issues of competition commission are put into the process so that we do not have specifications that run perpetually favoring one supplier. I have questioned a number of suppliers in the process, and I have ensured in the process that extension of suppliers nilly-willy is not happening in the South African police services as one way of making sure that there's fairness in the process.
Okay. What is the role of the accounting officer in awarding this of such a contract?
The accounting officer's responsibility is he has delegated his responsibility, but he gets briefed. The briefing that I have with him when I go for my performance, I would bring a sheet that indicates these are the tenders that are awarded. These are the tenders where there were deviations. This is the information pertaining to the function of my portfolio in that. He would then take note of that. It in fact becomes portfolio of evidence for my performance to his office.
Who signed this contract?
The tender awards.
Yes.
I'm duly delegated to sign the contracts after the bid adjudication committee has approved the award of a tender.
Was there any investigation on any irregularities of any sort of this matter?
Of
this matter, was there any investigation on the irregularities?
For MediHealth specifically?
No. This one, I'm to the blue light one. I'm specific on the blue light.
Was there any investigations?
Yes.
I would love to believe. I cannot vouch for that. It happened way before I came.
You never followed on this matter?
No, I never.
But it's still in court now under your department. Do you know that? I'm saying it's still in court under your department right now. You know that, right?
The matter is now with legal services, the litigation department, and not with me.
So how would a commissioner be related to signing or being part of tenders? How do they link? If tenders are on your department or at your office, how do they link? Explain that to me.
Which commissioner? National commissioner?
Yes, national commissioner.
No, he doesn't.
In this regard, Patlani, would you link how does it happen? If there is a...
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, I'm not privy to the tender process
let's
that took
talk
place at the time.
In general, the current commissioner, if he was said to be involved in awarding tenders or something, where and how would they be linked? Do they have a role to play?
The national commissioner. The national commissioner, if he had not delegated the award of the tender, he will get involved in the awarding of the contract, but he would have been advised or have received a report from bid adjudication committee that recommends and give him a report. But if he had delegated the responsibilities to the bid adjudication committee, he would have no role to play.
Okay.
Unless, if I may, Chair, unless there is any document in the process that suggests otherwise, which I'm not privy to.
Okay, I'm interested in this. I wish you knew isiXhosa ke Mntakababa, but you said 80%. Please reply to with this isiXhosa so that I can hear you kahle kahle. Are you saying in your tenure as a leadership lab, corruption and such matters of amatenda issues are wrong and stuff like that? There's never happened. Kuhlale kuclean nje kuhle kakhulu.
ESAPs?
Yes, since the
what we call, in terms of the framework that is published by National Treasury, the determination test has to be done. And if the determination test pick up issues of corruption,
Yeah.
we will discipline. In fact, we open a case if such has happened. The determination tests that are there suggested that we need to discipline people for irregularities, and those processes are underway at the moment.
So in this tender, Yaboket Matlala, were you involved?
I was in the bid adjudication committee.
Umhlanganisele or hambe yonke into straight?
And Maz Nukmaz,
If bomhla bekubonakale something where uthi uhlanganisele or something, bozo you pick up at what stage? Or have you picked up such?
no, I have not picked up such. It is expected of any police officer when they pick up issues of criminality, they must report and they must open a case. I have not picked up any. Hence, I have not opened any case.
So are you saying that right now at this stage, Uket Matlala got that tender fairly?
I cannot vouch on that. I am aware, though, that there were irregularities in the evaluation process, and I cannot ignore that. But as for whether there was somebody that assisted, I have no information at my disposal.
In your department, these pickups that you found, these findings that you found, are they part of your responsibilities to find, or they were found out somewhere else? Because Nguzwangati, you are saying in your space, he did very well. The tender was awarded very well in your space, in your understanding.
In my environment, in terms of whether we have picked up whether there were irregularities, I can confirm that we didn't pick up any irregularities. The internal audit audited and picked up the irregularities in terms of this tender.
So if it is like that, as you say it, whose head must be on the block?
I would have to wait for the audit report.
Asibuyele emuva baba, sorry kancane.
Yeah.
Whose head must be on the block?
As I've indicated, I would have to wait for the audit report. The determination.
Man kancane mfowethu. Let me, please, African people, help. The question is, what are you going to do? The question is, whose head must be on the block? Your head or somebody else's head?
I operate in a collective, and I believe that in that collective, with the information that we have provided, we were correct. We just need to be in the position to justify, to find reasons why the evaluation process was transgressed. And then that investigation will then determine who needs to take accountability. Accountability must be placed on someone.
Okay, I need to ask you this question. Please state your name on record.
My name is Molefe Isaac Fani.
Do that exactly. Whose head must be on the block?
We would have to probe.
Lolo, mana but asiyenzi belula. Whose head must be chopped should we find out ukuthi it was not done correctly? Who must be, whose fault is it? Ubani emele simcharge?
From where I am, Honorable Chair, members of the bid evaluation committee.
Members.
Yes.
And when does it get to be you? When does it get to be you who must be chopped?
If I have transgressed.
So in this
And
regard,
I have not exercised my responsibilities.
oh, okay. Help me here. I'm not. Chair, Yakulu? I see your light is on, Chair.
Yeah, I'm warning you.
Or you time. Anyakwazi Chair, masengidibha in. Ayufuna ukungivimba. Ngiyadlala Chair,
I'm
ngiyadlala.
warning you. You have 4 minutes left.
Thank you, Chair. No, what I'm trying to get to here is this. You see, Mfethu, South Africa is suffering from leaders who don't want to take accountability. And if departments fail, there's chopping of players down there, but never the heads. So I want to know in this regard, if a department fails to pick up a tender of such amount, which has a whistleblower shot and killed kabuhlungu, why must it not be the heads, your head that must be chopped? Why must it be somebody out there? Maybe say to me, it must be you and your team. Can it be that? Would you advocate for that?
No,
You
I
wouldn't?
would not. I am accountable for closing the gaps that have been identified in the process. In as far as taking accountability for the bid that is not evaluated properly, either fraudulently or otherwise, which the forensic investigation has to determine, and then we will then place responsibility with regards to that. But in as far as the exercise that I have done, assisted by the bid adjudication committee that surrounds me at that time, I would not take that accountability for now. But I do take accountability for the gaps that have been identified in the process, and I will definitely close those gaps.
And if we find out that those gaps are vital, since if we find out that those gaps that you are talking about caused problems, they've destroyed people's life, they've also made people to die or be killed, if I may say. What must we do now?
I have to indicate that I have indicated in my submission that we have made sure that the procurement policy that we put in place has been vetted and has been reviewed by the policy committee. The reason for that is to make sure that all angles that could be problematic in terms of governance and controls are looked at by an independent body. And in this instance, because there are gaps that have been identified, we really need to go back and relook at those governance and review the process.
Chair, I don't think I'll get answers. Yeah, I'm grateful, Chair, for the time. Thank you, my leader.
Of course.
Thank you so much. Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sir, you've spent much time telling us, or Doctor, I should say, telling us about the process. We have your graphic, bid specification committee, bid evaluation committee, bid adjudication committee. When you were at the Treasury, the SIU did an investigation into the SAPs and determined at the time that no bid evaluation committee was convened in regard to that PPE tender. Now, the bid evaluation committee, according to your graphic, bids and makes recommendations on the awards of a bid. So who made the recommendation at that stage? Was it by any chance the same person or same team who made the recommendation for this particular tender? I'm looking at who and what you inherited.
All the documentation pertaining to this matter are out for investigation by the investigators. What I have been informed is that the process was followed. As to whether that process was legitimate or not, I am not privy to that information. It happened in my absence. I do know that there was a steering committee that was put in place to look at all the matters pertaining to the PPE. As to who are the members of, I do know that it was chaired by General Vuma, and there was a co-chair. As to who was part of other processes in the process, I'm not privy to that. I found the documentation not in my office. I do not have any documentation to make an informed comment on those documentations.
I do hope when the final analysis comes out that you don't find that the self-same people who made sure that tender went through didn't make sure the Catmint Lala's tender went through. That would be most unfortunate. At that time, that particular corruption, that particular contract didn't go before the bid committee. Now, you knew that had happened when you came into the SAPs. And here we are. It seems to me you're telling us that this entire process with this tender to this person was either done behind your back or that you knew about it and allowed it in. I mean, those seem to me to be the two options. Is there another option?
I didn't know about it. If there are only two options you are giving me, it was done behind my back. But what I know in front of me is information that was provided to me and the bid adjudication committee that was correct. And that's as far as I know.
Is this the biggest tender that SAPS has ever proffered, 360 million?
It's not the biggest tender that has been awarded by SAPS. No.
Okay, I've looked through a few of the others and they're much smaller amounts. So I would have thought that this had been probably would have been starred by you as head of the division as something one would have paid particular attention to, but that seems not to have happened. I do agree with my colleagues in asking that surely a contract of this magnitude would have or should have been carefully monitored in terms of the regulations, and yet it just wasn't. No background checks, in fact, no checks at all. A 2-minute Google search by a civilian would have prevented us from the need to be here today. That's my belief. So is it, I know you keep saying you're not to blame, and it seems many other people are, but surely the accounting officer, General Masimola, should he be held to account? It's either him or you. Somebody has to be held to account for this massive bungle. Your thoughts on that?
The National Commissioner has an ultimate accountability for procurement processes within the organization. And I think he has taken a lead to make sure that he comes to the bottom of this, and that's what he has started as a process, to make sure that he takes accountability in terms of the PFMA responsibility that he has.
Do the members of your division have regular lifestyle audits? I know you say that you had apparently had some secret lifestyle audit done on yourself. Do you know if the members, I mean, it seems obvious to me that anyone in the supply chain division, in any entity in the country, that's where the money's looted, in supply chain. And I've worked in many portfolios. That does seem to be the situation. Are your members, do they do lifestyle audits on them? I mean, sometimes it's so obvious. We've seen with the hospital looting, people driving around in Lamborghinis. I mean, it's hardly brain surgery to see who the thieves are. Is it done in your division?
I'm not privy to such. I think the committee can request a written confirmation from the National Commissioner, and it should be in the position.
I think you should be requesting that it's done. You're head of the division. You're head of a division that's just given out money to a person with a criminal record longer than I am. So surely that's something you, as the head of the division, should be asking for.
I have made sure that the declarations and the making sure that they declare additional income out of the South African Police Service is done on annual basis, and I do get confirmation of that, and I do intercept that. I mean, I do interrogate that. I personally sign and give them permission if they want to do private work. And I do interrogate that. In instances where a person requests to do additional work for the services that they provide for subs, I do ask them in terms of how they're going to be able to do that, and I've declined some. And those are the two checks that I do. In as far as I'm looking at whether they are okay from a lifestyle perspective, risk and assurance does that.
You say that the detection of corruption can't be detected during your processes. I'm wondering how that can be considered to be due diligence if it has such a glaring flaw, the system, or even the process. It seems you're trying to wash your hands of a massive case of crooked looting in your division, claiming you just couldn't have noticed. Now, I put it to you, this is a prime example of rubber stamping. I feel sure that the IDAC investigation will show what it's all about, but it just seems to me that you should have known what it was all about. You should have been there. You should have been able to stop it before it happened. Is that not your job as head of the division?
It is my responsibility to make sure that the procurement processes in supply chain are seamless. I have indicated that where there is corruption that happens outside of the process, which leads to the process being flawed, I cannot detect that in the procurement process. That's why it is important that we have a technology that tracks every documentation that is submitted, so that we can be in the position to check for the deviations, if anything at all. And I'm accounting, and I've already activated that process, so that I can vouch that the documents that were submitted are indeed the documents that were used to evaluate the tenders. And that's what I'm hoping, that in the next financial year, we will get allocation with regards to the technology that we need.
I was listening to you earlier, and you say you'd set up a system, and in this day and age of state capture, following the Zondo Commission and just so many commissions revealing massive corruption, endemic corruption, frankly, you've only just now set up an entity to ensure that the audits are picking up anomalies. Surely, I mean, you've been there for 3 years. Has it taken you 3 years to come to the conclusion that there's a problem?
Not necessarily. I think what I have also done was to make sure that we have appointments of people in key positions, and that we optimize our structure and we have segregation of duties. I have done that. I have implemented the structure fully. We are in the process of interviewing, of advertising and interviewing credible people that would come in that process. One of the weakest links I've got is that in the procurement environment, I have had the component head acting since I got into subs. I have had the section, there were attempts to fill the positions with no success. And we are working into that, and we are making sure that that is concluded. Hopefully before the end of this year, we would have that concluded.
You know, you've had the job for 3 years, and with your massive CV, especially in the Treasury, some of the steps I believe you failed at must have been really red flags to you, surely when you worked in the Treasury. I mean, it's inconceivable that you missed the red flags. And surely there were specific red flags highlighted at the Treasury or any of your other former positions from which you were headhunted. It's almost inconceivable to me that you missed what any civilian would have picked up in about 5 minutes.
I'm not sure if a civilian that would read the report that we had would arrive at any conclusion different from what we did, without having to go and start the process from scratch, which the BAC does not have the luxury of time to do that, and which is something that we need to look at now, in terms of we cannot reevaluate the tenders. I take notice that we need to do verification, but we cannot reevaluate. How we are going to go about that is what I have asked my team now. I have sourced the services of a specialist within subs to map our processes and to have standard operating procedures, to have checklists, and to have reports and the methods of verifying certain steps within the process. And he has until December to do that. And we are hoping that with that process, we are going to reduce the anomalies that are happening in the process. But I must stress the making sure that we've got electronic submission of the bids will eliminate 90% of the problems that we've got.
You know, a basic CIPRO search will show you who the directors are, or in this case, the director. Surely that would have set bells ringing in your head. How do you feel about the rather messy way that this very crooked contract was eventually cancelled, where the SAPs went ahead and still paid the supplier for some months, even though everybody knew it was about to be cancelled? It seems very bizarre to me.
If payments were done after the contract was cancelled, I do not know how the finance was advised, if they got any advice whatsoever. I'm not accountable for payment of suppliers within the organization. It's a different department that does that.
Wow. Okay, so for 3 years you've headed up the division, and each of those years, each of the three, the Auditor General says your division failed to have sufficient checks to prevent irregular expenditure. That's not just from this year. It's a repeat finding from the previous 2 years on your watch. And during that time, irregular expenditure has soared. So do you feel like you're doing a good job?
We have, in the second year of me being here, it was the first time, it was the first audit that happened. We put together a comprehensive checklist that must be complied with in order for us to be able to verify and be in the position to identify some of the things that happened. We implemented it, but it seems like the checklist has not, and any other endeavors that we put in place, specifically ensuring that the section head and the component head review and give analysis with regards to that, has not given us any assurance that we will not have repeat audit findings. I took initiative when that happened in the second year, which is this year, and in August I put my team together and I made sure that the team come up with tangible processes and systems that will be in the position to assist us. We have a comprehensive actions with regards to what needs to happen. On my return in January, we will review what has been done already and we will make sure that we implement those.
I'm quite sure you'll be called before the Police Portfolio Committee to speak to a specific timeline to implement the recommendations that you come up with, because civilians out there, they've seen the Tembisa looting, that people are driving Lamborghinis while patients die in their beds with zero equipment, zero medication, zero anything. They're starting to think that this contract was Tembisa Part 2. And when we have SAPS members coming crying every day that they have to fix their vehicles out of their own pockets because they know if a vehicle goes or if a tire goes flat, that vehicle will disappear for months into an archaic system, and they'll have nothing. And so they just pay it out of their own rather meager salaries. I was at stations where bird lice fall out of the roof onto the heads of the detectives, where 5 of the ceilings have collapsed. It's everywhere in every station. So to hear that taxpayers' money is looted in this way is horrific to South Africans. It's absolutely horrific. A couple more. Would you support a mandatory independent evaluation panel for all tenders above 100 million?
Correct. We have looked already at the thresholds. The appointment of the bid adjudication committee will be subjected to a threshold. Above a certain threshold. In fact, it has already been implemented. I was informed by my team. I just don't have the thresholds with me because of me being in training. Where above a certain threshold, the bid adjudication committee now must recommend to the deputy national commissioner, and above a certain threshold, the national commissioner must personally approve those tenders.
I think that's a very good move.
Yeah.
Very good move indeed.
Yeah.
Finally, SAPS has been linked to several, as long as I've known, tender scandals over the years, way before your time. I'm sure when you leave it will carry on. But what do you see as the root causes? I've heard how you're addressing them, but what is the cause here? Is it a failure of management to implement psychometric testing when people come in at the very basic level, a failure to do lifestyle audits? What is behind this, that we actually have thieves within the SAPS working with criminal syndicates? It's absolutely breathtaking to think that the people we should run to for help might turn around and rob you.
Honorable Chair, I think the paper-based procurement system should be eradicated immediately. We need to have an audit of what was received and be in the position to vouch that that was consistently applied throughout the process. And be in the position to also know and be in the position to have a full text retrieval of any information if we so need to do the verification. Having to go into the archives, into the documents and look for certain things and verify all those doesn't seem to be working for us, and that's where an oversight or some of the information gets missing in the details. I would really love to have a technology where we can submit tenders and we can have full text retrieval, or we can call up any report at any given time in any committee and be in the position to do the validation or reconciliation of what we have at our disposal.
Thank you. I'm hoping that in 1 year's time, when you come back, when we see the Auditor General's report, we will not see a replication of the same complaint and be told that there are hundreds of millions of rands of irregular expenditure, because that will all sit at your door. So we'll be watching. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Chief Whip?
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, good afternoon, General. No, I think, General, many issues have been canvassed with you, so I'm just going to deal with very few issues. I think the first one, I want to follow up on the question that was asked by, I think it's Honorable Matheus, if I'm not mistaken, but it's a question about what appears to have been a javelin, where somebody works in a process that produces a certain outcome on a contract and then disappears from SAPS to go and become part of a company that has acquired a tender. Would you not consider that as a sophisticated level of corruption?
It appears to from a layman's perspective, it appears to be questionable in terms of you are in the process, you resign and you go and work for the person that tendered. But it would require, it is a red flag, it would require to be probed, and we need to get to the bottom of that and make sure that if there is any malpractices in terms of that move, then it is dealt with accordingly.
But General, you think that under normal circumstances, the world is designed like that?
It's not.
It's not?
No.
So then you can't say for a layman, even for the other man who's not lay. The logical conclusion should be to say this was a javelin and this is a sophisticated act of corruption.
Correct.
It would therefore follows that in the process of the awarding this tender, it's justified to conclude that at least we have one example, there may be others not yet confirmed, that there were people who engaged in the process with a criminal intent.
It appears correct.
Okay. Now the second issue I want to follow up on is the one by, maybe before I follow up on that issue, I think it's on paragraph 64 of your main statement, where you are making references, maybe let me go there with you, where you are making references to the fact that 64, the procurement component head is responsible for retaining all that paragraph. You see that paragraph, General? And then your next sentence there says, I cannot personally vouch for missing documents as I rely on the integrity of the process and the report signed by those directly involved. You see that paragraph? Have you ever asked this procurement person a question about this matter? Have you ever asked this person, him or he, what happened to them? What is your own view about the missing document? Notwithstanding the fact that, as you indicated, the National Commissioner has sanctioned an investigation on the matter, but have you ever asked a question? Because it would seem to me that, naturally, as a chair of the BAC, and something like that occurs, and there is someone that should have been more responsible in that I would have asked a question.
The issue of documentation management is a concern. And that's why I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that we need to have a technology that assists us with electronic submission. It will completely eliminate the issue of documents that go missing when they have to be audited. It becomes questionable if the document was there and all of a sudden the document is no longer there in the process. And because it is a paper-based system, it becomes very difficult for me to manage document management. We do have document management center where all the documents are supposed to be archived, but from time to time we do get documents that are missing. And I therefore require that I have an electronic system to be in the position to do that. And that is something that I'm going to push very hard with our technology management services to ensure that that system gets implemented. It is about time we do.
I agree with you on that, General, but you still haven't answered the question. The question is, did you ask this procurement head, after having known, whether yesterday, today, or 2 days ago, a month ago, when it has come to your attention that indeed certain documents were missing on a process that this procurement head has a responsibility as a leader in that area? Did you ever ask that person?
Not the person complete, individually. I have asked the whole team, and I have ensured that the whole team understand. That's why it's critically important for us to be in the position to ensure that we have a standard operating procedure that tells us exactly how to manage the documents, how to archive the documents, and who's responsible for what documentation. And those documents are being developed at the current moment.
How did you ask the whole team? In what way did you ask the whole team? Did you write to them? Did you call them into a meeting? How did you ask the whole team?
We've had a discussion about documentation management in my management team. I sit with my management team. The head of procurement sits in my management team.
So it was in the meeting?
It was discussed.
Okay. The follow-up question is, well, when Honorable Cameron was asking you about security checks, in your answer, you said, and I noted, that in some circumstances, security check does get done. What could be those circumstances?
I've made an example that we would not allow anybody to operate on an IT system if they have not been checked, because we need to ensure that we do not allow anybody to get into our system and interfere with our system if they are not checked.
So basically it's only in the IT system where such is happening. It's not anywhere else.
It's what I know that the checks were done on. In other environment, it is the prerogative of the end user to ensure if their risk profile for that contract or service is of a nature that they need to do that check, they do that, I presume.
Do you appreciate the significance of being a chair of a committee? Let me just give an example before you answer. We are members of the Adhoc Committee of Parliament. We were chosen by Parliament to be who we are. And then we elected the chair of the Adhoc Committee. In your own opinion, do you think that the chair enjoys the same level of authority as individual members of the committees are? And maybe let me add and say, in circumstances where the committee veers off of its mandate or responsibility, and therefore accountability has to be enforced, do you think that while we may be collectively responsible for that as members, but the chair would not have an additional responsibility?
The appointment letter of the members of the committee places responsibility on each member of the committee equally, except that I have an additional point where I must chair, and the deputy chair has an additional responsibility to deputize. But it does not take away the fact that I need to ensure, as the chairperson of the committee, that I share the meeting in such a way that the award of the tender is, or the adjudication of the tender has been done in a manner that is diligent for us to be, to take accountability and to be proud of the results of what we have adjudicated.
So in a sense, you confirm that, or you agree with my understanding that the chair, by virtue of being the chair, has added responsibilities.
The appointment letter, I need to state it in this manner. The appointment and the rights I have is exactly the same rights as any bid adjudication committee member. My virtue of being the bid chairperson of the bid adjudication committee places me on making sure that governance issues and making sure that what is put at our disposal is then in a state or in a manner in which the adjudication process would flow, and that adjudication of the tenders is done correctly. That is my, in a way, I would say that then places me above everybody else to ensure that all those processes are done correctly. It's by virtue of my appointment as the chairperson, but more specifically, my appointment as a divisional commissioner.
Okay, so which means that in terms of accountability, because you talked about responsibilities that you said members of the committee enjoys the same level of responsibility, but I would imagine that beyond responsibility also comes the question of authority.
As the chair, yes.
And accountability.
Correct.
So in essence, the chair of the committee should be more, is expected to be more, to have added responsibilities, which include additional responsibility for accountability, as compared to ordinary members of a committee.
Chair, I would more go along with the issue that accountability is equal for members of the bid adjudication committee, but I have authority by virtue of being the chair, as the honorable member has said.
But you remember that you are exercising your responsibility in this context, both in terms of your substantive role in SAPS.
Correct.
As well as the assignment given to you by the National Commissioner to
Correct.
chair the BAC.
Correct.
Why do you think that does not distinguish you from other members in terms of authority and accountability?
In this specific instance, where I have, together with other members, adjudicated on the matter, as I've indicated, I have looked independently on the issues and did not pick up any, and the members also independently did that and they did not pick up any. When we jointly met in the bid adjudication committee, we consolidated our efforts, we consolidated our thinking around the matter, and we have all arrived at that. At that time, I had no reason to present anything contrary to what I had already established in my analysis and what transpired out of the bid adjudication committee. And therefore, as the chairperson, I have afforded everybody an opportunity, and based on what I knew at the time, I then agreed with the members of the bid adjudication committee that we need, I also support the award.
No, General, there's no dispute on the process you undertaken. And please hear me very well. The process you undertaken, which you have explained here since the morning, has also been fully understood by myself.
Sure.
But where I do not get a sense that you have an absolute appreciation is the role of leadership in the context of your position, substantive role in SAPS, as well as your delegated responsibility by the National Commissioner. I don't get a sense that you are, because you are very evasive. You don't want to accept that by virtue of those two that I've referred to, it therefore impose on you a burden of leadership which comes with accountability.
That statement you made now is correct. I am expected as the chairperson and by virtue of being the divisional commissioner who is knowledgeable in procurement processes to assist the committee.
And therefore it follows that as much as you are equal in the committee, in terms of your assignment in the committee, but you in particular, as a lead of that committee, has more responsibility than the rest of others.
In that context, I agree.
And that will include accountability as well.
Sure.
Sure. All right. I don't know if you are aware of what Lieutenant General Spear told us when he was here with regard to the period at which he was an acting national commissioner, and during which time where Mr. Matlala came to see him and he raised his concerns about the same contract. You are aware of that?
I have had bits and pieces of the evidence because of the training that I have the other side. That part I missed. I could be made aware. Maybe if you relay what happened, I will.
Okay. When he came to us, in one of the comments that he made, he told us that there was a time when the National Commissioner was away and he had been appointed or assigned a responsibility of being the acting National Commissioner. And coincidentally, at that time, Mr. Matlala visited him in the offices of SAPS, wherever he works, and raised certain concerns about the contract, and that he was not given an opportunity to do that which he has to do in relation to that contract that he had acquired from SAPS. And so they had a discussion. So we asked him, when you left the acting role, did you come back to speak to the real person, the real man in charge of the job, and he didn't come? So my question was, are you aware of that? Aware may be in twofold or one. It may be that you are aware of that as it was happening at the time, and also when we were told about it after it had happened, or you just happen to know about it from the time when we were all told about it?
The first time I get to know, I'm not sure. There's a part that I heard of General Sibia where they asked about the clinic. I'm not sure if you're talking about the clinic, but this one specifically, I got to know about it when the article was published, and the minister subsequently thereafter summoned us to come and explain.
No. I don't want you to know I'm not asking a question because I'm seeking your knowledge of the substance of the meeting, the details around which they engage. I wanted to ascertain if you are aware that at some point Matlala went and complained to General Spear that he was not being assisted.
No, he did not share that with me.
Now that I'm telling you about it, will there be any relationship in your own view, knowing the institution where you work? Will there be any direct or indirect relationship that exists between General Spear and this individual who participated in the contract awarding processes and later on jumped to join the Matlala company?
Look, what should have happened under normal circumstances, the procurement manager gets activated when the supplier is disgruntled about a procurement process. I do get from time to time suppliers that complain about procurement processes, and when that happens, I take it to my team to start the process of validating the claim and making sure that they provide the response. In this instance, I don't know what prompted the supplier to talk to General Sibia, and the normal process would have been that the supplier should have been sent to me to be in the position to deal with the complaint, or at least to inspectorate if the nature of the complaint warranted that a further investigation be done. Inspectorate does that type of work.
All right, General. No, it's my last question, this one, but I'm going to come back to it because I would like you to answer it in a way that help me to understand the issues I want to understand.
Sure.
You have explained what, under normal circumstances, should have been the point of call for an unhappy supplier. Clearly, in this case, me and you can tell that the circumstances were therefore abnormal. And I want us to deal with the abnormality of the circumstances. And my intention is to gain an understanding from your side as to whether you understand what could have been the circumstances that gave rise to the abnormality in that process. And that is why I was saying, why does, what is your understanding? What is the relationship, directly or indirectly, that you think or you know exists or might have existed between the Javelina and General Spear?
I cannot vouch to that relationship. I do not have full context of how that meeting was arranged and what were the matters that were discussed. I do know, though, that suppliers that are disgruntled may come and discuss their disgruntlement with appropriate officials in the organization. So, Chair, I cannot vouch on what the nature of the relationship is between the two individuals.
General, the two individuals I'm talking about, it's not Madlanga and Spear. Leave that one.
Okay.
It's Spear and the person who was within the system that produced the contract that was given to Madlanga and later on jump off to go and join Madlanga's company. So it's not Madlanga and Spear. Rather, it's Spear and your colleague, your other colleague, Spear is your colleague as well, who departed immediately or whatever the time after the contract was delivered.
I'm not privy to the nature of the relationship that they had. No, I don't.
We've never heard about it as well?
No, I never.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I'm done. Thank you. Thanks, General.
Thank you.
Advocate Zigala.
Chair, thanks. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much. Thank you, Lieutenant General Dr. Molefe Fani. We have come to the end of the proceedings. I want to thank you, Advocate Zikalala, and your pupil, Pillay. I hope that we will meet you next time, Pillay, having graduated from the program that you are currently on. Our proceedings are going to happen in Gauteng on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday and probably Friday. I think the Secretariat would have spoken to you, honorable members, and made proper arrangements. We are going to have a committee meeting on Monday. We will confirm it will be a virtual meeting. We will confirm the times with you once we know when and how are you traveling to Gauteng. Thank you so much. I had to release the SC. We reported yesterday that he had a throbbing ear, and he was not improving today, but he forced to be with us for the larger part of the meeting until at some point when he requested to be to be released, and there are other members who had commitments here. Honorable Skosana, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Nomvalo, who requested to be released before we could conclude today's proceedings. So we have come to an end. I know it is something unusual to you, but yeah, I'm going to persuade you to stand up, and there is nothing more I can do from this table. I must just persuade you to stand up and leave, because we no longer have further items. Thank you. Thank you so much.